Hall Chamber.
We're in December 14th, correct?
Yes, for City Council and East Grab, you'll want to look for the December 14 continuation, the same one you would have been in yesterday.
All right, good morning. So, are we ready? Okay, everyone, I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota, Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. Roll call, Councillor Wright,
Good morning.
Councillor Knack,
Good morning.
Councillor Principe,
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette,
Good morning.
Councillor Tang,
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton,
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford,
Hi.
Councillor Salvador,
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good morning.
Councillor Rice,
Good morning.
and Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
All right, so adoption of the agenda, approval of the minutes. Any protocol items? None. Okay, we are into, let me find it actually. Clerk, can you give me the roster sheet?
Yes, we'll print you one off right away. We are at round 3,
Yeah,
Councillor Rutherford, spot 1.
okay.
Oh, okay.
Before I go to Councillor Rutherford, I would ask at this time if there are any motions that to be withdrawn, right? And okay, are you trying to sign up? Yeah,
I have one quick question.
just hold that. Oh, here you go. Okay, well, before I go, okay, Councillor Rice, you have a question? Sorry, can you sign up, Councillor Rice? Don't mind? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, please do sign up. Okay, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll withdraw OP 68.
68. Got it. OP 68 is withdrawn. Okay, Councillor Rice.
I just have the process question regarding the capital amendment for withdraw, because based on the level, 20% of snow removal and ice control program approved operating yesterday. So I have one item is actually postponed at the end.
Yeah, we'll come to that.
So that one we don't need to deal with right now because that is a capital
Yeah.
amendment. I just want
So,
to confirm
yeah,
that.
Yeah, with this,
But
I think.
Okay.
I think it's my understanding Councillor Rice would
Yeah.
like to withdraw it, so I think you just called for
Oh, you want to
withdrawals.
withdraw that?
For that one, and that is why I want to confirm is withdraw only for operating or withdraw for the
I think
capital?
can we withdraw?
That would be great, Councillor Rice. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay,
If-
good. So that capital pending amendment is
Yeah, so just
withdrawn.
need-
Sorry, we can withdraw even capital and operating
Yeah.
at this moment.
I would say yes, but that's the decision for the chair. So just to confirm before the chair rules, it's capital amendment 34. You'd like to withdraw it?
I would like to say the reason, and before I say withdraw, and because I think public deserve to hear that.
Okay, go ahead.
So I put the amendment for the capital and specifically talk about the equipment purchase for the snow and ice control program. That will depend on associated cost for the operating for the same program. And because council approved yesterday only at funded in this budget for the 20% level of the operating, and the administration provided that feedback, say at this moment, they can continue to lease equipment instead of purchase equipment. So this amendment is no longer needed. Okay, so that's why I need
Thank you,
to withdraw.
Councilor Rice. Okay, so that is withdrawn as well. Good. Any other further? Seeing none, I will ask also.
I may have one, but I need to probably question admin on it, so it may move quickly.
Go ahead.
So, well, can I do it I'll move the item when it comes up, and if
Okay, good.
they answer the questions,
Okay.
I'll withdraw it.
Good, okay. Or any considerations at this time for amendments passed? Anyone wants to reconsider those? Or maybe we'll come back later on. It's just something to think about. Okay, all right. Now, Councillor Rutherford, this is round 3, right? Round 3?
Yes, Mayor.
Round 3, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you. I will move OP 65. That is the Animal Welfare Service Package. So read in that the Community Standards and Neighborhoods 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $3,335,000 in 2023, $560,000 in 2024, and decreased by $47,000 in 2025, and increased by $54,000 in 2026 on an ongoing basis to fund the Animal Welfare Service Package as outlined on page 235 in attachment 2 of the November 4th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding from the tax levy.
Okay. This was, actually I forgot one thing. Sorry. Usually we get an update from administration at the start where we are on the numbers. If you don't mind, Councillor Rutherford, can I go to administration to ask that? Go ahead, yeah.
So as of everything that was passed as of last night, for 2023, you're at 4.91%, 2024, 5.11%, 2025, 4.27%, 2026, 4.46%. You still have $160,000 available through the EPCOR dividend. You have completely spent the rapid housing. Community safety and well-being, you have a balance, and I'll just quickly check how much you have available per year. For 2023, you still have $369,000 available, $2.6 million for 2024, $5.4 million for 2025 and 2026 for the CSWB. Council contingency, financial stabilization reserve, there is still $3.6 million available in one-time spending, and you have $700,000 in council contingency for 2023 and $126,000 carry forward from 2022.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So this was seconded by Councillor Principe. Please make the introduction, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I'm fully aware of where we are. This one really did concern me as a service package, though, given some of the language in it, and I felt that it was important to debate the City of Edmonton service package before any external funding amendments. So I think we need to recognize that this is unfunded, and sorry, just a second, that the demand is increasing. When I met with administration from this area, it was confirmed that there's an increasing demand for animal care and control. Animal care and control has taken over Animal Protection Act complaints and investigations that the Edmonton Humane Society did prior to 2019. And they hired more than 5 more peace officers to do that enforcement, but the area didn't anticipate or add the proper resources for the care side of what this would mean for the uptake of animals. The city is not designed, equipped, or resourced to handle the uptake in animals once they took over the Animal Protection Act complaints and investigations. The system is stressed, so many peace officers and enforcement get pulled from other areas when a seizure is taking place, sometimes in multiple areas, and there is a gap in frontline positions impacting the broader work in the branch. There's also the number of off-leash dogs parks is increasing, and the city of Edmonton does not have staff to actively patrol these parks and there has been increasing dog bites and negative dog interactions. There's also a problem now with pandemic pets, where there's an increase in uptick in pets being given back because the owners have decided they can no longer care for them. I don't know what my time is, sorry. So there are many pressures in this area. But I'd also like to highlight that the service package itself said that what are the results achieved if we fund this package? That we will increase organizational capacity to meet legislated standards in animal care and welfare. And number 2, that we will increase capacity to respond to dog attacks, animal welfare investigations, and wildlife complaints, such as coyotes, which I know I definitely get a lot of. I feel like I had a moral obligation, even in our tight budget, to bring this one forward, to at least debate and discuss. So here we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Questions, colleagues?
I do have a question.
Yeah, please sign up for questions. Councillor Hamilton?
So if I recall correctly, I can't find the package right now, but if I recall correctly, this package includes 12 new FTEs in bylaw enforcement, as well as some strat planning work in terms of the long-term, what the sort of long-term goals for the ACCC are. Is that correct?
I'll get David to respond, please.
Sure, thanks very much for the question. There are 12 animal control officers in this, a sergeant position, and 4 Animal Protection Act peace officers, all of whom would have a peace officer designation.
Okay, and thanks to Councillor Rutherford, who just handed me the paper version. This is why at this point we usually start to work with paper. This doesn't include the strategic planning work or the long-term planning, though, correct? Because there's another request in the package for something that would require some sort of planning for the area.
There's a request in this package to have someone external to our services come in and assess all of our services. As Councillor Rutherford indicated, we're kind of making do. There's a very real risk that we won't be able to live up to our legislated standards, the legislated standards that are in place for this body of work. So we want somebody from externally to come in and take a look. One of the issues that we have is the Animal Care and Control Center was built for stray dogs and stray cats that were brought into us, and was never designed for the type and number of animals or the length of stay that we're seeing from the Animal Protection Act work.
So thank you. That answers my question. I guess maybe the follow-up to that is one of the other packages in here is for some funding for the Edmonton Humane Society. The Animal Care and Control Center and Edmonton Humane Society have had I think, really good synergistic relationship over the years. And I'm wondering if some of that, basically, if you would consider including the EHS in that kind of planning. Do you think that there's essentially some more synergies to be found between the two organizations?
So that other package, and I know that that's another amendment that's on the table, that other package is for increases in service costs and demand that the EHS is experiencing, similar to our own growth needs, they're seeing some of the same pressures, especially with the number of pandemic pets that they're taking on, that type of work.
Oh, totally. I guess maybe I'm looking for some indication of like, and I acknowledge what you've said, Mr. Jones, in terms of them also dealing with an increase in demand. But if given the size and scale of this package, if you might look at sort of holding off on any, like essentially collaborating with the Edmonton Humane Society to talk about workload, because I'm also looking at the, I mean, you have a willing third-party partner that's able to fundraise privately and gets a lot of donations and can be in the community when the ACCC can't necessarily do that. So I guess maybe that's where I'm going with that.
Sure, and I will say we already are, as you indicate, we have a really good working relationship with Edmonton Humane Society. It's on the same campus. We transfer animals to them all the time, and we've done some really. So this is where I'm saying we're kind of getting through with the skin of our teeth. Is doing some of that ad hoc problem solving. We've had one dog in our care with an Animal Protection Act file. I can't get into too many of the details, but in an extended length of time, and so we're not able to provide sort of the socialization, all of those interactions with the dog that we really need to, and so we transferred its care to the Humane Society, and obviously there's some cost that goes along with that, but certainly there's lots of flexibility in that relationship already.
Thank you. That's my time.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Jans.
Yeah, I'm concerned about that piece about meeting our legislative obligations. I was wondering if admin could share that. Certainly that's not something any of us take lightly here.
Thank you. I would just like to add one thing to the line of question that Councillor Hamilton had offered. The sheer volume is overwhelming both organizations. It's almost like, I'm having a dinner party and I have a table for 8 and 25 people have shown up. And that's not an over-exaggeration of the volume that both are experiencing. And while there's deep collaboration, there's just deep need. And to Councillor Jans, I'll get David to respond to your question.
Sure. I think some of the pressures that we have are, our capacity was set up as a short-term turnaround shelter with some medical facility attached to it, and with the animal protection, especially with the Animal Protection Act animals, there's often some significant needs for medical work, for veterinary care to those animals. We have to keep them for prolonged periods of time because of court processes, that type of thing. So as much as we're trying to cobble together ways in which to do that, we certainly know that our animal enrichment capacity, all of those, there are certain shelter standards that we're adhering to.
Right.
But we're very razor thin. And so just to give you an example, the Edmonton Police Service took in or seized 16 animals overnight, and those all come to our shelter. And that puts us over capacity, and now we have to figure out how to look after those animals as well as dealing with the constant pressure that we have with, strays and everything else coming in.
I guess I'm wondering, so what I'm nervous about right now, as I've said to many around the table, is that where we're at in the process, where the tax increase is, and sincere concern that we're going to be here next week because I don't think the budget's going to pass. And that's my concern. So if we're to add another, is there a way to review this at the spring adjustment, or is there because I know there's also this conversation about looking for a review here. There's a conversation about review of pet fees, which go into the revenue here. There's all these other orbiting pieces. Is this something that we could make do with for another 3 months until we get to the spring budget conversation to come up with a strategy and talk to other partners in the region? I know my cat was adopted from out by Fort Saskatchewan, got brought into town. I think there's a whole conversation here about animal welfare in Edmonton we need to have. So I'm just looking for context to this decision.
Yeah, well, I think it's like all the other tough decisions, Counselor. We will make do. We'll do our best with the resources we have from this budget, and I would say, whether this passes or not, I think we probably still have to review the resources, the impacts we're having in this area as we go forward.
So, yeah, I guess I also want to unpack. So if we don't do this, then is it just Edmonton Police that's then doing this?
What we'll continue to muddle through as we have been doing is the status quo, which is not great. But, yeah. David, you want to?
And if I can just also offer, like, if we are full, we suspend our intake. That's what happens.
Yeah, which then leads to what? What happens to those animals?
David?
Well, in the case of strays, what we ask is if you've found a stray, you hang on to that stray and do your best to try to find who the owner is. So taking it to a vet that might have a scanner for microchipping, that type of thing. It would just be a service reduction on our part. To your question about whether this defaults to the Edmonton Police Service, although they have a small animal cruelty team, that sometimes that'll do seizures and their own investigations. Those seizures still come to us because the EPS does not have any type of facility that can house animals of that nature. That's a service that we provide across the city.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, could somebody from enforcement discuss how the decision that council recently made on the encampments funded service package has implications on this one?
Maybe I'll just start by saying we don't know, Counselor, that decision that was made yesterday. We've had a lot of chats about it in the last 10 hours, and I have no idea. We're working through that. Jennifer and I are going to do some planning next week to figure out what that means, and I likely see myself coming back to council to clearly outline what the implications of that are. How that affects this one, I'll just ask.
Yeah,
David
I was just under the impression that some of the peace officers that work in this area were redeployed to encampment.
I think there's been some of that.
So they wouldn't come back to is that correct?
Yeah, we'll have to figure it all out. The reality of the current situation, the status quo, is we don't have an encampment team. We have the way we have done those encampments has been by taking people from across the city, from parks and other areas to fulfill that requirement. And so that service package was meant to actually have enough resources to have a dedicated encampment team instead of taking it from Parks and Rec and all the things that they would normally do. So because that didn't get funded, we'll continue to do what we can from other resources, and that could see us having to use some of this as well.
And
if I could just add to that,
sure.
I would just say that those resources that have been pulled onto the ad hoc encampment team were from the park ranger team, which deals with wildlife issues, not necessarily domesticated animal issues, which is what this team focuses on.
So that's like the coyotes and those kind of things.
Correct.
Okay. And then just to finance, to Ms. Pedbury, what would this amendment on the floor, what percentage of increase would this be to the tax levy?
Roughly about 0.2.
0.2%? Okay.
It's spread over 2 years, but 0.2.
0.2 over 2 years? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Jones, from page 235, it looks like, were you looking within this package to hire 28 more people?
My apologies, just flipping between some different screens here to make sure I'm giving you the most appropriate answer. Yes, It's 28, and there's a spread between kind of our frontline peace officers, but also needing to properly look after the animals with veterinary care, with kennel attendants, that type of personnel.
And what kind of care could the animals receive if, say, the package was halved? If you had 14?
Well, I think we would have to look at what we would need to prioritize between that frontline service with peace officers out at, as Councillor Rutherford mentioned, dog parks, that type of thing, and the work that's needed critically to look after these animals once they reach our facilities. So kennel care attendants, registered vet technicians, medical assistants, that type of, because there are surgeries, there's all kinds of medical issues that we deal with inside the facility. So it would be a balancing act on how we could, on how we would best sort of, if it was halved, how we would best sort of appropriately use those funds.
Right, okay, thank you. That was my only question, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Cardmell.
Thank you. I had a similar question to Councillor Principe. What if half of this was approved? And I guess my question was a little bit different in that, reading the profile, there's sounds like a need for facilities and as well as people. And I don't know that half a profile allows you to build half a facility, right? Like there's usually a step function piece to that. So would part or half of this profile get you part of the way there? Sorry, go ahead.
I think what we're looking for with respect to the facility is looking at the different animal. Like I said, the facility was designed to house dogs and cats, and now we have iguanas and budgies and all kinds of different animals. And so, when we have a snake come in, we don't necessarily have a snake enclosure or the appropriate way to regulate the temperature, etc. And so we find ourselves running to Walmart to get a heat lamp when one of these seizures happens because we just aren't prepped for that type of animal and the needs that it has. And so I think, half would get us, like I said to Councillor Principe, I think where we would get is we'd have a little bit more funding in order to really weigh out all of those needs and try to figure out how to do that appropriately. But certainly, the package that we've put forward would be able to deal with the significant increase in pressures that we've seen especially since taking on the Animal Protection Act work in 2019.
Okay, I was going to make a crack about putting the guinea pigs with the snakes, but maybe that's inappropriate. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardmell. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, I really appreciate the conversation this morning, and I imagine that this is the exact conversation that administration had in terms of, weighing all these different factors and the implications. But ultimately, this did come forward as an unfunded service package. So what were sort of the mitigating factors that led you to feel comfortable moving forward without this being funded?
I wouldn't say I was comfortable with any of the unfunded packages, Councillor Stevenson. It's like you've all mentioned several times. Every one of these has merit, and we had a criteria. We worked through it. It wasn't about things going to the bottom of the list. It was about what could be on the top of the list. There was no comfort of anything that is in these packages, I would say. And I'll just see if Ms. Padbury wants to add.
I think this was part of our tough choices when we were trying to bring a reasonable tax increase, knowing that we were feeling inflationary pressures, debt servicing pressures from interest rate increases. And so we made the decision not to fund this, along with not funding a lot of things.
Yeah, and I think, again, not to minimize, again, the very hard decisions that you had to make. But just wondering if, do we land on the same rationale that you did, that unfortunately with the different pressures, this is just one that doesn't make it in?
Yeah, I think that's, up to council, and so I'm not, again, tough decisions. I'm not comfortable with this. But I think if it remains unfunded, we will do our best. But it is mitigation at best, and not ideal at all.
Yeah, and I guess I'm just hearing some hesitation around partial funding. Would partial funding not help? I'm assuming some would be better than none. Is that fair?
Well, I think that's always going to be the case, yeah.
Okay, well, thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Yeah. So I understand the tough decision and how you arrive at this, Mr. Corbold. But you thought hard about it, and you think there could possibly be a mitigation if need be, right? So I'm just trying to understand, like, this budget process is budget process for the next 4 years. And there are many other opportunities that come our way through spring SOBA adjustment, fall SOBA adjustment in the interim, and there are other things that you're going to take a comprehensive review of the services. I am very hesitant to add another 28 positions at a time when we have given you direction to review many of the unfilled positions and all that, right? Non-front facing. So I just can it wait? What I'm trying to understand, can it wait, and we make those decisions as we dig deeper into what we are doing and what we do need to do less, what we need to do more.
Yeah, and I would just say that when I use the term mitigated, I mean really we keep on doing what we can do with the resources we have, and we'll continue to carry on with that. Same with the encampments, right? It's
I know there will be many challenges. We would not find solutions to all those problems through this budget.
Yeah, and I just think the conversations that you're having at this table remind me of the conversations we had over the last 6 months at our table, and they're hard.
Is the Animal Protection Act, is that a provincial statute?
David?
Yes, that's correct. It is provincial.
And under that act, municipalities are responsible for animal protection and welfare?
I know that we are an outlier with respect to our work with the Animal Protection Act. Typically, as you heard, until 2018, the Edmonton Humane Society had the responsibility for that line of work. And in Calgary, I believe it's their Humane Society that still runs that body of work. It was just a decision made at the time when the Humane Society withdrew from that work that the city of Edmonton would take it on.
So do we have MGA prescribed, or any other provincial prescribed obligations? That's we are doing it because we love animals and want to care for them, right? That generosity of Edmontonians to pay for it, right? But are we obligated? What is our obligations under the statutes? What are municipalities' obligations under statutes?
My understanding, I'm just waiting for the team to answer. Okay, they were quick. No, we don't have an MGA obligation to look after this body of work. My understanding that it was a council decision at the time to take it on. And in fact, I know I said we're an outlier. We're the only municipality in Canada that does the Animal Protection Act work. Usually it's the Humane Societies of the city or the area.
So it may not be a bad idea to actually look at what the best practices are in other municipalities, and are they doing them, more effectively? I know we council took on this in the past years, right? Maybe could be part of the overall things that we do. We're going to look at So I would suggest that we don't make a decision on this today. We defer, we can defer the motion, but I think if there's a desire to withdraw this, this could become part of the bigger conversation that we're going to have with administration on the areas that we want to invest more in and the areas that we want to do less of. I don't know if Councillor Rutherford, you have that desire, but I would suggest that we have this conversation, important conversation, as part of the bigger comprehensive service review. But just a suggestion on my end. So, and I'll take the chair back, and I'll go to Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, and maybe that's a good place for me to pick up on. I didn't know, for instance, that Edmonton was the only major municipality that does animal protection work. And I'm glad Councillor Cartmel brought up the infrastructure piece. So I'm really conscious of what Ms. Flaman said with respect to having a dinner party for 8 and having 25 people show up. I guess it's standing room only. But I'm also thinking that is there a way? There's a short-term problem, which is capacity, and then there's a medium and long-term problem here, which is that question that I think the mayor is trying to get at. We're in this business. Should we be in this business? What would happen if we partner with someone like the Humane Society in terms of a medium or long-term strategy in taking care of the animal protection piece? But that short-term fill the gap piece. So maybe my question to you, Mr. Jones or Ms. Flaman, is what does that short-term piece look like? It looks like more bylaw officers. It probably doesn't, like that facility review piece part of this package is probably part of that medium and long-term conversation, though.
I'll let you, David, respond.
Sure. Thanks very much for the question. When it comes to how we would prioritize using this budget, especially if we were given a partial piece of it, as has been discussed, we would look at prioritizing the system assessment. Then we would prioritize animal care staff, and then we would prioritize more officers in that order. I think we already do a lot of work partnering with the Humane Society. They removed themselves from the Animal Protection Act, and it was the will of council that we took that on. I would suggest that could be something that would default to another order of government if we did walk away from it.
So, and that animal that was that was brought up earlier, 2018, as I recall, because we did have to discuss it at committee, if I'm remembering correctly. Was it organizational capacity? Was it mandate? Was it was it financially related? Can you jog my memory with respect to that?
With respect to the Humane Society?
Yeah, why we took on the animal protection piece.
Well, I know that they indicated that they were removing themselves from the business, and that was brought to council as a discussion. I can get the reasons that they got out of it, but I'd have to go back to my team for that.
Okay, maybe I don't want to come back on, but maybe if you can let us know.
Sure. Early indications from my team say that they had neither the capacity nor the funding in order to continue that work.
And I can just confirm there was a provincial funding cut to them at that year that resulted in them having to step away in the work, at least partially.
Okay, so there's like different pieces coming together in this story, but I'm still I want to help mitigate the short-term impacts, but what I'm hearing is that this package might not be able to do that, which like if that larger conversation is to happen. So anyway, I'll listen to other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, I have another amendment as well related to the Humane Society and Wild North. I'm wondering though, if you were to get this service package, would you be able to integrate that $200,000 from that other amendment into this? do you think? So, because I know you have contracts with Wild North and Edmonton Humane Society, if you receive this funding package, it's a significant amount of money, would you be able to make that $200,000 commitments to the other two organizations that you partner with work?
I'll let you respond, David.
Sure. Thanks very much for the question. I think we probably could. It would mean some readjustment in what we'd be looking for with this service package. Obviously, it would change some of the the positions and maybe some of the equipment that we could get, but we could look at making that work all in one, because certainly the capacity of Wild North and the capacity of the Edmonton Humane Society is our capacity because of our shared work out in the community together.
Okay, and can you break down the 2023-28 FTEs? Like what positions are those proposed to compose of?
In total, all of them?
Yeah, like are there like 8?
So sure, I can go
intake,
through
like
them
what-
here. What we're proposing is 4 kennel care attendants, 1 kennel care supervisor position, 2 registered vet technicians, 1 veterinary medical assistant, 1.5 FTEs in admin staff, kind of a clerking position. And then on the peace officer side, we'd be looking at 4 Animal Protection Act officers, 1 sergeant for that team, 12 animal control officers, 2 duty officers, which are positions that would be inside the ACCC to help with sort of customer relations, customer care at the front of the house. 3 sergeants to look after the 12 peace officers and admin staff, and 1 operational coordinator.
And I know you kind of answered this question a little bit, but given this more detailed breakdown, let's say, yeah, you had 14 positions instead of 28. Which of these would be prioritized?
Well, as I said, we would prioritize the
kennel care?
The medical staff, the kennel care attendants, and then look at what growth we could have in the police officer or the peace officer side, and even amongst those, we'd have to figure out what we needed to prioritize between Animal Protection Act or general duty animal protection officers who'd be out in dog parks, off leash areas, that kind of piece of work. We might scale back some of the kennel care attendants, that type of thing, but we would have to go back to the drawing board and take a look at what that might look like.
Yeah, I know that's a hard question to answer right in the moment. But what I'm hearing, though, is the debate around, or the questions around the Animal Protection Act. There's still a lot of other positions outside of that specific act. Is my understanding correct?
Yes, that's correct. I mean, as you mentioned in your opening remarks, the notion of pandemic pets, we know that we're getting strays, lost animals that are just being relinquished because they're pandemic pets. People can't look after them anymore, but we also know that it's putting additional pressure on the entire system, not just us, because all of the shelters, the Humane Society, are all at maximum capacity for animals that have been relinquished as well. And so it's really making the entire system grow, and in order to keep up with the demand that we have, that's why we would be prioritizing the animal care folks and the vet folks in the Animal Care and Control Center itself, because we're so close to capacity all the time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just wondering, and I don't know if this is, kind of against city policy or not, but do we ever look for volunteers for some of those positions?
Because of the training and credentials that you need for a lot of these, they all have sort of certifications or licenses. Obviously, vet techs, veterinarians all have that. I'm not sure if we look for volunteers there. Where we are finding volunteers is with fostering some of the animals that are in our care long term. Currently, that's just internal to the branch. It'll soon be expanding because of the need internal to our broader department. Just using city resources who want to volunteer their time and have animals at home in that way. That's where we're finding we can relieve some of the pressure for the animals in our care.
All right, so not really in-house. I do believe the Edmonton Humane Society does have volunteers though in-house. Or maybe you wouldn't be aware of that, but I'm not sure if that's something we could, look into, even, walking, taking a dog for a walk or something like that. I'm not sure if that's something we can look into.
We could for some of those kennel care pieces. I think one of the deciding factors would be we don't have the administrative capacity to look after a volunteer program like that. This package in front of you has an FTE earmarked for growing a volunteer program.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. This concludes the questions. I just have a question to City Clerk. How many amendments we have left?
My last count last night was between 27 and 29.
Okay.
Plus or minus.
Okay.
I can count them right now. I was just.
No, I just need to all us to be aware that we have large number of amendments to go through yet, right? So, okay, that concludes the questions. Now to speak. Okay, before we go to Councillor Rutherford, anyone else to speak? If not, Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Okay. I thank Councillor Rutherford for putting this forward because this conversation is very important conversation for us to understand how we got here, the history of city taking on a responsibility because of the cuts to a non-profit society in the community by the provincial government, and the regulations or standards are provincial standards, and municipal taxes are being used to implement those standards. I think this is a bigger conversation that we have to have. I heard from city manager that they will continue to try to manage as they have in the past. So I think that is not a perfect approach, but I think that's the approach we have to, in my mind, prudent approach, looking at where we are in our property tax increases. We are hovering at close to 5%, and we have a number of other amendments to go, right? So I would encourage people not to support this at this time, but there'll be opportunities in the spring, in the fall, and under the service review that we can look at, have a good conversation on the overall responsibilities and who should be taking on those responsibilities. And I would take that, I will take the chair back and go to Councillor Hamilton to speak.
I'll try and be brief. I just said to Councillor Rutherford, one of my concerns here is that the planning piece is happening before we can maybe get resources in to shore up some of the work that's happening. And so I think given that, there's some work that could, I think that maybe that overall look at how we and why we're in the animal protection work is maybe merited. I recall when this happened in 2018, and I don't think we truly understood the implications of it. I think that there's an opportunity here, given the changes that have happened at the Humane Society, to go back to them and perhaps talk about sort of, I'm going to say, a holistic lens on what we need in this space, not just as a municipal government, but as a not-for-profit society, before adding capacity. I think that's a wise thing to do. But I absolutely hear the concerns about all the issues there, and I know all the folks at the ACCC do exceptional work. It was one of my favorite places to visit as a new counselor, just because folks there really care, and I know that they're putting their heart and soul into taking care of the animals there. And I think we don't ever really understand the breadth of the work that they do over there. It's not just cats and dogs, but all of the entire animal kingdom sometimes that they're dealing with. So, but I look forward to having that conversation, and I think that there's a really good point of advocacy here, and we can collaborate with the two organizations. So I'm not going to support it at this time. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you so much for the conversation. I won't be supporting the motion, but did just want to take a moment to again, thank my colleague for bringing it up. Thank you for the conversation and the very, very hard decisions that I know city staff have done. I agree we need to look for a more systemic resolution to this, but I know that the consequence of that is that in the meantime, staff continue to struggle and be under-resourced, and that weighs heavy on me. I do just want to acknowledge the challenge that they face and the incredible ingenuity and commitment of city staff taking home animals. Like it's hard that we're at that point, but just really want to acknowledge and thank everyone who is stepping up to fill this gap. And please know that we see the gap, we see the issue, and want to work towards those broader solutions. But thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rutherford, close.
Yes, thank you. I really appreciate this conversation today, but I would say that this conversation has increased my concerns rather than eased my concerns personally from the content that was in the service package. I can't imagine talking to many of my residents, the residents in Wardenolnik or Edmontonians as a whole, and saying, are you okay with animals not getting proper care if it means that there's no tax increase? I just can't see this world. Yeah, there is a bigger conversation that needs to have about the Animal Protection Act, and again, city taking on responsibilities in the gap of provincial funding, right? Absolutely. But at the same time, council did make a decision to take on this responsibility. And so until we have that bigger conversation, the responsibilities is ours right now. It is in our hands right now. And we've learned that already there's capacity issues. Already they're not meeting the needs because, for example, if they have to take on iguanas, they're not set up for iguanas. If they get, I know that just recently there was a seizure of 21 dogs and cats, I think. I don't know if it was dogs and cats or just dogs, but from a daycare, right? That's a huge influx. Let alone, again, this conversation of growth. We all want new off-leash dog parks, but that comes with the cost of people that can do that. We've heard so many concerns and complaints about coyotes and the need for the city to do something more about coyotes and the amount of cats that are going missing and other people's pets that are going missing because coyotes are getting more aggressive and more emboldened. And we've also learned that if we wait and delay this decision till spring or fall adjustment, that by the time Mr. Corbould and his team gets the okay, that there's a time delay. So let's say we do approve it in fall supplemental budget adjustment. We're not looking to have actual people doing the work, the veterinarians, the kennel care people, the duty officers, any of these people for probably close to a year from that point. So this isn't just a let's delay it 6 months and it'll be fine decision. I'm know that we are in a tough spot. But I believe in this so much. And I heard today too that, I'd be willing to withdraw my other motion related to Humane Society and Wild North, knowing that it could be encapsulated in this one. So I'm willing to withdraw that motion, and I'm willing to reconsider one of my capital amendments. That is 3.5 million in order to make this happen. That is how much I care about this. So please consider that. If you're worried about the tax increase, we can keep it sum zero. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Please vote.
I'm a no.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I will stay true to my word to reconsider that pay-as-you-go capital amendment. Thank you.
All right. Michael, you don't have anything, right?
I do. I have one. I have one addition, and
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Councillor Jans.
it is the municipal drug poisoning response. I'm sorry, I don't have what number the clerk has it as. Oh, 83. There we go. That the municipal drug poisoning response integrated service package be funded as follows: community standards and neighborhoods operating expenditure budget be increased by 25,000 in 2023, and social development operating expenditure budget be increased by 345,000 in 2023, 41,000 in 2024, and 1,000 in 2025 on an ongoing basis as outlined on pages 251, 252 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394. And am I allowed to change the funding source when I introduce this?
Yeah, it'd be much better if you did.
Okay,
Yeah.
with, and this is on advice of administration, I believe, with funding from the,
Community safety.
with funding from the
Community safety and well-being.
Community Safety Wellbeing.
Okay. Good. That's a friendly, right? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Can you? This was seconded by Councillor Tang. Can you please make the introduction, Councillor Jans?
Yeah, so this has been a major body of work for, our major body of conversation for us here. I'm certainly optimistic that the new provincial task force that's been announced with a couple of our colleagues here will have some provincial action here, because truly it is a provincial matter, but drug poisoning still remains one of the leading causes of death for those under 40. I think we lost almost 700 Edmontonians the last year due to entirely preventable drug poisoning. And yeah, this is something that we have the money set aside in community safety well-being. I can't think of a different a amount that is more, or sorry, when we think about community safety well-being, I can't think of a greater, truly fatal safety threat to more of our neighbors than this. This is greater than suicide. This is greater than drivers in car collisions. This is something that needs to be addressed, and I understand this would be a continuation of some of the work that we've already been voting for earlier this year.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Questions? Councillor Tang.
Thank you very much to the mover for moving this. For administration, So this body of work has been identified as a need, obviously. And some of the funding would be going towards a FTE position on the policy front. Some of this funding would be going towards the coordination of the community liaison committee that brings everybody together. Is that correct?
Councillor Tang, thank you for the question. We think the largest proportion of this work really will be in the coordination of different community players, whether that be CLC or others, in addition to, as you mentioned, the policy work that's required. So we've identified that there's a need to understand the social infrastructure required to support and to move this forward. In addition to intergovernmental approach, the task force is a wonderful step in that direction, and we would look to interface with them. But there's a lot of moving parts in this space. So right now, that work is distributed among a number of individuals that we've pulled together to try to bring this forward, but we really need that dedicated FTE to be able to do right by that coordination and by that policy work.
Yeah, I mean, I would say even between the policy and the coordination work, that's like really should be two bodies to be doing that, because I think the volume is high. And then for that committee, is AHS represented on that committee?
Yes, and we've been talking about how we can supplement that committee to ensure that all the voices that need to be heard are heard as we develop our policy. Yeah,
I'm aware of a number of community organizations, mutual aid groups who are there, but I guess I just wanted to make sure, if a group like a provincial group like AHS is represented, I would like to see them also contributing some funds towards the coordination of that committee. I'm wondering what kind of conversation has been had on that front.
Sorry, could you repeat that, Councillor Tang?
If provincial bodies is also represented, I'm wondering what kind of conversations has been had in terms of them contributing to also the coordination of the committee.
Yeah, that's still being worked out through those bodies. So they are in that conversation in terms of what it looks like going forward. But that's the majority of the work in the next number of months, is to figure out how we make sure that all of the players and all of the organizations and those with lived experience are heard as we move forward.
And this file has also leveraged federal funding, correct? Can you just share a bit on that as well, the SUAP? I can't remember the substance.
Yes, thank you. We have been able to leverage programs such as the SUAP for things like educational awareness, and we would continue to do that. As we see this task force come together, we also hope that garners more opportunities to leverage efforts and potentially funding going forward.
Can you just remind me what SUAP stands for? Or the public who don't know what acronym?
Yes, let me just verify that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm blanking right now. And then, so back in May when we had the community safety and well-being, there was $25,000 earmarked for awareness. And I understand that because of the SUAP funding, we were able to redivert that towards naloxone use for that. Can you just verify that as well?
Yes, so we believe that CLC recorded some nominal funding, but they did get the SUAP, which is the Substance Use and Addictions Program.
That's right.
By Health Canada. And so we were able to redirect those funds that we had sort of earmarked for that for naloxone to provide to peace officers.
Yeah, which certainly has been identified as a high need. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we've got some federal funding and municipal funding here. Do we have provincial funding?
So this is a very complex space in terms of addictions and mental health supports. So the province certainly is at the table, and they made some announcements in October around holistic supports that they want to provide, whether those are in shelters, through joint hubs. So exactly where we draw those lines and what that looks like could look in many different ways, but I would say that the province is absolutely at the table, and we are having consistent conversations about how we work together going forward.
Complex on our side, or complex just in the fact that we're not getting an answer?
And I would say
my remarks around complex is complex around the challenge of drug poisoning. There's not one solution. There's not going to be one solution, and so it's going to require many multifaceted approaches to try to tackle this issue.
Yeah, sure, I understand that. Is there provincial funding for this, or will there be? Do we know if there will, or do we have a beat on it, or we just don't know?
So I think that the province provides a significant amount of funding for addictions, mental health supports, and so on.
For this?
For this FTE, plus naloxone?
For this program? There were, this municipal drug poisoning response, we're getting federal funding. Are we getting provincial funding? I don't understand. Like, I feel like I'm being rude, and I don't mean to be.
If you're asking if there's a match to this, I believe there's not. But I would defer to Ms. Flamin just for confirmation.
Yeah, there is not a provincial match for this particular work. But to Stacey's earlier point, the province is active in this space, and AHS is providing naloxone kits, I believe, to Edmontonians and Albertans generally through their drug stores.
But that's that has nothing to do with this specifically.
No, I'm just speaking more broadly to the drug poisoning response.
But that has nothing to...
So just, we didn't have this as a funded service package, and so I think, like, I think we're struggling to answer the question because it wasn't a recommendation we put forward.
Maybe it's a better question to the mover.
All right, to the mover.
Could you restate the question?
No, I'm done. Thanks.
Councillor Wright.
Okay, I'll restate the question to the mover then. Are you aware of any specific provincial dollars that have been committed and confirmed towards this?
Specifically about this initiative or more broadly?
No, this initiative.
So it's tough to answer because the province has been making some announcements in the realm of drug policy, but I'm not sure how much would meet this ask right here.
So we don't have money in hand.
No.
No. Okay. So then I understand the urgency, the life-saving efforts that this would bring. I'm just wondering, like with the Reach 24/7, do they work in this realm?
So I think this would be a separate body of work. This isn't just overdose prevention. It's more, and maybe I think that'd be great if administration could elaborate on it. But again, maybe if I can add, that's why this should be parked within the community safety well-being funding. And I mean, hopefully we can cancel this after a year, and this new provincial task force takes finally the responsibility for public health back to the province, and they start delivering for Edmontonians. But I would ask the specifics for.
Okay. Are there other agencies that maybe that we've provided funding for that could take up this body of work? Or are taking it up?
Yes, as I noted together, there are a number of bodies that are working together, from community groups to AHS, to the province, to the federal government, to the city. The challenge we have here in the city is that we don't have a dedicated resource to coordinate this work. So currently this work is being done, if you will, off a number of different desks. But given the amount of complexity in this, and given the opportunity, quite frankly, we have with all of these players working together over the next short while, we would do well to provide a dedicated resource to that to be able to move it forward effectively.
Or is it better that, being in sort of the realm of responsibility of the province, that they provide that dedicated resource?
I would think that given the impacts that we are seeing in Edmonton and on the ground here, we would want to have a strong voice in that conversation.
Yeah, I guess it's too bad we don't have a formal representative. Okay. I'm going to have to think on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. That concludes the questions. Oh, questions, sorry, Councillor Tang?
Just three remaining. Ms. Galatly, how big is the team working on drug policy right now?
So right now we have a couple of sort of half FTEs that we've taken off other work to support this. So that team does various things such as suicide prevention, domestic violence support, mental health support, community neighborhood safety, and health. And so we're trying to leverage those resources that we have within and reallocating them towards this work at this time.
So currently those folks who have these already very heavy files are working off their desk to another very heavy file. And I think there's several outstanding motions are still in the works. So just want to highlight the workload for this group. And I guess the other question is 370 over the 4 years. Can you just break that down a little bit more? So that's, and what does that get us?
Certainly. So that gets us additional naloxone to provide to individuals within the city who are able to administer that, such as peace officers. It also gets that FTE to support and coordinate this work going forward. As you mentioned, we have a number of motions that have been put on the table by council requesting some deliverables in this area, as well as that coordination. And we expect that there may be, for example, whether it's work to do engagement with individuals with lived experience, some additional funds to support that kind of work.
And then I guess to finance, can you just outline if this were passed, what remains in CSWB?
Right. So in 2023, we would be fully expended. There wouldn't be anything left. In 2024, there would be 2.255 left. In 2025 and 2026, there would be just over 5 million.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Paquette to speak or questions? Speak. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please? I just have a quick question. I know this is a provincial responsibility and we should be very cautious getting into it. But what would I want to understand is that would this help us, say, gather data, engagement with community in a way to better understand the problem and the depth of the problem and assist us in our advocacy work to the province?
Thank you, Mayor, for that question, and I would say 100%. As you noted, this is within the provincial responsibility, as we saw with the $124 million announcement that was made on October 2nd. That will support a number of different areas, both within Edmonton and Calgary for that amount. And so I think that, to your point, we need strong data, we need relevant data, and we need timely data that can help us inform and help us advocate for the solutions that we think within that realm and within that spending that we think will work for Edmonton.
I thank you for, because I really need to understand that aspect of it, because so we're not, yes, I think there's a role for us to be prepared and put a strong evidence to the province, and it helped us in other areas such as on the finding money for or convincing the province on providing wraparound services around supportive housing, right? So I think that kind of work that we need to do to prepare. So that's what I need to understand. I'll take the chair back and go to Councillor Cartmel. Questions?
Yeah, thank you. So hearing just the comments of others that this is a provincial responsibility that they haven't taken up yet, I'm wondering if rather than this being ongoing funding, if it should be one-time funding for a year or two, and then we see how this evolves and how that happens, or if and understanding the comments earlier about well, Councillor Tang described it as two people working on heavy files and now taking on another heavy file, is if by making it one-time funding even for a year or two allows the funding to transition to another role or to be taken out, quite frankly, if that's the best choice. So I'm not sure if it would change the funding source, but I'm going to suggest that we make this one-time funding of $345,000 in 2023 and 2024.
Second.
Maybe that needs to be adjusted. So 345 in 2023 and 370 in 2024, just to keep the numbers solid, and then stopping there. It could always be introduced as to continue in a couple of years. So I'll offer that as an amendment.
Okay, so if I understand, so so it's one time up to 2024, right?
Yeah, one time in 2023 and 2024.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. Am I making sense?
So it would be multi-year, ending in
Multi-year, right.
2024.
Thank you, multi-year. Yeah.
Okay. A second by Councillor
Correct, second.
Knack? Okay, so all right, so we, okay, that's it. So any questions? Councillor Salvador, questions?
Very quick, where does that put us for community safety well-being in 2023? I thought we would be exhausted at the 25,000. Did I misunderstand that?
You would have been exhausted with the full package, so the
Oh, okay.
25,000
Okay.
plus the 345.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Just a quick question.
Councillor Paquette, go ahead.
Yeah, so why 2 years?
Oh, very arbitrary, Councillor Paquette. Just, 2 years allows for discussions to happen and perhaps we get to some closure. I think we all share that there's urgency around all these matters. And so I'd like to think that we have a better lens on just who's doing what and if there's going to be funding from other levels of government within 2 years. I wouldn't want to do it one, but I wouldn't want to extend it forever. But it completely
I would
arbitrary.
prefer 1 year because otherwise we give 2 years of leeway, 2 years of taking the pressure off, and honestly, that doesn't make any sense to me.
1 year's friendly to me, Councillor Paquette. I, like I said, it was arbitrary. I take the advice of others. Absolutely.
I would prefer 1 year.
Okay, so that's amendment to another, amendment, no. We have amendment, fill in the blank now we're going into, or we
Yeah,
have-
I think that's the way I would suggest, because
Okay,
you've been
yeah.
very flexible with how others have done it in the past. So
Got
right
it.
now, we've got the original amendment, which is Councillor
Jan's.
Jones's for 83. Then we've got the amendment to the amendment, which is multi-year 2023 and 2024, ending in 2024.
Yeah.
By Councillor Cartmel and Councillor Knack. And then I believe Councillor Paquette was looking to keep the same numbers from Councillor Cartmel, but just do it for 1 year.
So same 340, whatever, that, but we just within 1 year, whatever the number, or the half of what Councillor Cartmel is. What, I just need to understand, are you suggesting half of what Councillor Cartmel is suggesting over 1 year? Just, that's what you're suggesting, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not the same amount, it's just, whatever the amount is in
Just 1 year.
2023 will be the amount, right? So,
Yeah. Yeah, just 1 year. And
So
I'll
can you
introduce
actually-
it and give my, I'll speak to the whole batch at once.
Sorry, Mayor, can you say the three again and just confirm the seconder for Councillor Paquette's?
Councillor Paquette, who's seconded for Councillor Paquette?
second.
Councillor Wright? Okay. And Councillor Stevenson, questions? Got it.
Yeah, I appreciate the suggestion. I agree that ongoing doesn't match our aspirations, that we actually resolve and address this issue. I just worry, or I wonder if administration has comment in terms of recruitment and retention and just the challenges again with temporary contracts and 11-month contracts, for example.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. It certainly is, particularly on a specialized file like this, difficult to attract for a period of 1 year. I would also say that even with the best of intentions, as I noted, this is a very complex file, and I expect that to continue. In November, we saw 359 non-intentional drug poisoning calls to EFRS, so that would suggest to me that we still have quite a ways to go.
Okay. And then if we were to make this ongoing, and we did get to a point in the future where other orders of government came into play, that this issue was resolved, Mr. Corpold, what would be your process in terms of coming back to council to redirect these resources? What are your thoughts there? Like, do you just want multi-year for 4 years, or ongoing, and then we can figure it out, as we move along?
Yeah, I would say we figure it out as we move along, and we do that all the time, based on need, and of course, I think we're going to have more clarity on that because of the efficiency review we'll do. So, yeah.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Really appreciate all the points raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So that concludes the questions. So we're going to vote in the stacking order of the highest amount to the next lowest and the next lowest, right?
Yep.
So which would be that we will be voting on Councillor Jans.
Excuse me, Mayor, sorry, I was late in getting my name put up on.
Oh, so you have questions? Sorry,
Just
Councillor
one.
Wright, go ahead.
Just one. So that temporary contract could be extended if we received additional funding from the province to help with this project?
345 for both years. Yep, I just,
Temporary funding for an FTE may theoretically, we could look at different opportunities to extend that. That said, the attraction of the individual in the first place for a short-term contract would remain challenging.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that concludes the questions now? All right, no more questions? I don't see anyone not to speak.
Mr. Mayor, I didn't get a chance to introduce.
I'm sorry?
I didn't get a chance to introduce my amendment.
So
So what I will do is I'll just speak to this right now, if that's okay.
So you want to, I can stop here. You want to make an introduction? You
No,
can make the
I'll just
introduction. I want to
speak
be,
to- I'll just
be
speak to
fair
it.
to everyone, just a
I'll
moment.
just bundle it all in one.
Okay, good.
Okay.
So we'll vote on Councillor Jansis first. If that fails, then we go to Councillor Cutmills.
Oh, well, if we're going to vote right away, then yeah, I do want to introduce.
You want to speak to this? No, I just want to explain the order of voting. Just and then we'll come, you'll be the last one to be voted on. Now to speak. Yeah, to speak, please sign up. Councillor Tang, please, go ahead. You're the first one to go. Oh. Okay, I need some assistance here, Madam Clerk.
I can't hear what you're saying.
So
The mic's-
Councillor Paquette wants to introduce his amendment to the third amendment.
Yes?
So should I go to him to introduce that?
Did he introduce it when he said it?
No.
Then you should let him introduce.
Okay, go ahead.
You can, if you want. And just a friendly reminder, it has been your practice that the owner of the original amendment is the last one to vote.
Yes, absolutely. So
Not the
Councillor
person
Jans,
that puts the
Councillor
amendments
Jans
to the
will be the
amendments.
closing, will be closing on it. Councillor Paquette, sorry about that.
No, that's okay.
Go ahead.
We got layers on layers here. So first of all, I want to, if there was frustration in my voice, and there was, it was absolutely not directed toward administration in any way, shape, or form. Unfortunately, I am just frustrated about this situation. This was not recommended by administration, so we don't actually have as much information on it as we might, which is understandable. My concern here is that we continue to get responsibilities downloaded onto our city from the province, which we then pay for, and which we cannot do adequately. And so, I mean, the result is, hear the siren, I don't know where they're going. Maybe they're going to someone who is in distress right now. The siren outside of this building. There's a provincial task force that's been announced. Like we need another task force to understand what the actual problems are in this city. And like we need some help connecting the very obvious dots that healthcare, addictions, and housing are provincial responsibilities, and yet continually Edmonton gets put on the block for that. What is this task force called? The Edmonton Task Force. Even though this is a province-wide issue. I am in support of what Councillor Jans is trying to do here, but I am not in support.
I think we're going into speaking now.
Let me just do the whole thing, and I'll be done.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
I am not in support of continually picking up the tab and then being blamed for not being able to fulfill that responsibility from a municipal level because we don't have the legislative authority or the resources to do it right. I am done with being quiet on that. Edmontonians deserve better. They deserve to clearly understand that there are encampments and there are people dying on our streets, not because of municipal inaction, because we are spending the money. More than we should, because we should be focused on municipal concerns. We are spending the money to try to create a stopgap for utter provincial failures that are causing death in our streets every single day. I am done with being quiet on that. It is an absolute disservice to the people of Edmonton. Why do we have to do this while we have yet another task force when the problems are absolutely plain to see and there are actions that can be taken right now? We are struggling to keep our tax rate down on a municipal level, and yet we're asking Edmontonians to pay extra taxes for something they've already paid their provincial income tax for, which is taking care of this issue. It's madness. And I have never in my life seen such a callous and cowardly dereliction of duty. Ever. And for what? Political points, political gain? To own a progressive council? I have no idea. I cannot speak to motive. I can only speak to results. And they are in our streets for everyone to see.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Stevenson to speak.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the passion that's in the room, and it's well-founded. This is a profound crisis that affects hundreds of Edmontonians, and beyond the 100 of Edmontonians that pass away through drug poisoning, but all of their loved ones, those responding to them when they have overdosed. I have heard so many stories from Edmontonians, from residents, from business owners who carry naloxone, who've administered naloxone on multiple accounts, and it's I think important just to remember where we're at. It's hard to imagine that this is where we're at right now in our city, but I greatly appreciate Edmontonians who have been stepping up to do that, to provide that life-saving care. And to all of the city staff who have been doing the same, our peace officers and our Edmonton Fire Rescue Services, who are very much at the front line of this. I will be supporting the original motion. I really appreciate the comments. I do hope that this is not a resource that we need for long, but I think wanting to ensure that we're providing a good employment opportunity that will allow us to attract great talent, because we need all the creativity, all the talent we can get to address this problem. So appreciate all the movers. I'll be supporting the original, and thank you to the original mover for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Sohi. Absolutely, I share a lot of the anger in the room too on this file. I mean, I will say drug policy in the city, in this province, in this country, in this world is only becoming more complex, not less. But this file has been chronically under-resourced to grapple with the many motions that are still outstanding on the policy front, and we continue to see the very visible impact of addiction and mental health on our streets every day. And yes, we talk about jurisdiction a lot when it comes to these issues. And I will say, on this front, very similar to issues like housing, I really think it is now, at this moment, in our history, in our human history, this is a multi-jurisdictional issue. And city does play a role. But unlike a lot of the issues that crosses multiple levels of government, like housing, there is no dedicated team at the city. There's no dedicated staff. People are working off the side of their desk. And I think That's very problematic. I actually identified this gap way back in May when we were talking about community safety and well-being strategy, and I still very much wish we had invested in this area even back then, considering all the developments that's been happening since then on all the new announcements. I will not be supporting any amendments that will change the funding from ongoing to one time, 1 year or 2 years, I don't care. What I think what ultimately doing is we're gonna be encouraging burnout. We're not gonna be recruiting the right people. And I don't recall us having a conversation about crisis diversion as a one-time funding. In fact, the funding actually does increase over the years. We're not gonna be solving this in 1 or 2 years. Things are gonna continue and things will fall back on us. And I don't think I don't think we can keep pushing it off. This is a bare minimum, in my opinion. This is a bare minimum. And I know historically we don't own the public health realm. I ran for city council because I think public health is very much at the city level. But we do not have all the policy expertise or capacity to address this. And this is the bare minimum we can do. I think 370, the original amount, ongoing, is a modest amount to do the policy work that is needed to actually step forward and bring people together. We don't have that right now. And we can't just make it work on this particular file. And I hope that for the members of this council who are on that task force that was newly announced, please bring these messages back to the table, to our provincial colleagues, and demand the resource we need to match the proportion of the crisis that the city needs to do.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
I agree with everything that Councillor Paquette said, and share his frustration, and I share everyone else's frustration on this at this table, and I see the passion and the pain in those of us who represent our communities, because we see our members of our community die every day. We hear their stories, we hear the pain of the families. And so this is a very important work that has been neglected by the government, whose main responsibility is public health, right? But I am going to support this because the reason I want to support this on an ongoing basis is not that we should be taking on the responsibility of public health. We should never do that, because we don't have the resources, we don't have the legislative authority to do so. The reason I'm going to support this is that this investment will help us do better in our advocacy. Because what I struggle with is that the data is scattered, that the community voices are kind of not working together, not coordinated, because of lack of resources to coordinate, and lack of resources to collect that data. So I think this investment will position us in being more effective in our advocacy with the province. And there's a federal role here too, because many of the people who are struggling with mental health and addictions can trace back directly to the trauma of residential schools, the trauma of colonization, 60 scoop, and those are federal decisions that cause their pain. and there's a federal role in public health, particularly when it comes to urban indigenous populations. I think it will help us to put all those things together. That's why we need this long-term funding, that will allow us to put this long-term strategy and continue to refine that strategy and continue to collect the relevant information and continue to bring community together. So I think that, and also we have a funding source available that is exactly for this purpose. And also, so I hope that we support this on a long-term basis. Yeah, okay. And I'll take the chair back and I'll go to Councillor Jans to close.
I have nothing to add.
Okay, please vote. Okay, we're voting on Councillor Jans first, amendments first.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Next. Sorry. Councillor Cartmel, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Sohi. So, item I want to go to is the Fort Edmonton Park item. 38. I think I heard somebody say. Yes, so this item is to increase Fort Edmonton Park's operating expenditure budget by $913,000 in 2023 on an ongoing basis to fund the operating expenses for Fort Edmonton Park expansion capital project service packages outlined on page 100, attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding from the tax levy. Happy to take advice on a different funding source.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cartmel. This was seconded by Councillor Paquette. Councillor Cartmel, can you please make the introduction?
Yeah, there's a couple of aspects to this. I mean, you know, on the face of it, this is an increase to the operating amounts for Fort Edmonton Park to operate the park. And as has been noted, the park was completely renewed over the better part of 2 construction seasons, and that overlapped with the closure of the park for an additional summer season. And so there is a bit of a recovery period that the park is going through. Their ultimate goal is to leverage all of the assets in the park such that the daily living museum aspect of the park is funded to the point where admissions are much more affordable and where there's much more accessibility. That's going to take some time, though, for the park to transition their efforts and their the leveraging of those assets and to build up their business in order to do that. It's also been noted to me that open-air museums have had far more success in recovery coming off of the pandemic than indoor museums, and that arguably Fort Edmonton Park has had the best recovery of any such attraction, at least in Alberta, if not in Western Canada. So that is to their credit. They just need a little bit more space. The other thing, too, is that when the park was renewed, the Indigenous people's experience was added to the park, and the footprint of the park was expanded by some 30%. And so there's you know, a need for a larger workforce to do more work in a much larger physical plant. This is important. It's important that this park is properly operated and properly supported from a tourism and perspective. You know, something that grows our economy and attracts visitors to our community. I think it's also important to know that we properly support this added aspect of the park. You know, when I worked there 30 years ago, it told a pretty different story. is very much a colonialist story, and it is now a much more complete journey that you take when you visit that park, and a journey that you can take again and again. And I know that that has had its effect on me. So I encourage you to support this amendment for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Questions now, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. I have a similar motion that I might just put forward as an amendment to this one for expediency. Just wondering, Councillor Cartmel, would you, again, I put a similar motion just for a lower amount. I agree absolutely with the value of Fort Edmonton overall, and for me, it was really that reconciliation piece with the Indigenous people's experience. But I appreciate your point about this sort of being some bridge funding as they come out of COVID. Do you see value in making this multi-year, or retaining it as ongoing?
Yeah, so let me say that multi-year is better than none. So if that was a bit of a condition to acceptance, I appreciate that. I would suggest a couple or 3 years so that there's an opportunity for that sort of weaning process. Not unlike what we talked about with Health City, I guess, where we do this for now but not forever. I think that would be helpful. Sure. Yep.
Okay. Well, just to keep things a bit simpler, I might just, I'll offer one amendment just to the amount, and then if someone else is maybe interested in making that multi-year rather than ongoing, that could be another one. So I would just move an amendment that be, sorry, let me just pull that up. I believe it's a third of what's there, if anyone else can do the math faster than I can. 366? Okay. Thank you. Yeah, so I'll put that forward as an amendment, but happy to, tallest to smallest, appreciate you bringing it forward. I could briefly introduce my amendment. All the same reasons as...
Is there a seconder?
Oh, sorry.
Second.
Right. All the same reasons as Councillor Cartmel raised. I think they're doing really exciting things in Fort Edmonton Park. I think the Indigenous people's experience has been a tremendous success in helping our work towards reconciliation, and I don't want to lose the momentum that I think has been built there, and so wanted to, again, recognizing the constraints, I just really wanted to ensure that that aspect at least was funded moving forward.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. And the first thing I was going to do was point out that Councillor Stevenson's motion bore an uncanny resemblance to Councillor Cartmel's, save for the amount. So we're now in the tallest to smallest area. What I really wanted to ask about was how the sort of, maybe to Councillor Cartmel, if 1/3 of the request is granted, what would the impact be? Or perhaps someone from administration can help me understand the sort of how the money would be prioritized. Maybe that's probably the fairer question. Mr. Drevny, if you're on the line, help me understand or help us understand how this money would be deployed if 1/3 gets the organization something. Yeah.
Certainly, Councillor. The funding is for positions for interpreters in the IPE and on the Midway. So it would just mean fewer interpreters to be hired, which would mean at times the IPE would just be the exhibits themselves. So there would be no Indigenous interpreters within the exhibit to help. So it would really be just that reduction in people there to help with the interpretation on both the Midway and the operation of the rides on the Midway, but predominantly in the IPE.
Yeah, and as I recall, and this is also a revelation from my own time at Fort Edmonton Park, the IPE is it's exclusively staffed by Indigenous people, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, so it's which is marvelous that although you shouldn't have to say it's marvelous that people get to tell their own stories. That's should be given. And then with respect to the Midway, there are safety considerations alongside with that, correct? That you have to have a certain amount of staff to operate certain rides.
Yeah, you have to have a certain number of staff and they have to be trained on the equipment. So the rides would, the Ferris wheel and other rides would have to be shut down in those times when they weren't staffed.
All right, that's really helpful, because I think, as I recall, the Midway is a big revenue generator for the park now.
It is, and they use it sort of in the after hours as well for rentals that, you know, those positions would support the use beyond sort of the regular admission program.
All right, thanks for the clarification. I'll listen to other people's questions.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Stevenson, you had questions? No. Councillor Rutherford?
I guess I'm just trying to understand to administration, regardless of the amount, how do we factor in FEMCO's revenue into these kind of budget requests? Like, if their revenue's increasing, do they still require the stat? Like, can somebody walk me through that?
We can't, Councillor. In their 4-year submission, you know, where the sort of the base support goes forward, that's where the revenue is calculated. There isn't enough revenue coming in the next 4 years projected to cover the costs of these additional staff positions. The long-term plan is, as revenues increase, the tax levy request would decrease.
What is the projection? Like, what kind of numbers is Fort Edmonton Park expecting over the next 4 years?
Yeah, in the current budget, they're holding the line on.
Sorry, we talked at the same time. Go ahead, Mr. Jevney.
So in the next 4 years, they're holding the line on any increases in tax levy requests, looking at offsetting with increasing revenues to deal with any additional increased costs at the park. So going from about $3 million in 2023 to $3.5 million revenue in 2026, predominantly related to the summer operations. They're continuing to try and expand year-round use of the assets that bring in additional revenues.
Yeah, like the winter market that I had the ability to go to recently was fantastic. That's kind of another example where we wouldn't have normally had Fort Edmonton Park activated in the winter, correct? Is my understanding correct?
Yeah, it's an example of programs and products that FEMCO is bringing in to try and, again, maximize the revenues with the long-term goal of reducing the tax levy required to operate the park.
So this is something that, no matter the decision we make on FEMCO today, will likely be an adjustment. Ideally, if FEMCO is able to continue to increase the revenue, there would be budget adjustments throughout the 4 years in a positive direction.
Yeah, as Councilor Carmel identified, they are coming out of the pandemic, you know, and the 2-year closure. So they continue to try and rebuild their base. They're optimistic on the tourism front. If that continues to grow, that they'll be able to increase their attendance and the revenues with not only the summer programs, but sort of these additional offerings year round. And I would add, things like the IPE are being offered more than just in the summer. They've been open on the weekends in the winter. So again, driving up their costs, but driving up the benefit of having the attraction at Fort Edmonton Park.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Yeah. No, I'm a big advocate for the park. When I was federal minister, I really worked hard with my cabinet colleagues to secure about $50 million for the expansion of the park, right? So it's such a phenomenal facility. But my question is to our city administration, can you explain me why this package was not as part of the funded?
Yeah, 4 years ago when the project was approved, the operating impacts of capitals didn't come forward. There's a variety of reasons behind that, but as FEMCO now the project's been finished and they're looking at what it would take to operate it, they really have identified the need for these positions on an ongoing basis. And they likely should have been identified as operating impacts of capital 4 years ago, but they weren't, so we're here today.
But did this go through the administration's kind of rigorous analysis and prioritization, and this did not make that?
Yeah, it was another very difficult decision.
Yes, yeah.
Mayor.
Okay, so I think I would, I know it's a difficult question to raise to my colleagues, is that if this is the priority for them, maybe one approach could be, as Councillor Rutherford committed, Like, what are we willing to drop out of the packages or the amendments that we have moved forward, right? And if this is priority among those, where would this rank among those priorities, right? I think that's a tough decision that we would have to make if we want these additional service packages to be funded. Something to think about, because I don't know how we're going to get to a reasonable balance in my mind. Okay, that's all I have. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that concludes the questions. To speak? Sorry, Councillor Wright?
Question, so alternate funding sources, I think Councillor Cartmel said he would welcome them. Would council contingency be applicable? No?
Council contingency is only available on a one-time basis.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, that concludes the questions. Any more questions on this? To speak? Okay, Councillor Rutherford to speak.
Yeah, I'll be super brief. I can't support this at this time. Either amount, I think we just had an audit, and there's a lot of work that needs to happen around recommendations from the city auditor and work that's going to be underway, and I'd rather see some of that work completed before I can support more funding in this area. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Rutherford, Clerk, I had to step out when there was an amendment to amendment, right?
There was.
Can you explain that there was amendment, the Councillor Stevenson's amount is lower than Councillor Cartmel's amount,
It
right?
is.
Okay, so we will be voting on Councillor Cartmel's amendment first, right?
Correct.
So, yeah. And Councillor Cartmel will be the one to close on this. Anyone else to speak? Seeing none, Councillor Cartmel to close.
Great, thank you. Appreciate the comments that have been expressed and for sure understand, the very difficult situation we're in and the conversations around those. This is ultimately an investment that pays off. It pays off, in an organization that becomes very close to self-sustaining in a few years. It's not forever, it's for now. So I think that's one element of it. It's a revenue generator in terms of direct revenues for the park, but more and more it's becoming a destination that people come to Edmonton. It's becoming an economic driver. It's becoming something that leverages the dollars that are spent here. So, this support to properly maintain and operate primarily the carnival area, but the Indigenous people's experience as well. An exhibit that is won national and international awards, one that will drive visitors to our city, one that drives recovery in our destination economy, our hospitality economy. So there's a number of things that are not direct impacts to our bottom line, but are direct impacts to the city at large and to those that live within it. So I would suggest that be a consideration as well. I don't think there's anything else that I haven't said already, so I encourage my colleagues to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That has failed. And now we go to Councillor Stevenson's, right? Just hold on for it to come. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That has passed. Okay. Councillor Wright?
Thank you very much. I'm still thinking which one to do. I think I want to bring forward number 55 with an amended source.
Okay, can you Councillor Wright, can you read read the amendment into the record, please?
Okay, actually, I'm waiting for some money to come back into community safety and well-being, so perhaps I will hold this one off until my next. Or would a funding source for this then be the FSR? I'm sorry, that Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased to fund the expanded Community League Support Service Package for $393,000 in 2023, $9,000 in 2024, $8,000 in 2025, and $8,000 in 2026 on an ongoing basis as per page 220 with funding from the FSR?
So you can't do ongoing
From
the
FSR.
FSR.
So if it's ongoing, cannot be FSR,
Okay.
right? Yeah.
Okay.
Dividend.
I'm sorry,
It still takes the heat off of it.
what is it?
So there's still 160 in the dividend. It doesn't totally reduce it, but it reduces it slightly.
So, Mr. Mayor, it'd be really good if we can't
I know,
hear
please.
what's going on up there.
So I would really encourage colleagues to, if you have something to say, please sign up to say.
I will table it as the original tax levy and welcome alternatives for funding
Okay,
then.
thank you so much, Councillor. Okay, that was, sorry, that was second by Councillor Knack. And can you please make the introduction, Councillor Wright?
This package is to allow the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues to continue their work in supporting leagues, supporting community members. Community leagues have been in existence in Edmonton for over 100 years. I think it's touched everyone in every ward. They provide support to the community leagues, offering education, training, and I think it is something that we need to continue or allow them to continue with their work in this area.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, I'd like to make an amendment to the amendment.
Yep.
I'd like to amend it to say with funding from the EPCOR dividend up to $160,000 and from the tax levy.
Second.
Can I just check the dividend was put into what in the main motion as amended on page attachment 1? I just want to get the right wording.
It's in financial strategies.
Thank you. So we'll reference financial strategies, but it's that portion. We'll write that up for you.
So
Thank you.
160
Because
from,
that can be ongoing.
yeah. So 160 from financial strategies and the balance of 393,000 is from
Yep.
tax levy.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Sohi.
And this was second by Councillor Knack. Okay, Councillor Tang.
I have been looking at the community safety and well-being as a source to fund this, and I'm happy to explain why. Perhaps not for 2023, since we have just exhausted that, but there are, I think, there's alignment, and I think we have the source in 2024, 2025, and 2026 in CSWB. And so I guess to the mover, have you thought of that route? So the mover will be Councillor Rutherford, right?
No,
Oh, Councillor.
Yes, I think that would be quite appropriate for those remaining years. Thank you very much, Councillor Tang.
So I guess then,
And I'm just trying to do some quick
If
math
you
here.
want to do that, you have to move, but I will share my objections when my time comes.
yeah, Because if that's possible, then for 2023, I think there's a few places we can pull for one time, including the dividend that was mentioned and the council contingency. Would you be open to that as well, to the mover?
And I think there's still, what, 24,000 left in community safety and well-being?
No, this is,
No, but I'm saying for 2023, after the 345.
No, there's nothing
no,
left in
there's nothing
2023.
in
Oh, okay, I thought-
2023. I'm just talking about 2023. So I guess I'm wondering from finance, is that an appropriate structure? I know it's a little bit messy, but I'm trying to avoid any kind of significant impact
I
on the tax
just want
levy.
to, I guess, if we're looking at any CSWB for this
Mm-hmm.
in any year, I think it would be important to understand under what pillar and tied to what outcome in one of those pillars it is. So a lot of the CSW, when we see CSW
Fair.
as a funding source, we look to that. I'm on this one, I'm just trying to make sure I don't immediately understand which pillar and which outcome in that pillar it would apply to. I suppose it would be well-being, but I just like to, I think we need to confirm that before we identify that as a funding source.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to turn that into a question for me to speak to that component, that alignment component. But I guess maybe to administration in community services, can you outline a little bit more about what this enhanced support? You know, I am cognizant that the community partner is in the room, but I have to ask a question to administration. Because my understanding was that as part of this work, there is some work that was started in terms of recognizing safety, especially for Muslim women, after the series of attacks in the last several years, to build that neighborhood capacity to promote the safety and well-being specifically. And there has been pilot, and part of this is to help to extend that and to continue to help other neighborhoods build that kind of neighborhood capacity for safety and well-being. Furthermore, there are neighborhoods that are struggling with, sorry, I feel like I'm speaking to this, so maybe I'll just end there. I'm wondering if administration can speak to kind of what do you see this package contributing to?
Thanks very much for the question. I think what we see and what we've been told from the EFCL on this is that they will be able to better support community leagues with organizational development, governance issues, something that has historically been a bit of a blended role between our neighborhood services team and the EFCL, but they're taking a bigger portion of that work on. As well, they want to put some more concerted efforts into kind of increasing the diversity of their representation across the city, and so that's the piece of work that I think this package would allow them to achieve.
Right, and a lot of those organizational changes and the support for individual leagues comes from a place of seeing a lot of these challenges, these well-being issues emerging at the neighborhood level, and to help those leagues build that capacity to address it at that block neighborhood level. I'm wondering if you have that understanding as well, Mr. Jones.
I mean, I think the intent is to strengthen those, those volunteer bases in each neighborhood to respond to a number of different, very neighborhood-specific issues. I'm not sure if I would be able to speak
Fair enough.
specifically to anything.
And I'm out of time. Thank
you. So funding source is still the financial strategies as well as tax levy. Okay. Councillor Rutherford? No? Any questions? Any more questions? Councillor Rice?
I'm quick on. Thank you. Community league work, yes, is very important, and I think everybody understand that. And then I would like to pick up Councillor Tan's point. So is there any linkage or from community
capacity building perspective, we can use the funding source and from community safety and well-being perspective. And for me to say that, so I want to ask Mr. Coble 2 questions. So the first question is about, I know we have the 5 or 6 pillars and in that strategy, and I recall the work, the servers and programs community league provided could align with certain pairs, right?
I think it's possible to make a link. I think what comes down to it is where's the priority within that link. So I think, there was reference to the Safer Walk pilot, which was very focused on safety. What I'm hearing, though, is that a lot of this is more sort of planning and figuring out projects. So I really do think my advice would be, I think it's up for council to sort of debate whether it falls within a category and what the outcome is. I don't think, based on our review and all the work we've done, and I'm sort of thinking back to our CSWB grant program that we went through and evaluated, which was very oversubscribed. There were programs that we couldn't fund in that I think are more directly relevant to some of the outcomes in CSWB than some of this. But you can make a link. It kind of depends on exactly what's going to be used for the money.
Then this leads to my next question. Because community leagues, they provide some like programs and services to the residents in the community. And so I think from that outcome perspective, they are what the works they're doing, and then is actually promote the community safety and also promote how we build the community, and then to really reflect the outcome our community safety and well-being strategy want to achieve.
Yeah, there's no doubt there's a general alignment from an outcome perspective, but I have to say I think council is really going to challenge us on showing the accountability of this community safety wellness pillars with the direct outcomes, with the tasks that are in that. So I'm anticipating being, held accountable for the details of those outcomes. And so I would certainly absolutely agree that community leagues are important to the general community safety and well-being. What we've got to do, though, is as we sort of report back on the use of those funds, we've got to be really clear with the outcomes achieved. This one is a little harder for us to do that than something like a very specific safety program. And I hope EFCL understands that I really support the work they do and I value the work they do, but we've also got some accountability we have to show on how we're spending these funds. And that is why we deliberately identified the outcomes and the tasks to achieve those outcomes in the strategy. And so I think if the submission is linked to that very clearly, then it's possible for sure. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the answers. That's
Thank
my
you,
question.
Councillor Rice. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I know with the Arts Council, with the commission, police commission, we were able to ask. I see the representative from EFCL in the room. Can I ask that person some questions?
I think it will be useful for the discussion. So as long as council's good, I don't. But
is it okay if I
I
ask?
just need I need clerk's nod if this is allowed. I just want to make sure the process is properly followed.
I don't like when the process is not helpful, so that's not my intention. So just because I don't know, is EFCL, were they one of the groups that presented on the December 1st or November 30th?
They were indeed, yes.
Then absolutely, because you allowed the same thing from the library and the police commission.
Laura, please come down.
There's a seat up here. Thank you for that patience.
Thank you, Laura. Just because I'm mindful of my time, I'm gonna start my questions while you're getting seated, if that's okay. So you've been here listening for the last couple of days to the challenging budget debate that we're having. I'm contemplating an amendment to my amendment to this amendment. can't believe those words just came out of my mouth. Because I think the giving the EPCOR dividend makes sense on an ongoing basis, but that's 160,000. What would 100, because I don't want this to fail and get nothing, would $160,000 help? And if so, in what ways to the EFCL?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So the pilot project that we've been running the last 3 years was based on 145,000, and we subsidized it at other grant funding of about 50,000. So 200,000 keeps us doing the work that we're doing, and so that includes the online learning portal, all the online training, the mentorship cafes, and the community activation work. That is sort of the core, and I would hate to lose that because we've built so much momentum over the last 3 years. And if we don't get that funding, I think we'll have to cut it. So then we go back to a reactive model of engaging with leagues as opposed to a proactive model, which we've been able to build. I think if we were able to get an extra 100,000, then we could really expand that diversity and inclusion work. That's what we haven't been able to do as much as we wanted to the last few years, and that's what I really think is so critical for us. And I hear, Mr. Corbo and his comments on the community safety and well-being structure, but I really think we have a place in there. And I was disappointed when we weren't included in the strategy, but I think we have some potential, but we don't have the funding behind us to do it. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. So what I'm hearing though is kind of just to reiterate the numbers, just staying focused on the numbers right now. 200,000 is kind of your low bar. That's
yes.
like, otherwise there's going to be deep impacts to the community league ability to support, the EFCL's ability to support and keep our community leagues thriving.
That's right, absolutely.
Okay, I will move an amendment for 200,000 at 160,000 coming from the EPCOR dividend and the remaining coming from tax levy.
Second.
Okay, I think there was already an amendment, right? So I just need to cross-wise. So is this Councillor Rutherford earlier on moved the amendment to have, so
but
she
I can amend my amendment because we suspended rules, right? So I can amend my amendment to the amendment?
No, right.
We didn't amend that rule. We suspended the
Yeah,
rules of
so
the
someone else would have to
I
move
like
that
where you're
amendment.
going, but that's a
So
whole new
Councillor
level.
Rice, would you like to move the amendment that we, instead of, what Councillor Rutherford is moving 160 from EPCOR, 40 from tax levy. Can you move that, Councillor Rice?
Yes, I can
Okay,
move
can
it.
someone second that,
Second.
please? Thank you. Okay, we are clear. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have a question about the $200,000. From what I read, it's an increase to fund the expanded. So is the 200,000, you need the increase of 200,000, or do you have that 200,000 base already?
We would need the increase because this is from a pilot project that has ended this year. And
Okay.
so we need that to keep this work going from the pilot.
Okay, great. That was my only question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Speak or questions?
Questions.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I share your disappointment in not being formally included in the whole CSWB framework. But I'm just wondering, some of the actions that you've already taken with this pilot program, so tying it into the anti-racism, was Sisters Walk and that as a result of some of the work that you've done with this pilot?
The work with Sisters Dialogue was additional grant funding that we were able to receive.
Okay.
And so, yeah.
Okay, and then looking at the well-being pillar, I'm looking there at the leisure access program. Well, isn't that one of the benefits of a community league membership?
Most leagues are part of, they have community swim times. They aren't part of the leisure access program.
Okay, and the connections with the community rec centers? I'm just thinking overall the connection with community leagues and this pillar of well-being.
Absolutely. I think, it's been noted how many programs are run out of community leagues, which are neighborhood-based organizations. Last year in 2021, we had 2,500 programs run out of community leagues across the city. So I think there is some metrics and some outcomes that we can really start getting better at measuring, but there are a lot of ways that community leagues can be used to be hubs in the community that can offer those programs of recreation really locally for Edmontonians.
And you do have some leagues that have not a community hall, but have their center within the rec center, right?
That's right. They rent spaces, they use other amenities. And so we have 125 halls now across the city. So there's a lot of places where people can go.
And I'm looking at opioid overdose prevention. Do some of the leagues offer Narcan training?
A lot of them have been, absolutely.
Okay. So they do contribute to the community in that way. Okay. I know I was looking for funding from community safety and well-being, but if we've got some alternates here provided, I'm fine to go with those amendments.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So we are, okay, just clarification from clerk. So I understand the lowest amount is 160 plus 40, and that's Councillor Rice's amendment, two amendment. Then the other two amendments have the same amount. Source is different.
Yeah, so before we stack, can I just make sure I've actually got this? So the original amendment from Councillor Wright stands. The amendment from Councillor Rutherford and Councillor Knack is to only change the funding source for 2023. Step one, is that the first, you're not changing it on an ongoing basis, just 2023?
No ongoing.
Okay.
The dividends.
That'll be ongoing, yeah.
Yep, that's fine. So my friends here to my left are going to amend line 55.1 to just say, instead of that just being 23, it'll be ongoing. And within that, it is.
A good solution. Councillor Rutherford is going to withdraw hers. Councillor Rutherford is going to withdraw her amendment.
Absolutely.
Okay. Everyone okay with that? Okay, good. So that makes it easy.
So much easier.
Okay.
So the next one, just to make sure again that I've got Councillor Rice's, is that what number is it? Is it we're trying to find the money for the 393, or is there a total reduction to 160 from financial strategies, EPCOR dividend remaining amount, and 40,000 from the tax levy?
Yeah, 160 from.
Yep, got it.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Thank
got
you.
it. Okay, good. So, but we're going to vote on the large number first. Okay. All right. Please vote. Sorry. To speak. Nobody to speak. Councillor Wright to close. Yeah, we always speak to all the amendments together.
We have 10 minutes. I'm going to speak. I'm very pleased with some of the solution finding that's happening currently at the table. As you can understand that there's such a constraint currently happening, and it is impossible to fund everything. So I appreciate some of the creative thinking here by my colleagues. I have always been, in fact, quite critical of the lack of representation and the organizational capacity, and I think it is high time that EFCL has gotten this resource to build that capacity. I've seen some tremendous strides made in the last few years in the space of safety and well-being, particularly forming perhaps partnerships that they might not otherwise have had in the past with Sister Dialogue and doing some of that great work. I can appreciate, city managers' concern about reporting and accountability to that original framework. So I'm not gonna pursue that. I'm gonna drop it, and I think that's fair point, because we ask city staff to work on these programs, and kind of during these times when we don't like it, I don't think it's fair on them to ask them to adjust some of those criteria as well. So I will be supporting the amendment on the table here. I don't even know which one I'm speaking to. I'm just speaking to it as a whole package, and so that is where I'll be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I would like to say very briefly, and then community leagues work and support our residents in the neighborhood. And then, so that capacity, how they provide the program and the services actually volunteer-based. So that means, and it's really on the effort and from our residents to serve residents. And then EFCL from strategic level and to try their best to build that capacity to support the community leagues and specifically with the needs right now after COVID-19, our neighborhood, our community needs lots of program and services and for our residents and connect with your neighbors. So this capacity building by increase EFCL's capacity to support communities and specifics to encourage the new community establishment in the newer neighborhoods, in the developing communities. That's very important to reflect our well-being and then in the neighborhood. So with that say, I know we are under the financial situation very challenging to make decision. So I'm prefer and to go to this solution actually is my colleague, Councillor Rutherford Blood, and go to use a different funding source and at least minimum and to meet the needs and from community capacity building perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Wright to close.
Thank you very much. Thank you for helping me scramble at the last minute to find some funding sources here. Appreciate it. I do think the community leagues do provide so much to our community. They offer places for neighbors to come together. The training that's been provided helps to increase that capacity of our hardworking volunteers. And I do feel that they contribute so much to our community well-being. So I will have to vote in favor of my own motion, I think. But I do appreciate the reduced amounts, and perhaps when economic times improve, maybe we can look at increasing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So please vote. We will be voting on Councillor Wright's amendment first. If that fails, then we'll be voting on Councillor Rice's amendment. Okay.
No, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That has failed. Now we vote on Councillor Rice's amendment.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So Laura, $200,000 has been approved. Okay. All right. We carry on. Actually, not. Maybe we'll table the amendment, then we can take a break. Councillor Rice, you have any amendments, additions?
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
So that is OP 74. Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. That's the Community Recreation and Culture 2023 to 2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $447,000 in 2023 on a one-time base to fund the River Valley Parks and Facilities Heritage Valley Project Development Service Package as outlined on page 185 in attachment 2 of the law number 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding from Financial Stabilization Reserve.
This is seconded by Councillor Principe. Can you make the introduction, Councillor Rice?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Mayor. I would like to say this motion is to address the significant growth and in South Handy neighborhoods area. I would like to give the data factor, and from 2017 to 2021, so our entire city's population increase is 15,621. That's his population growth. Among this population growth, there is 36% and from the area, and this project development will impact. So that is the number one, the top, the fast growth area, and in the south part of the Edmonton. And in this area, there is a very, very little and public amenities. And then plus 2 weeks ago, and the City Council approved Heritage Valley Town Center development project as a whole. That's our city is a developer to do that. Specific around this area is ART station and like a high density area, younger family with lots of kids, and then 2 high school around, and also hospital and future new hospital, and it's just a few blocks away. And then, so that is become the community hub in that location, and for the South Handy, and around 78,000 population in that area, and without right now any community amenities, and then swimming pool. And I think I would like to do that. Oh, okay.
Thank you.
To just get to the relevant small account and for the planning only to checkpoint 1.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Rice. Okay, we will take a break now, and we'll be back at 1:30. And yeah, see you then.
Live from City Hall Chamber.
Are we ready? Okay. All right. I would like to call this meeting back to order and do a roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette. He's at the back. Councillor Tang.
Hello.
Councillor Hamilton.
Hello?
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Jans.
Afternoon.
Okay. Councillor Hamilton, can you move this? Oh, you got the copy?
Yep. I will move an addition to the agenda, that the following be added to the November 30th, December 1st, 2nd, 7th, 9th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th City Council Budget Meeting Agenda, the addition of 17.3, Bylaw 20373, Traffic Bylaw Amendment Number 155.
Thank you. It's only up to December 16th.
Second.
Okay. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Got it? Okay. We're just voting on the adoption of the agenda.
Yes.
Councillor,
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
and Councillor Carmel is here too, if you could.
I'll say yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel.
Okay.
How could it be?
Please, there, it's carried.
Can we just
Okay.
amend the record, Councillor Paquette verbally let me know he was also a yes?
Okay, unanimously carried. Yes. And I understand that city clerk has few technical things for us to, or
Yes.
procedural things to?
Well,
Yeah.
a little bit of yes to both.
Yeah.
So what we're just trying to do is, as we're sort of nearing the end of the process, we always like to take stock of where we're at, in addition to the operating amendments that you still have to put forward. We've just added the bylaws. We have a couple of bylaws, but also friendly reminder that there's still operating impacts of capital. So far I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 8 amendments that would need to be put, as well as a amendment that was passed at some point this week that also impacts the 2022 capital budget. That can't be an amendment. That actually has to be a standalone motion. And then just as a result of one of the decisions that you made last night, there's an additional consideration that needs to be put today. So I have a document. Rather than asking individual councillors to put all of these amendments on the floor, I just wanted to ask your advice. We have a document we're working on with finance. We can provide that to you electronically, as well as officially add it to the agenda so everybody has a chance to see it. But a friendly reminder that it would be extremely helpful if you voted on that at some point today. It is fully reflective of the previous council decisions, but it would be good for you to see this.
Yep.
So you have the full picture, and that's just new information we wanted to highlight for you.
No problem, but when you provide that to us, after that we can add that to the agenda, right?
I'm just going to ask if the CFO wants to highlight anything before we get voted on to amendments this afternoon, because there could be potentially impacts, but maybe not.
Okay. Ceci, anything to highlight?
So I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page in terms of the financial stabilization reserve. And Jody can tell us how much funding is left in there, but it is, I think it's approximately 3.652 million in one-time funding from the FSR. With the decision that you've made on regional transit, we need to have one-time funding to deal with the impacts of that. And so I just wanted to draw your attention to the fact that that would likely be FSR, and it would likely draw you below the minimum.
Got it. So that probably not be an appropriate funding source now for amendments, right? Okay. Okay, anything else? If we could just get kind of where we are on numbers. Yeah.
Okay, where we are on numbers. Bear with me for a second. So for 2023, we are currently sitting at 5.12%, 2024, 5.14%, 2025, 4.27%, 2026, 4.46%. As it relates to some of the fundings, EPCOR dividend now is 100% fully allocated. Financial strategies for rapid housing also fully allocated. Financial stabilization reserve, as Ms. Padbury alluded, is 3.652. Council contingency, 700,000 on a one-time basis, and 126 coming over from 2022 for council contingency. As it relates to community safety and well-being, just give me a second, I gotta pop to a different sheet. What is remaining is 2023 is fully spent. 2024 has 2,255,000, and 2025 and 2026 have just over $5 million each year.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. We are back to Councillor Rice's amendment on the floor. Councillor Rice made the introduction. Now we go into questions. Questions, colleagues. Here we go. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. I guess recognizing the conversation we just heard on amounts, maybe wanted to get a sense from the mover as to the need to fund this in 2023 versus a future year, appreciating what we've just heard, and yet still interested in finding a way to begin that process, but I'm not sure 2023 is necessary, and if we aren't going to be doing checkpoints 2 or 3 to the next 4-year cycle anyways, could could this wait till not this year or the 2023 year?
That is a very good point. Thank you, Councillor Knack. And then give the financial situation what we heard. Yes, I think that could be the option. And then for the planning start not only in 2023. So I'm going to ask a question to the project team as well, and then to get the sense about between the planning and the complete, what's the timeline for that? But that's good, very good point.
Okay, yeah, and maybe, and I guess you'll probably ask variations, but Mr. Lachlan, I just wanted to ask, I mean, I'm trying to think back to sort of the Lewis Farms process, and, you know, it's taken about a 10-year process, as we know, but also appreciating, I was thinking back to Councillor Salvador's motion in capital around 101 Ave, and you don't want to start things too early to set expectations up and then be disappointed, but would it make sense to be not the first year of this 4-year cycle, but like the second or the third, and how long would this body of work take?
Yeah, and I welcome comments from Jennifer or Roger as well, but yeah, from a PDDM perspective, I think if there's a consideration that the future checkpoints related to the advancement of this project are in the next budget cycle, this being pushed back makes a lot of sense, especially from any sort of engagement, managing expectations with community around timing. So the closer you can have the sequencing of checkpoint 1 to checkpoint 3, I think it helps in terms of managing expectations and the engagement activities that correspond to each of those.
Okay, that's helpful. I'll think about a potential amendment to the year for this, and I guess there might have to be a conversation on the funding source, but I'll let the others ask questions while I reflect on that.
Okay, but if Councillor Rice is okay with that amendment, you'll be okay with that? It could be friendly too.
Yeah, I think the only piece just in my remaining time is just figuring out whether we do 24 or 25, but I'm hearing maybe 20.
Yeah, 20, what I hear is 25, right? Or in that last part, right? Okay,
yeah.
Good. Councillor Rice, go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. And so the first question to the administration, and so what's the number of recreation center across the entire city with swimming pool?
I'll have to get Roger to answer that. I'm sorry, you're on mute, Roger.
My apologies. I believe we have 21 swimming pools, Councillor. But that's going from me.
No, specifically, and then swimming pool and in the recreation center. I ask a recreation number, like how many recreation center we have, like city-owned facility.
Yeah, I would say with the 21 swimming pools, we've got 5 at the larger community recreation centers that have been built in the last 10 years or so.
So can you describe that picture where those large recreation center with swimming pool attached and the building which neighborhoods, which ward?
Yeah, they were built in sort of the last round of the rec facility master plan that included Clairview, Terwilliger, the Meadows, Commonwealth Stadium.
Okay. So it's all far away and from the location, and this amendment try to do. So it's out of that 5 kilometers and 15 minutes, right?
Yeah, both the Meadows and Terwilliger would be the closest ones, and I believe they're both more than 10 kilometers away.
Yeah, I think the middle one will be like around like the 20 to 30 minutes drive as well. Thank you for that. So next question is about, I know we follow the PDDM model and for an infrastructure. Between the planning, the first baby step, and to the construction started and finish, and averagely speaking, and how many years will take?
Really tough question to answer, Councillor Rice, because as these progress, and the Lewis example was a good one, there are times that it gets brought back to council for consideration, additional direction, additional scoping, additional engagement. But as Councillor Knack said, it was a 10-year journey on those farms. The program or the rec areas that Roger referenced, with council at the time, there was a really clear commitment of implementation as quickly as possible. So, those ones happen quick, in a quicker fashion, a 5-year sort of time frame. But again, just one that recently was approved by council. It was a long journey for Coronation as well. So it really depends on council decision points. It could be as quick as 5 to 6 years, but it can take as long as 10 years to get to that point.
Get to that construction point started.
Correct.
And is not include construction period yet.
Correct.
So that means if the planning, the first step for the planning never started, and that means we push this to 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, and it's specific for the area actually is a fast growth in area and then across the entire city.
Yeah, and I think Councillor Knack's question about, finding the right sequencing from a timing perspective is an example of that if you miss a budget cycle, then you're on to the next budget cycle, and that's sometimes the challenge of planning for these projects.
So I recall that you mentioned that public engagement piece, and specifically, it's my understanding, and then when we develop a city plan, when we develop community amenities framework, and also city has a program, integrated and collected communities, spatial program, and all those type of program and city plan and goal strategics, since you're already based on the public engagement, the intensive public engagement already done. So is that understanding correct?
So yes, lots of engagement through city plan, lots of engagement through the supplementary rec strategy, and either Jen or Roger can speak to that degree of engagement in terms of priorities.
Yeah, significant engagement, Councillor. We would need to do specific engagement on what amenities would go into this facility. And my experience has been, if there's a long lag between when that research is done and when there's a capacity to fund it, we often have to go back and redo that work as priorities change over, if it is a 10-year period between this checkpoint 1 and when there will be funding available to build it.
Okay, my time is out. Thank you.
Thank you,
I may
Councillor
have more questions.
Okay, Councillor Knack?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So just hearing that, and I think from a practical perspective, it would probably make more sense to say 2025. So I'm going to amend this motion just to have the starting point 2025 and not 2023.
Got it. Councillor Rice, is that, you consider that a friendly, changing the year from 2023 to 2025?
So if I consider it friendly and then we don't need to put an amendment? Okay, sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Perfect.
Okay.
So
Then
to
that's
save
it
the
for me. I
time.
think
Got
that
it.
makes sense.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you. I was just wondering if this planning proceeds. I know we've had a number of conversations about our strategic approach to rec facilities, sort of the larger versus the smaller dispersed facilities. I just wanted to clarify what paradigm this planning work would be done under, and how we're sort of moving forward with that policy conversation.
Yeah, Councillor, I think we would follow the direction we received in May when we brought a report to council about the sort of the scope and scale of the next round of rec centers. We also have the Dr. Ann Anderson Community Center on the same park site, which is in partnership with Edmonton Public Schools that provides some amenities. So we would balance the amenities that are already there with what might go into a new facility. But it would be the smaller scope and scale, but still looking to do a small multi-purpose rec center.
And can you remind me if we will be having sort of a policy check-in in the next couple of years in terms of that overall recreation master plan?
I don't think we have one scheduled in addition to the sort of the policy check-in we did earlier this year.
Okay, I'm just wondering if it makes sense to to consider this in subsequent years when we do maybe have more of a policy conversation about that. And my apologies, it could be that we've had that check-in and I just need to but I don't know that I have a clear picture in my mind about what our rec facility plans look like moving forward. But I'll consider that.
I think the last
Oh,
check-in was 2019 when there was sort of a whole rethinking of the approach that we use on rec centers.
Okay. Okay, well, thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice?
Two follow-up questions. And so in terms, I understand that my colleagues mentioned that's a strategy, and then that's important for us to have that further discussion. And then I just look at the timeline. So I think because the timeline, if we push to 2025, that means we still have the time and to interpret or integrate any policy change and into that planning purpose. Specifically, if the plan cannot be put in place and in this budget cycle, that means we have to push to the next budget cycle. That means how we to help achieve that 2 million and high density area and for the high growth area and to waiting for. Oh, thank you, Mayor Sohi. So can I ask administration to comment on this, and then so how, because that urgency and importance, how that important and to the impact this project moving forward.
Yeah, to repeat, I think challenges with these longer term sort of decisions on projects, if pushed, it does mean pushed into a future budget cycle. It means that you're delaying that decision and then sort of creating a compounding effect in terms of decisions related to the larger investment from a capital perspective. And then to your question related to, if there's an adjustment of policy, how does that impact this? I think on the basis of what this type of work would be, which is that initial programming or the business case or the strategic component to the future decision around a rec facility, it can accommodate any of those policy discussions on the basis of the type of work. Once you progress past this point and then there's policy changes, that's where it's a little bit more challenging for us to accommodate.
So what I heard, it's better we have the planning and in the place and to accommodate that policy and discussion as well.
Correct.
And okay, that's very good to know. And then my next question, and is about. I understand the OP12 we passed and to request an administration to identify additional $300 million for specifically, particularly, and $240 million to transition to the council's priorities and core services. I just want to get the confirmation, and then like this type of recreation center and community amenities, and then is part of that review, or how that could be together and to look at. I just want to get sense from there.
So I think we would look at all aspects of our services across the corporation to see where reallocation could occur. So I don't think we would take out of that mix looking at recreation centers. But this recreation center is a capital project. And so if you're ultimately looking to build this recreation center as a capital project, I would maybe just remind council that you are short on capital funding sources at this point, including the use of long-term debt.
So now what I heard here, and because right now this amendment is just to request operational budget and for the one-time basis only, is not capital. And then what I heard between this planning and then even get into the construction capital project funded will take about 10 years, average speaking. So I think I want to focus on back to specific this request, and then to look at. I think I saw Mr. Coble coming here. Maybe this question.
Yes, sorry, I'm late.
This question I can refer to you and to. So I don't know if you heard my question.
No, I didn't. Sorry.
So I can repeat one more time. So my question is about, and then because your request to identify $240 million and to reprioritize some services and in the city. And then I just want to make sure either direct the priority area of the core services and will cover this type of recreation center or community amenities, and for the first step and for the planning only, and not capital.
Yeah, thanks, Counselor. I think, I think I've answered similarly to some of these throughout yesterday and today. I think with that service review, as we've been instructed by council to talk about high priority areas, I think, you know, recreation and some of these are some of those, so it'll be considered. And of course, it could be one of the options when we get to the transition of not doing things to doing things as part of the 240 million. It could be one of those options that is presented as part of that review. But at the end of the day, it'll be up to council.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Rice. So that concludes the questions. All right, so now to speak. Please sign up to speak. Seeing nobody, Councillor Rice, sorry, Councillor Knack.
Yeah, and sorry, I know I wanted to just jump in and say thanks for being willing to change this to 2025. I think we've learned enough from these rec centers, and I heard Councillor Stevenson's piece earlier that, you know, I want to do that policy work, which is why 2025 makes a lot more sense than trying to do this in the first 2-year cycle, and I want to keep the process going, but just in a practical way. So that's it. I'll support it with the change in the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rice to close. Councillor Rice to close.
So thank you very much, and then so really appreciate all the conversation, the clarification as well. I do know and heard very loudly and clearly in this high density and then developing neighborhoods, fast growth area in South Edmonton, and really need the services, and because the demanding there and due to we're under services. And then with those faster growth and we don't have the matching services to serve the people and Edmontonians who live in this area. And specifically this area, as I mentioned in my introduction, and then there are many other projects and around this area, including the new hospital and including the schools, and also including Heritage Valley Town Center, and for the south, for the entire South Edmonton, and is underway. And then I think put this in the planning stage, not consider the construction capital right now, and at least give us the clear sense. So what's this area our city wants to develop, and how we match or in line and with other development to ensure that systematic development and in place, and also to give the opportunity and for the people who live in this area and have the access to our city's basic services. What's lack of in that services is there is no swimming pool, and not even like the playground in that area. There is no even basic community amenities to meet the people's daily life for their quality and enjoying and walking and in that area. So I know we are facing the financial strength here, but I appreciate Councillor Knack and changing the time, and then we can give that 2 years later, say how our financial situation can change. But at least at this moment, we can give the hope, give the insurer, say this is under city's the first step to planning, and then we don't know how long it will take for the future. We don't know what type of recreation center will take, because there are so many factors could impact that, how that be designed, how that be constructed in the future, like many other larger recreation center. And then for for this budget cycle, and I look at what our city council move direction to, we actually have 3 recreation centers in this budget, and then to get funded, and for the construction period. But this one is just to get into the planning, only one-time basis. So I encourage my colleagues to support it, and then because everybody in the city and specific many people and in the growth area, they deserve the same access and to the city's basics and to meet that city's vision and 15 minutes and 5 kilometers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote.
I'm a no.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We're waiting on 2 votes.
No.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
I'm a no.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, next is Councillor Paquette? No? Councillor Principe?
I don't have any more, thank you.
Councillor Knack?
Yes, sorry. I should have had it ready. My fault, my fault. Here we go. That'd be 67. And I guess there will have to be a quick conversation because I think we only had 3.6 or 3 in the FSR, so I'd probably have to reallocate what is within the FSR versus putting it into a below minimum balance. So, so maybe if it's okay, I will just on the fly. What's the remaining in FSR?
It's probably 3.15 on the basis of that last motion.
Okay. So I think what would be likely in order is that the source of fund, that 3.15 million of the Edmonton Police Service Healthy Streets Operations Center funding for 2023 and 2024 be changed from community safety and well-being to multi-year funding from the Financial Stabilization Reserve.
So if you're using 3.205, that's what's
That's the number, yeah, absolutely, yes. Thank you.
Okay. That was, sorry, just on, okay, moved, that was moved by Councillor Knack, second by Councillor Wright. Councillor Knack, please make the introduction.
Yeah, I mean, just, you know, we've talked about this a lot. I had mentioned when we first talked about this that I was originally going to want to make a motion to have this funding come out of the funding that would be allocated to them in the funding formula. For a variety of reasons, we're not doing that, but I do still believe very strongly that we shouldn't be using community safety and well-being money, which was set up for proactive solutions, to be used towards a reactive solution, albeit a slightly more proactive reactive solution. So this is more of a cleanup, and quite honestly, I think there's a number of other items, amendments on our list here upcoming that do fall within community safety and well-being, where that money could be used to help start advance that now. So, and why we changed the amount is obviously I don't want to go below the minimum balance that we should have for the FSR, because I don't think that would be responsible, but I do feel if we're going to use one-time funding, it's more appropriate to come out of FSR than community safety and well-being. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rice, questions? Oh, that's from the previous, okay. All right, Councillor Wright.
Hi, didn't I just hear with the updates that the FSR we need to keep aside for the possible regional transit?
So at this point, anything approved, if this passes, anything approved after this has the potential to draw you below the minimum.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Any more questions? Seeing none. Sorry, Councillor Cardinal.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
No worries, go ahead.
To Ms. Padbury, draws us below the minimum, including holding something for regional transit or not?
No, whatever you need for regional transit is what's going to draw you below the minimum.
So this takes us to the minimum?
Yes.
And any regional transit outcomes take us below the minimum to that amount?
Correct.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Any more questions? Seeing none, Councillor Mack to close? No, nothing to close. Please vote. Please vote.
Did it go? Can I
The
get,
vote has gone, but we don't have.
can I get tech support then?
Yes,
Possible?
we will get them.
For now, I'll vote yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. I'm also yes, and also need tech support, please. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Next, Councillor Rutherford, no.
Yes, I can move to withdraw, or I guess I don't need to move to withdraw. Sorry.
Which one you want to withdraw?
I'm going to withdraw I'm just sorry, I wasn't expecting my name to come up so quick. The Humane Society one, and
I believe that's 66.
It is 66, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So that's withdrawn. Got it.
Okay. And then, can I still move one, or is that my turn? If it's my turn, I'll come back next round.
I think so. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I will also move that the social development 2023.
Which number is it, sorry?
Sorry, it's OP 63.
63, go ahead. Yeah.
That the social development 2023 to 2026 operating budget be increased by $300,000 in 2023 and ending in 2026 on a multi-year basis to fund the kids' cottage with funding from the tax levy.
Okay, this was seconded by Councillor Knack. Please make the introduction, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. I think we've heard a lot about the kids' cottage and the great work that they do. They rely on a lot of donations, and they're seeing their demand increase. There was recently a Facebook page, a story that was shared with me by one of my executive assistants on Northside Hub that talked about a woman that had just been evicted with 2 young children, and everybody was recommending for her to go and use Kids Cottage. Like, this is real world stuff happening right now in our city. And I know the situation we're in, but again, similar to my other one that I put on the floor, and I just couldn't in good conscience not at least put this on the floor for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, I really appreciate you bringing this forward. My only question is, and it could be to administration. For me, this falls very squarely within community safety and well-being. It's crisis intervention that I think not only helps in the moment, but we know that so many children that end up in care end up in our judicial system or homeless. The percentages are horrifying. So do you think that this would be a good candidate for that fund?
Yeah, I do, Councillor.
Okay, well, I will move that if it's friendly, even?
I don't know what you're moving.
Oh, just that we switch it
Funding
to
source to be
community
community
safety and
safety.
well-being as a funding source.
Sure, is that available in 2023?
Yeah, 2023, no. Oh,
Okay.
oh yeah, now then, yes, of course.
Yeah, because of the
yeah,
shop.
Yeah, yes, yeah, good.
Yeah, that's friendly.
Good, that's friendly. Good,
Great.
got it. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
So this is a one-time funding, right, Councillor Rutherford?
It's actually multi-year for the 4 years.
4 years, right? Okay. The to administration, like the services that Kids Cottage provide, in my mind, are absolutely necessary. But do they fall within the purview of the city, or do they fall within the purview of the province? Like whose jurisdictional responsibility it is to make sure that when kids are, abandoned or houseless or they have no place to go, whose responsibility is it? The city's responsibility, is the province's responsibility?
Well, the province does have a Ministry of Children's Services, but that I think is for when children don't have guardians. But when there is a guardian in place, gosh, I would have to have the team look into that.
Okay, so I'm going to declare my conflict. So as you know, Mr. Mayor, I'm the vice chair of this
Oh,
board.
yes.
Okay, so I'll declare that right now, but I would just simply answer your question on a fact basis.
Yeah.
They do receive funding from essentially child services from the province.
Okay.
I'll just put that on the table.
Yeah, but we have not ever provided funding to the Kids Cottage.
Yes, we have in the past.
We have?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. In 2017, FCSS provided them with $100,000 on a one-time basis to support parents in developing positive relationships with children, addressing difficulties that they're having through the negative conflict.
So we have provided funding through FCSS. That's a selection process different than this process.
That's correct. I would also note that they do have a current application sorry, that is, strike that one.
Okay. So that is my concern, that we're venturing in. I love, like I consider Janine a dear friend, right? And I'm a big, huge supporter of the Kids Cottage. But I'm really nervous stepping into an area that is not city's responsibility. So I just need some. That's the concern I'm raising. I don't know if administration has any comments to make on that.
I would just offer that the city leverages many not-for-profit and different organizations across the city. And when you think about a CSWB lens, poverty is one of those pillars.
Okay.
So from that perspective, it isn't a stretch, but I do recognize the jurisdictional tango that you are all trying to figure out with the many needs that you're trying to address.
Okay, and okay, I'll speak to it when time comes. Okay, good. Okay. Take the chair back.
Chair returned.
Councillor Stevenson to speak or to speak? Anyone else? Councillor Rice?
Thank you. Thank you, and I agree with my colleague, Councillor Rutherford, said that is our city situation right now. We do have the kids and the babies and in needs, and even I personally donated to this organization as well. My question, but I heard Mayor Sohi talk about our jurisdiction authority. I was wondering the question to Mover. So if you could clarify how this $300,000 for 4 years, so that means $1.2 million calculated, what is the spending scope, what outcome or the problem we are going to solve use this $1.2 million from CSWB.
I think that right now, Kids Cottage is just spending a lot of time and energy on fundraising and accepting a lot of donations. They are accept baby formula, clothing, all of these things, and that's taking a lot of resources, where this funding would allow that to be more, them to focus on the real work of helping the children, rather than trying to raise money to help the children. That's what I would say.
So what is the capacity, existing capacity this organization have and to leverage the funding from different order of government?
As was mentioned, they already do get funding from the province. I don't know about their federal funding, but I think, as we have said, I don't think addressing social issues falls on any one order of government. I think it's a collective responsibility. And so I would be concerned if there was no provincial funding. This is just augmenting the provincial funding.
So do we have specific data and demonstrate the needs? For example, like how many, like existing, how many kids? And then, so I just want to get a sense from that, the demanding and for that needs perspective, how we can address that needs from this funding purpose.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get to my notes on specifically Kids Cottage. I was going to use for more my closing. Right now, Kids Cottage is estimating that they're turning away about 1,200 kids in need each year due to lack of resources.
Thank you for that information. And the next question go to Mr. Coble, our city manager. So right now we're changing the funding source. And specifically from this CSWB framework and the strategy framework, which pillar specifically will align with this request?
I think it probably aligns with a couple of the pillars. Well-being, I would say safe and inclusive spaces would be another one. And I'll see if Jen wants to support as well.
Yeah, and I would just offer in and out of pathways in and out of poverty. So I think there's alignment with at least 3. And then the crime and crisis, because I believe that Kids Cottage also does provide some crisis response for some of those families.
Another question, I'm not sure this question. So I recall we just passed another one is called crisis reduction. And is there anything overlap who is there or? So that is another amendment. I recall we passed for operating budget, but I don't have
For crisis diversion.
Yeah, I think you passed 24/7 crisis diversion
that's
as part of the
different.
omnibus. This is a crisis nursery, I believe.
So it's different. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, just a quick clarification, because Councillor Knack and I are really testing our memories here, but I recall Kids Cottage came in the last 4-year budget and asked for money outside of FCSS, and we did approve it, and it was relative, like it was around this amount of money, I think. So I'm just pulling up the last 4-year budget as sort of finalized, and it was definitely like there's FCSS funding for sure, but there was a council decision on this. So if someone could go back and maybe check that or look at the minutes, because maybe we didn't approve it for that reason, but we're really like we remember something. Yeah.
I can confirm, that they did receive $16,500 in 2019 from CIOG. I will check to see if there's a larger amount. We're confirming with finance right now.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Tang?
Mr. Corbell, when is the next round of CSWB grants for 2023 open?
I don't know, and I don't know if anybody else does.
We are checking.
Okay, I mean, will there be another round? Is that the structure? Like every year there's a open period, people can apply, seek alignment, or is it more on a ongoing, like a rolling basis?
I will confirm. I don't want to. Yeah, I'll get that back. I'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, for sure.
Best I can.
And I think in their presentation, I remember there was a I mean, they also have pillars of work, and then one of the work, because this is mostly crisis, but there is a pillar that is about preventing families from falling into that stage again. So so I didn't quite catch the full FCSS funding, but I'm assuming that's kind of what that piece was for, right?
My apologies. Thank you. To repeat again, the FCSS funding that was provided in 2017 was $100,000 on a one-time basis to support parents in developing positive relationships with children, addressing difficulties they're having, causing negative effects on their family, and positive parenting.
Okay, yeah, right. That's what I thought, and that's only one time, and you don't know if they apply for this 2022 round, or anything, any record like that.
I don't have record on them on this 2022 round, but I can confirm.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I'm happy to speak when the time comes.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to offer an amendment that we make this one-time funding for 2023 from council contingency and advocate to the province to fulfill their funding needs for this program.
Second.
Okay. All right, so we have amendment. Okay. Any more questions?
Sorry, just friendly reminder, council contingency, just the 1 year. Thank you, just wanted to check.
So $300,000 for 2023 coming out of the council contingency, right? Okay. Okay.
With the addition of advocating to the province to fulfill their funding responsibilities. To be specific, that the mayor write a letter on behalf of council.
So that's a subsequent?
That would be a subsequent, so I'll hold on to that one.
Yep, so we're just gonna adjust, if you can just give us a second, we're gonna adjust the amendment to make it a one-time funding from the 2023 council contingency.
We could send Gord. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay. I think it's understood what we are looking at, so I don't see more questions. We will be voting on Councillor Rutherford's amendment first. If that fails, then we'll be voting on Councillor Paquette's amendment. Now to speak, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This, I think there are a range of challenges that we see in our community that can be linked back to the gaps in the systems that we have to support families, and particularly children who are in crisis and may not have access to other resources. While I recognize there's a strong mandate from the province to be in this space, the very long-standing, very historical system that exists is one that is focused largely on apprehension. When kids can't be fully supported in their home, they are removed. That has profoundly negative impacts on those families and children, and ripple effects through our whole community. I think the Kids Cottage model is an incredibly important antidote to that by providing a place that parents can turn to in crisis, where they don't have to worry that by flagging their vulnerability, they will lose their children. Their service is excellent, and I think that this very small investment has huge return on value in our community and for the lives of those individual children. So I would strongly encourage my colleagues to support Councillor Rutherford's original motion. I will very happily support a subsequent as well for further advocacy on this. And again, thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am absolutely 100% in spirit supportive of what Councillor Rutherford has put forward. I think she is correct. It is everyone's responsibility to ensure the safety and care of children. is absolutely a moral imperative, but we also do have levels of government with legislated responsibilities for a reason. Which is why my amendment is that we do fund this for 1 year to see if the province will step up. If not, we should revisit this, and I have no doubt that it would be fully funded for even longer. I have absolutely no doubt of that. But we need to give that space instead of just running cover. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of the Landlord and Tenant Advisory Board. But, you know, once you take something on from the province, they will never take it back, ever. And we just keep adding on and on things that are not our legislated responsibilities and getting less and less from the provincial government. It doesn't make sense. Basically, we have to get that money from property tax, which, as we all know, is not an equitable tax the way that an income tax is. It's all related. And Councillor Stevens is right. Child services, over 50% of the children in care in Canada are Indigenous. I think in Alberta, it's somewhere upwards to 70%. So there is an absolute dereliction of duty going on here that, you know, let's throw in the federal government on this one too, because there is a reason that there are that many Indigenous kids in care, and that is because of the legacy of the Indian Act, residential schools, and economic enforcement. And limits to the ability to participate in the economy, to participate in government, to participate in organizations, to even hire a lawyer. These things have knock-on effects. And I understand this intimately. There was a time when my mom was a single mom with 5 kids, and we had child services at the door constantly, despite my mom being able to provide very wonderful care. It was very touch and go. They would come to our school to talk to us alone and feed narratives to us. So I understand this, and I understand the need. But we also have to, at some point, start with our policy and with our budget decisions, holding this provincial government responsible for their responsibilities. Because if we don't, who will? So I want to fund this, but I don't want to give the province another blank check. And again, if they don't step up, we revisit it. I have absolutely zero doubt that we fund this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Wright? Sorry, Councillor Tang. Sorry, Councillor Tang.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think just in addition to all the jurisdictional concerns that Councillor Paquette has outlined, I will also say that if we are truly indeed serious about getting involved in children's services, I think granting and programming alone is not enough, and we need work on the policy side as well. And are we willing to dedicate city resources to work on the policy and building up our own children's services team? Currently, we don't have any, and I will hate for us to take on this responsibility and for staff to work off the side of their desk on yet another very complex, heavy load of work. So that I don't see that coming with this amendment or anywhere in this budget, and I will be very concerned about that. Much in the same way that I was quite concerned about the drug poisoning one, which is something we have reluctantly taken up, and if we do, then we should do it, you know, in all seriousness. And I think the other piece I really struggle with throughout this budget cycle is, you know, we all have, there's lots of great causes out there, there's lots of great organizations out there. I myself too have many charities and not-for-profit civil society organizations I will love to see them move out of their state of struggleness for stability and a greater impact. But I do think we have set up processes. I think this is a great program to access the community safety and well-being grant program through the proper channels once the cycle opens, as well as some of their preventative FCSS components. I will encourage the organization to seek those opportunities. I think at the end of the day, you know, we have formal ways of creating processes for groups to access funds, resources, and we also have informal ways that we have set up, like during budget time. And I think that invariably perpetuates inequity. And I find that extremely problematic. Again, I fully on side with much of the work that is being said, and this is in our realm. There are absolutely channels that we can access. I will not be supporting the amendment on the table, but I am happy to support Councillor Paquette's follow-on amendment. And I will also encourage during that period, it's an amendment to amendment and subsequent, but I will also encourage that even with a one-time funding, I think it's important to work out actual sustainability plans so that organizations don't have to keep coming back during budget periods and asking for funds like in this way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright.
I too am concerned with, I guess, that we're opening the floodgates if they're not yet already open in providing funding to different organizations. And I'm just wondering, through the OP12, could we also be looking at how we can maybe refine all the other different programs, all the different grants and funding, so that we can make sure that these ones don't fall through the cracks and they don't have to keep coming back to for budget requests. I can't support Councillor Rutherford's, but I will definitely be supporting Councillor Paquette's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
It was so difficult to say no when you know the impact such an organization at Kids Cottage have on kids, saving kids from crisis and providing them the necessary support. And I have been a huge supporter of Kids Cottage, and I know people who work there, and I admire their work and the dedication, and they have been given so much to the community and to kids and to the families. So it's difficult to say no, but I think we need to draw a line somewhere that how much can we do in social services? How much can we do for children's services? How much can we do for shelters, ending houselessness, ending mental health trauma, ending addictions crisis? These are all provincial government's responsibilities. And if they're not going to step up, do we have the capacity to fill all these gaps? That's my struggle, right? So what I'm going to do in this one is probably support Councillor Paquette's motion with the understanding that one-time funding will give the organization some capacity to maybe build a sustainable plan for funding. Would love to assist in whichever way I can with advocacy to the province. But it'll be one-time funding in my mind, right? If advocacy fails, and then community would have to hold the province to account for their responsibility. I would not be supporting beyond 2023 if it comes to us, even if the advocacy fails, because it's not, really my heart aches, but this is something not, we don't have the capacity, we don't have the jurisdiction, and we should not be stepping into provincial areas of responsibility and federal areas of responsibility, right? So, yeah. And I'll take the chair back and go to Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to compose myself. The Kids Cottage Foundation operates 3 core services: an emergency crisis line that operates 24/7, 365 days per year, providing emergency triage, information support, and referrals to families in crisis. A crisis shelter program offering trauma-informed support for emergency shelter care for children ages 0 to 10. And follow-up programming providing support to families post-shelter and providing warm handoffs. Their emergency crisis line alone has seen an 83% increase in calls over 2021. And as I mentioned in my response to Councillor Rice, turns away approximately 1,200 children each year due to lack of capacity. The funds of $300,000 that we're talking about here enable an increase in support staffing for the crisis shelter, provide and maintain repair funding for the crisis shelter, and have shelter equipment, materials, and expenses and supplies to ensure children's needs are met, including clothing, medication, infant formula, and food. I wanted to start there. I hear all my colleagues' comments, and I would have agreed if this still said the tax levy. If the other motion had failed, then this had still stayed on the tax levy. But this is a direct hit with community safety and well-being. And we do have $3.5 million in that account now. And this is $300,000. I used to work for the Office of the Child and Youth Advocate with the provincial government. I understand very well challenges with the child welfare system. And I understand very well the systems that need to change to help our children and youth. Childhood trauma is one of the leading correlation, causation, whichever you want to say, with youth interaction with the justice system. So what I say there is that youth that are interacting in conflicts with police, vandalism, almost 100% of them have childhood trauma in their past. That's a direct hit. Just there. If you're thinking about long-term solutions, and like, yes, it's crisis, it's reactionary, but that is a long-term solution right there, is mitigating the trauma that young children in our community are facing right now. And I get the idea of the provincial jurisdiction, but I don't know if it floats as well with this one, because there are only 2 or 3, we can't remember the exact number off the top of our heads, so we're trying to do our speaking notes, emergency nurseries like this of its kind in Canada. In Canada. So not every province even has this. Domestic violence. This is sheltering kids from seeing domestic violence. This is sheltering kids. We talk about community safety and well-being. I could go on and on about how this is a direct hit. We have $3.5 million in this fund, and we're going to play jurisdictional ball, pass the ball, with children. That's not fair. I hear that. That's not fair.
Absolutely not a fair comment.
Okay, I lose my words when I get emotional. I'm trying to keep it together, and I apologize.
I know, I understand.
Redact that comment.
Yeah.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Please vote. We'll be voting on the Councillor Rutherford's motion first.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Next, we are going to
Nope.
Yep.
Councillor Carmel? No.
Yeah, this may just be more of a check-in, but I'll bring forward number 37. And I'm going to need some clarification, but I'll read this in to start with anyway. And that's that the social development operating expenditure budget be increased by $178,000 in 2023 on an ongoing basis to fund the Edmonton Sports Council. Operating support service package is outlined on page 189 of attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding from the tax levy.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. This was seconded by Councillor Paquette. Can you please make the introduction?
Yep. So this service package, I think, was put forward in alignment with what was passed in the omnibus with the operating grants. And I think, and this is where I'm going to need some clarification, that the intent was, or not the intent necessarily, but the thought was that if the Edmonton Sports Council took on the actual evaluating and determination of grants under the CIOG program for roughly half of the program, then they would need these dollars in terms of operating supports. However, if they were to, if these grants were going to continue to be co-managed between the Sports Council and administration, then this ask could be $42,000 less, which would take it to $136,000. So I think first I might need admin to just confirm that I've summarized that correctly. The reason I say that is because the CIOG has been approved, but to a level of roughly a quarter of the ask.
Councilor, I believe they're asked with the 176 was for one FTE and some additional programming dollars, and the one FTE would have spent about 25% of their time administering the grants. So I'm not sure it was just the dollar figure precisely, but a chunk of the time of the new staff person, which, depending on what happens with how the CIOG reduced program is administered, they may or may not need that capacity.
Right. Is it okay, Mayor Sohi, if I just ask Roger some questions?
Oh, please go ahead.
Yeah. Mr. Jebny, I don't know if you've had any further conversations since the omnibus was passed one day this week. Forgotten.
We've certainly talked internally about, what that may mean with the reduced program, but no decisions or no really recommendations for you about how we would administer that. But it would seem to take, a chunk of that smaller program and turn it over to the Sport Council may not be as effective as when it was, at its previous levels of, I think, about 1.6 million for sport.
Right.
If it went down to 400,000, it may be more beneficial to continue under the Community Services Advisory Board.
Yeah, I apologize to my colleagues. There just has not been time to have these follow-up conversations, so I would have asked these offline. I think what I'll do is withdraw this amendment.
Got it. Good.
And we can explore it later. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carmel. Next. So if you're withdrawing this, do you have anything else?
The only other one I had was the triathlon support, so I would bring that forward. And with some hesitancy, and I'll explain that. Can I proceed with that one?
Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
Okay. So that is number 39.
Okay.
And that is, I'll read it in, that the Community Recreation and Culture Branch 2023-26 operating expenditure budget be increased by $500,000 in 23, $125 in 24, and $575 in 2025 on a multi-year basis only to fund the Due North bid for Professional Triathlon Association Canadian Open Service Package, as outlined on page 10 in Addendum 1 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding from the tax levy.
This was seconded by Councillor Knack. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Carmel.
Thank you. Once again, understanding the tensions and the limitations we are under, and I'm not certain if this particular amendment would align with any other funding source than the tax levy. I hesitate on that, but happy to take advice through questions on that count. My hesitancy in withdrawing this, if I can say it that way, is this. Effectively, the same group is trying to raise $4 million in support of the Coronation Rec Center. And also, in addition to that $4 million, a bit of a slush fund and operating fund for their own purposes. So they're trying to raise in excess of $4 million and raise their own dollars in support of this triathlon and other events that Due North is putting on. They are moving to a model. They've got a 20-year learned experience in hosting and putting on events, and they're slowly building a bit of a resume where they're being tasked and hired to, on a fee-for-service basis, organize other events in Edmonton and in other places, but that's not fully blossomed yet. So I'm a little worried that if they don't have the support for the triathlon, that they're trying to raise yet more money to support their events and support the rec center. And or these events don't go forward and we begin to some degree anyway, unweave the support for the rec center, at least that portion of it that is aimed at higher levels of training and of activity. I don't know all the ins and outs, to be honest, but I do know that the triathlon group and the Argyle Velodrome group together will potentially have some part of operating portions of the Coronation Rec Center when the time comes. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Questions, colleagues? So, Councillor Wright, can you take the chair?
I'm the chair.
Just want to understand, like, if this doesn't pass, would there be? I just want to make sure that vote against it at this time does not prohibit it to be coming back in other form. Okay, so there's 1 year limit, right? If something's, I just want to understand that aspect, right? From Aileen, right? So, like if we are on OP 39,
Yep.
right? What I want to understand is that if this fails, can it come back in spring or some other time, or is this 1 year term, 1 year limit that you cannot bring it back?
Yeah, so, and apologies, I think there's lots of people in our dock, so I keep, every time it keeps moving and I keep losing it. So what Clerk Storlaws was just checking in with me there, so this is we can just jump out of it for a second. It's a multi-year budget adjustment. If council defeats it today, you can't bring the same decision back again in 4 months' time. I mean, that's, if you permit that, and these are your decisions, not mine, then every decision that you've made in the last 3 weeks can just be undone in 3 weeks' time, which I don't think is what you're trying to say.
Yeah. So, okay, that's like there might be other opportunities as we get through the 2023. So that's my worry that if okay, maybe I'll go to Councillor Cartmel to probably explain that a little more. Councillor Cartmel, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe to Mr. Jevney. I mean, if spring SOBA would be too late. Would it be too late for next year's event?
Yeah, I presume it would have a negative impact on the 2023 event, but you may still be able to consider the 24 and 25 requests at a later date.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I'll withdraw this amendment. Maybe it'll come back later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Okay. Now you have withdrawn this one too, right? Do you have anything else?
That's all I got.
Okay. All right. Okay. Councillor Wright.
thank you. I'll start off by withdrawing 44.10.
44 point,
Couple other versions.
just hold on. 44.10, that's okay. Economic screens industry?
Yeah, there's a
That's
couple other versions in there,
Okay.
so I'll let the other counselors
Okay,
do that. And then I'd like to pick up number 56, please.
56.
And with a slight amendment to the funding source.
Go ahead, can you make the introduction?
Yep. I just got to double check my wording on my funding source. Whoops, wrong phone. Okay, so that the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased to fund the tripartite amenity assessment service package for $413 in 2023, $6,000 in 2024, $8,000 in 2025, and $9,000 in 2026, as outlined on page 221 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, on an ongoing basis, with funding from a reallocation of the existing base budget for the Community League Infrastructure Program grants.
Okay, can you, so this was seconded by Councillor Knack, can you, probably have to explain that. Can you please introduce it?
So with the new tripartite agreement, I guess it came into play that we needed to take a look at our community league facilities, so our community halls, our rinks and whatnot. And so this part of this work has been underway, and what they want to do on is over the next 10 years, assess, just like we've done with our City of Edmonton facilities, is to determine sort of where they are as far as condition for public safety, accessible spaces, and just making sure that they are a thriving public asset. So like I said, they've already done some work in this regard, created a dashboard so that both the city and EFCL can access the information and to show where the investment where the condition of the assets stand. I'm just going to read something from Laura with EFCL, that the Community League Infrastructure Program, where the funding is being requested, was created as a result of Stantec reports done in 2010. This program was intended to be used by leagues to do the repairs and upgrades recommended in the Stantec reports. But while many leagues have completed the recommended work by using this grant, others have not. So in order to ensure that the CLIP grant continues to be prioritized to essential league facility repairs and upgrades, this service package proposes to do the infrastructure audits, including all the amenities on licensed land as per the new tripartite license agreement, and priority will be given to leagues that have not accessed the CLIP grant in the past 12 years or have did not have a Stantec report completed back in 2010. I have already spoken as well on the funding source in community services, and they feel that this is an appropriate use of the funds so that the facilities or community leagues know what needs to be done for their facilities when they do access the grants.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wright. Questions, colleagues? Councillor Tang?
Thank you very much to the mover for changing the funding source. To administration, so to clarify, the Community League Infrastructure Grant is really about upgrading physical assets that leagues own, and it's approved on a granting basis. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And consistently, every year, would you say this program is fully maximized?
So the utilization has changed quite a bit over the last 10 years, year to year. On average, it would be about 20% or so unutilized on a yearly basis, and there are a number of reasons for that.
Can you name some of the reasons?
Certainly, because this is often focused, the size of the projects can impact that. So if we don't have a full project that we can utilize to bring it up to the top of the level, for example, that may leave extra amounts at the top.
Is Laura on the line at all? Madam Clerk? If not, that's okay too.
Just taking a quick look, I don't see.
Or perhaps Colin?
No, I don't see her, Councilor.
Oh, that's okay. It's too bad they've been here for so many days, not here for this moment. So I guess with the service package then is to, because I imagine, when you say that some of these projects are not, some of the leads are not accessing it, they might not know what they have or don't have. And so then the goal of a service package like this is to do that baseline assessment and help leagues who may otherwise not access this program at all, access the funds to upgrade their physical asset. I'm just trying to validate my understanding here. Yes.
I think it would be a fair assumption that this could help with awareness of the program.
And I just wanted to also make sure that there's a space for the full amount here. I know there's some hesitation because, certainly don't want to interfere with any projects that might need the actual grant dollars from CLIP to do whatever they need to do. Is this, so I'm glad that the mover checked with administration about appropriateness of the funding source, and I just wanted to, double check with administration that that's okay.
Thank you for the question. I think given that this is amenity assessments, it would certainly fall within the spirit and intent of that program. As to whether it would take away from other projects, there certainly is a potential of that. As I noted, the utilization rate does fluctuate year to year, and that fluctuation can be substantial. So it's possible that could be the case. However, one could also note that perhaps these assessments would allow that funding to be more targeted.
Yeah, and this is ongoing, so I hope that there will be an opportunity to kind of assess, with the support of the service package, is the CLIP fully maximized? And if it does become that, hopefully there's an opportunity to reassess and evaluate this as a funding source. Do you see that as a checkpoint at some point down the road?
If it was council's desire to revisit that, I expect that council could direct that revisitation.
Okay, maybe I'll just ask that to the mover. Would you be open to that? I'm not looking to amend the amendment or anything, but, would you see opportunity to reevaluate the source at some point? So that it doesn't interfere with leagues actually accessing the fund?
Definitely, yeah. So maybe for the first couple of years and then, so then as there's more need for the CLIP funds, then we could draw back from what the EFCL needs.
Yeah, and hopefully this helped to close some of the inequity that might exist between different leagues who might be more resourced than others.
That's right, yeah.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And just to
Councillor
let you
Wright,
know,
you have questions?
I do have questions, but I'm
Go-
just waiting for Laura from EFCL to come on the line. And Councillor Tang, did you still want to ask her? No, you're good? Okay.
Do you have questions to administration in the meantime?
I do, actually. So I'm just wondering, because of the tripartite agreement, what's the city's commitment to it, to working with the community leagues? Is there any financial commitment that they've put towards this?
David, do you have anything to offer for this question? He was just on the line. We might just have lost him.
Okay.
The tripartite agreement is a land agreement for community leagues to be able to operate their buildings and facilities as well as programming on the land. I don't know, I don't think there's dollars for EFCL, but it's not related to the tripartite agreement is my understanding, but I'm hoping someone could confirm that.
But I'm just wondering on this facility assessment, if there was any contribution that the city was working with the community leagues, besides providing the funding, which is huge.
I do know on the facility assessment side for looking at greening community league buildings, there is some work that the environment team in planning and environment services has been doing with community leagues, and perhaps if Kent or Chandra on their line, they could provide some more details on that program.
Yeah, Councillor. So we do work with community leagues on some of the greening aspects. I don't have the details in front of me of the extent or the amount, but it has been a program we have worked with them. Previously, it's not large dollars, and it is for smaller projects that help them green their facilities.
Okay, thank you very much. I think Laura's having difficulty getting on to the meet. So I won't have any, I don't think I'll have any further questions right now.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. And while I'm very supportive, I saw a lot of looks from finance while the funding conversation was happening. And so I was just, felt like they had something to say, but nobody's spoken up. So
What we understand this motion to be is that EFCL will use a line item in their budget to do this program. So I'm not clear on how this is a budget amendment, because there's already a line in EFCL's budget for Community League Infrastructure Program. And it sounds like we've already done the allocation on our side to EFCL. So you're just allowing a different use that seems to be within the program. So I'm just unclear on how to adjust the budget for this.
So can I ask the mover a question to sort that out?
Okay, it was my understanding that the funds were actually held with the city and administered by the city. So that's why it came forward this way. So there's no, so EFCL is totally free to use.
I think Harm may have something to say.
Yeah, just a slight clarification. So the funds are held with EFCL, but the program is administered by the city. So we help them administer the program.
So you're kind of asking for a program change in a program that is already in the budget. So we don't need to amend the budget.
Okay, so this is kind of
do you need to amend the program, like?
Yeah, so it's more of policy work, program work that needs to be taken off out of the budget process through
that can just be done
subsequent or something.
Yeah.
Okay, you want to withdraw it?
Sure, but I was told through community services that could be done. Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right, okay. Yeah, it's withdrawn. Okay, all right. Where are we? Councillor Rice?
Yes, I have one.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I would like to move this one is OP 33. That at Edmonton Public Library 2023 to 2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $1,109,000 in 2024 on an ongoing basis to fund the Edmonton Public Library Heritage Valley Expansion Service Package as outlined on page 225 in attachment 2 of the Law Member 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01394 with funding and from the tax levy.
Which number was it again, sir?
OP
73?
73.
Got it. Give me 1 second. Page 14, got it. Thank you. There was a second by Councillor Knack. Can you please make the introduction, Councillor Rice?
Yes. So this is the same area, South Handy. And then with the 36, number one, a fast growth area in the newer neighborhoods and the developing community. The demands and for the library service right now and it's significant. Around 80,000 populations, there is only one, they call the mini library on the street mall to serve surrounding neighborhood with that huge population. And also, and is outside the scope of the 15 minutes drive and 5 kilometers and to any other existing libraries across city. So when I was speaking to my constituents back to summertime regarding the budget, and some of them told me the library actually is a community place, and with the consideration there is no community league and around that location, then with no and then city-owned facility and community amenities, like for example, recreation center in that area. So this library and becomes a place, and for many families and then kids and schools, specifically after school, and then we have 2 schools around that area after school hours, and for the kids gathering here and for the parents and families getting here. So this intention is just get limited spaces expanded to respond to the demanding increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Questions, colleagues? Questions? Seeing none, Councillor Rice, you want to close? Or you have questions to administration?
I do have a few questions.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The first question, I don't know if there is any delegation from Library Online.
They are on the call.
Great. So I do have question and to library. So specifically, and because right now, can you provide more information and then in terms of the community needs, and also is there any other funding source and in the base budget we approved for the library and can leverage and for this purpose, for this expansion purpose?
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Yes, with the Heritage Valley, we currently have a location that's put in place in 2018. Since that library location opened, our EPL Go location opened, we've more than doubled our services that we provide there. We currently are seeing a tremendous uptake in our programming in the areas of our Sing, Sign, Laugh and Learn, our total circulation, our customer visits are exceeding some of our smaller branch locations. We don't have libraries in the near proximity of it. I think the 2 look closest is White Mike Crossing and our River Bend, which is about 10, 11 kilometers away. So we have a fairly underserved neighborhood. We are anticipating continued growth area. So, our small locations certainly can't serve our community appropriately in that location. This is a temporary location that we've established because of not being able to locate a permanent library, which is our end goal. And our interests are to look at trying to be part of a co-located library recreation center, which we understand may be built in the distant future. So this is our opportunity to provide a bit of a stopgap to be able to deliver our services to the community.
So thank you for that. And then the second part of my question is about, is there any other funding source or funding line in the library-based budget could be leveraged for this purpose?
As we presented to City Council, we've made every effort to look at ways in which we can fund our services. This is something that we don't have resources for. We currently do have the resources for the smaller location. So there is about $700,000 that we have in the budget, but it's limited for the smaller location. Our interests are to expand it so that we can cover the cost of our building, and also to add staffing so that we could staff up and to provide those services to the community. And I see Ms. Martinez is online, and I'll let her add any further information that can help you in understanding or responding to your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything else? And then Mr. Martinez, you would like to add?
I don't think I have anything else to add beyond what Gaston just spoke about. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Wonderful. So I do have one question to ask Mr. Coble. I think it's a similar question. And then if this amendment this time is not passed, and do we still have opportunity to revisit and in the spring sometime, or during that service review reprioritizing process?
Yeah, and I would say it's really back to what the clerk said before on the same question a few amendments ago. And I think this is further complicated by, it's not something I would do. It would be, we would follow EPL's priorities. It's really up to EPL to set those priorities, and that we wouldn't sort of try to change those or review those in any way. We would follow their priorities and submit that to council.
But yes, but to be clear though, if this is defeated, then cannot come back for 1 year.
That's my understanding from the clerk, in these decisions,
Yep, so your bylaw is really crystal clear that decisions can be revisited after a year. Or after an election.
Yeah, so if you want this to be considered sometime in the spring or fall of 2023, good idea is to withdraw this, not take a chance. If you want to take a chance, then you have to wait another year to bring it back.
So then my question, may I?
Yeah.
The time is out. So then my question to Mr. Coble is, when you identify that additional $240 million, and then are you going to reconsider any decision already made in this budget, no matter it's passed or not passed? And because this will impact so many components in this budget.
Yeah, so that's to be determined, but what I anticipate bringing back forward to council in the first meeting when we talk about what's in and out of scope, I would suggest to council that any budget decisions made in December would be out of scope for the review because you've just made those decisions. And I mentioned that during the debates for OP12. So because why would we do a bunch of work on something that you've just approved in December for the budget? So that'll likely be my first category of out of scope, any budget decisions that were made in December.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I really want to say a few words, may I, before I withdraw. Take another turn. And then I do,
because we usually don't explain why we're withdrawing.
Yeah, so I don't want to lose the opportunity for this location and then for future expansion, because that is a very important service for the people who live this area. And if we have to wait for 1 year, come back, I'd rather withdraw right now to be reconsidered in spring or other time.
Got it.
Or for, okay.
Good, thank you, Councillor. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, you have anything else?
No.
Okay,
That's all from me.
all right, Councillor Salvador?
Yes. So it is, let me just get the number. 079.
079.
That the Community Recreation and Culture Branch 2023 to 2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $4 million in 2025 on a one-time basis to fund the Edmonton Ski Lodge Replacement Service Package as outlined on page 12 in Addendum 1 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding from the tax levy.
Okay, so this was seconded by Councillor Paquette. Councillor Salvador, go ahead, please, make the introduction.
Yeah, thank you. So I think at this point we're all fairly familiar with this project. We've heard from the Ski Club and a number of its partners, including the Indigenous Sports Council, Folk Fest a few times now about the vision behind the New River Valley Outdoor Activity Center, and most recently we heard from them at the budget public hearing. For me, I've been really impressed with the Ski Club and its partners for rallying behind this vision and carrying the project to this stage. At this point, they have secured $6.6 million in federal funding for the building, which is net zero from the Green and Inclusive Community Buildings program, and have been working with city staff to advance this project. The activity center will be a long-term solution for the Edmonton Ski Club and Edmonton Folk Music Festival. It will provide space for programs and events, meeting rental spaces for local community groups, as well as year-round opportunities for recreational arts and culture groups. And of course, it will be easily accessible from the LRT. And yeah, I would just highlight that this is one-time funding starting in 2025. So I will leave it there and have some closing comments as well, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Questions, colleagues? Questions, Councillor Tang?
I guess question to administration. So this is really critical to match their federal funding, correct?
That's correct.
And it's about 6 million in federal funding?
Yeah, 6.6 million.
6.6. And so if this does not pass, Edmonton loses $6.6 million of federal, essentially, infrastructure dollars. Is that right?
Yeah, the federal funding has to be spent by 2026, I think, in the spring. So their ability to raise that additional $5 million from other sources is not likely.
Sorry, can you just say that last part again?
If this wasn't funded, I'm not sure what other funding source they'd be able to secure in that time frame in order to fill the grant.
At that scale.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a hard one. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Rice?
To administration, for this $4.4 million, how much impact our tax rate?
Approximately 0.2%, and then it would come out again the following year. So it's only one time, so it would go up in 2025 and come down in 2026.
So only go up on 2025. Like, what is the current tax rate for 2025? Like 4 point something like that.
4.27.
4.27.
Yep.
Okay. So the next question is about yes, we have the federal government funding, and that funding will last to 2026. If this is not passed, does that mean federal government funding will take back, or the organization still can do the fundraising to match that contribution from federal government?
Councillor, it needs to be fully expended by March 2026.
by federal government.
Yeah, so the construction would need to be done by that time.
And is there any contribution, like fundraising efforts, and from this organization to match that funding?
Yeah, they have application into the province, and they're certainly looking if there is a gap to fund it. If council approved this, we would enter into some sort of funding agreement with them that wouldn't release our funds until they had the balance of the project funding in place.
So that means this is not, does that mean, if this is not passed, does not mean, and then they will lose the federal government funding. They still have opportunity to get other level government funding and then to move that project away.
I think it would mean they would lose the funding, Councillor. I'm not sure for sure if there has to be a matching municipal piece. But certainly through all their efforts, I don't think there's another source of the 4 million. As I said, they're seeking provincial funding and then some additional fundraising. But I think without our piece, the 6.6 million federal would be at risk.
Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just not sure I understand. Is the ski lodge owned by the city?
Yeah, Councillor, the previous lodge was owned by the city. With the funding council provided earlier, it's been demolished and the trailers are in place. We're working out the legal arrangements on the new lodge, whether it would be owned by the ski club on city land, similar to community hall, I think is the way we're headed on this one.
So it has been demolished already then?
Yeah, it's been removed and the temporary trailers are in place.
Okay. All right. Thank you. My other questions were answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Just want to check with the mover if mover will consider a friendly amendment to make the funding up to $4 million instead by $4 million, because that will, if they are successful in provincial application, if they're successful in community fundraising, then that could be less than 4 million. Would that be, you'll be okay with that?
Yes, I think that's friendly.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that's all you need to, because that there are efforts in a way, right, Roger? That province, they apply to province, and they do some community fundraising as well.
Yeah, just to be clear, it'll be booked in the budget at
Yes.
the top amount.
Yeah.
But as with anything we approve, if we can get it for cheaper, we'll turn it into a surplus, especially with OP12.
Yeah, and also like it's understood, then it's more clear to the community as well, right? That expectation is that it could be less than 4 million.
Correct.
Right, so.
And if I can just advise that the total project cost is 15 million. So just to give a line of sight about what the full cost is. Thank you.
Got it. Okay. And I will take the chair back. Councillor Rice?
Orders.
Oh,
Like we're.
yes, 3:27. Okay, we'll take a break. Take a break, and we'll be back at 3:45.
Live from City Hall Chamber.
Okay, we are back. I would like to call this meeting to order. Do a roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang.
Hello.
Councillor Hamilton.
Hello.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good
Councillor
afternoon.
Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
All right, where were we on the list of questions? I think Councillor Rice, you were on the list, were you not? Go ahead.
I have two follow-up questions. The first one, I heard from Mr. Koval, you mentioned we still keep the maximum amount on the tax book, on the, not tax book, on the budget book, but that's still reflected in our tax rate, right?
Correct.
The second question is the risk level and how high the significant, medium, or lower, and if city's contribution for this $4 million is not in place.
Well, I would probably, for the project to carry on, I would say it's high. I think it's pretty key to leveraging the other funds.
So with that said, and then the potential and could be, we keep the highest amount, and then when the organization and then have the different financial capacity and fundraising or other type of funding, and then so we still able to pull the money back. Is that correct?
Well, I think I would, if this decision passes, I would see it as a commitment from council to use up to that amount, but I think we would work with the organization and we would help them advocate with other funding sources, because the more successful they are in that, the less of our money they would need is the approach that we would take.
So what is the project timeline to finish?
Roger, do you know that?
Yeah, 2026.
So 2026 is completed all the constructions, everything like that?
Yeah. Yeah, they would like to get into construction, I think, in 2024. But the project, I mean, the design work would advance as soon as they secured all of the funding.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Thank you. Any more questions? Seeing none, to speak? To speak. Can we please sign up to speak?
Can I just say, instead of signing up, it's a process.
Process?
It's a process to sign up. I'll sign up.
Huh. You were so serious asking that question. And I thought it was really a serious question.
It was a serious question.
Okay, Councillor Paquette, go ahead.
Hold on. There we go. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the reason I second this motion is because we already have federal funding. And if anyone knows anything about this, about the philosophy of this ski lodge here, it's that it's community-based and it's open and accessible. And so it's not just for one community, it really is for all of Edmonton. And we've got a new model for maintaining this in the process. And one thing to remember is that this is not just for skiing. This is a facility that will be used year-round. And it will also help with some of our bigger festivals, like the Folk Music Festival. And so this is actually a solution to a lot of the different pressures right in that area. So the fact that this is really firmly in what cities actually should be doing, as opposed to what we have been sort of pushed into doing with our budget, I would love to see this go forward. And that's just my opinion. I think Councillor Salvador will probably have something very interesting prepared.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Salvador to close.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I would echo a lot of what Councillor Paquette said. The Edmonton Ski Club and the Edmonton Folk Music Festival have continued offering really valuable programming at a key Edmonton recreational hub. And reflecting on what we heard from speakers at the budget public hearing, this does go far beyond just skiing. We're talking about supporting arts and culture, various school groups, free play for kids, and other nonprofit organizations that serve not just the immediate communities, but as was mentioned, folks across the entire city. And yeah, I thought one thing I might share, the Outdoor River Valley Activity Center will actually allow for the delivery of more than 2,000 recreation and instructional opportunities free of charge to vulnerable community members as well. So I thought that was an important one to highlight. And when I look at this and how it aligns with our commitment to fiscal responsibility, it will not have an impact on city finances in 2023 or 2024. Between now and when funds are released in 2025, I think we're all planning to strengthen our fiscal position, and by making this commitment now, it will allow the Edmonton Ski Club to maximize funding from other orders of government, which is a model that is well in line with our approach to our budgeting process. So I will leave it there. I'm really excited about the prospect of this as well. I think the social and economic benefits that it's going to bring to Edmontonians will be really fantastic. So I'd encourage my colleagues to support this. Appreciate the conversation today.
Thank you, Councilor Salvador. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We're just waiting on 2 votes. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Next, we have Councilor Tang.
Maybe I think I have a few to clean up. I'm gonna withdraw OP 46. It's the EFCL tripartite amenity assessment, since it was just discussed.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna put on the OP 44.
OP 40.
44.
Yeah, got it.
That the Economic Investment Services Branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by 1.2 million in 2023 on a multi-year basis ending in 2026 to fund the funding for Edmonton Screen Industries Office service package as outlined on page 237 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01394 with funding from I don't know if there's any left in the financial stabilization reserve, so I'll just restate that to the tax levy.
So that changes to tax levy. And this was seconded by Councilor Paquette. Councilor Tang, please make the introduction.
Yeah, so it's actually great to see that not only myself, but there's a few others who have also put similar amendments forward to support the screen industry. There's 3 of us, I think, that we see the value in a strong screen film and digital media economy here in Edmonton. The amount here I put forward isn't the full that the service package is asking for. It's based on their last year's, or I guess this year's annual operating funding. I know that the office will like an increase, but, I think that certainly isn't possible. Simply because we don't have enough resource to support all the growth there is right now. But I do think it is prudent to maintain that level for quite some time. you know, I think, I know it's a, you know, we're kind of at the point in this budget deliberation where anything can put forward is a real challenge in that decision-making process. And I think for this one, I just ask my colleagues to really think about how much do we care about the screen industry? Do we want to expand on this sector? Do we want to expand the support of the sector? And I think as we've heard during the public hearing that many municipalities do have dedicated city municipal resources in this area to support this particular unique economy, I would say. In fact, I would say in Calgary, they've actually really doubled down on that resource recently to build that out. I'll have more to say in my closing, but I think maybe that's where I'll start, noting that this is particularly critical because if this doesn't pass, the office will cease to exist. And I'm happy to verify that, but as far as I understand, we fund pretty much over 90% of its operating funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Knack, questions?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Sohi. I just want to double check, was the Screen Industries Office always funded on a one-time or a multi-year basis and not ongoing?
So if I can, at the last 4-year budget,
Yeah.
what you passed was a multi-year.
So it was never ongoing?
No, it was, I believe the last budget recommended ongoing and it was changed to multi-year, which is why we didn't go back and include it as ongoing.
Okay. All right. And then I think so I mean, I guess that's the question now is, because I know one of the part of my amendments is, the more important part for me is the ongoing, and I guess I just want to get a sense from administration. It does seem like we are getting value from this organization. They have had economic success. They have, I think about even just The Last of Us filming, which that alone probably more than paid for itself, let alone anything else. But do we have any concerns that they're about how they're operating right now based off what we have?
We don't, Councillor Knack, and they brought a report forward to committee in January of this year that outlined all of their successes that they've had, and they've continued to deliver on economic development outcomes in our city.
Do we work with them very closely in terms of, so when they're attracting these larger pieces or doing some of those investments, what's sort of your engagement with them?
Absolutely, we work very closely with them. They're they're part of Team Edmonton. They work with Explore Edmonton, Edmonton Global, as well as city administration.
Okay, great.
Yeah, Councillor, I'd just add that, I often have a bit of a roundtable with all the CEOs of these entities. They're always there for sure, and they're a critical part of it. Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. I've been really trying to focus on leveraging opportunities and, where opportunities where the city can invest a small amount that can be sort of multiplied out. So I'm hearing some of the broader economic, positive economic impacts that this office has. Do they, I think I heard, so our contribution represents the vast majority of their operational funding? Like, have they been able to leverage other grants or other orders of government, support from other orders of government, or is that not typical in this industry?
I know that they have worked. We are their primary funder, though. I don't have any data on what they've been able to do to leverage, I would say, our dollars, municipal dollars, for other levels of government. But I would say is they've been very successful in leveraging municipal dollars for private investment in our city in terms of getting films here.
Yeah, that's helpful. And just in terms of, again, some of the other conversations we've had with external agencies, is there a business model that sees them becoming self-sustaining? Or is the expectation that if we wish to have a screen industry office, we will always be funding that?
I don't know if I have the answer to that question, but I'd say we do bring like an annual report to executive committee on this, and this could be part of the next annual discussion if that's the will of council.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Oh, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you. Just to double check with the clerks, I can amend a motion I seconded? Yep, okay. So, based on Councillor Knack's questioning, I would like to amend this so that instead of on a multi-year basis, it's an ongoing basis, because it actually makes absolutely no difference to this budget if it passes anyway. But it does give certainty and surety for this industry.
Second.
Okay. You just trading positions, second, first.
Sorry,
okay.
to confirm, was that considered friendly, or
It's
do
a
you want to
friendly.
vote on
It's a
it?
friendly.
Yeah, friendly is fine with me.
Yeah, it's a friendly. Okay. Okay. All right. So that's it, Councillor Brigade?
Just to speak.
Okay. Councillor Tang, questions?
Yeah, I guess just on that piece about attracting private investment for filming here, and of course they also do a lot of other non-film type of digital work. Can you just remind me what is the ROI on this?
That's not a metric that we have for the Edmonton Screen Industries Councillor. I can give you some data in terms of what the opportunity is for being able to land more investment in our city. For example, the film and TV production volume in Canada has been increasing. It's worth $9.3 billion, and there was a 5.8% increase from the last data point. The video game sector has also been increasing in Canada, and so that is another area of growth in our city that I know the Screen Industries is very dedicated to, and the virtual and augmented reality space has an estimated value of $16.8 billion in the U.S., and Canada is expected to have some of the fastest growing rates in that area. So it's really about Edmonton and Edmonton businesses being able to seize this opportunity in those three spaces.
Right, and currently within the city corporation, we don't have, we don't necessarily have like a dedicated FTE or a team, like kind of like in Calgary where they have that team. Right now, all of that resource is in this external but affiliated office.
It's all external, yes. We just work with them on a coordinating, facilitating role.
Yep, okay, no, that sounds great. And then just that in terms of Councillor Stevenson's question about, is this typical? And I do recall Tom talking about other municipalities as typically municipality funded. I'm wondering if there has, or do you have any more information related to how other cities operate?
I don't at this time.
Okay, I mean, perhaps if this is indeed an area of interest, maybe that's something we can certainly just take a better understanding at. Anyways, I'm ready to close when the time is appropriate.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wright, Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please? I have to go. I agree with my colleagues that this office was created by the city and it needs to be sustained on a long-term basis, so I do support this. But I do have questions around overlap between this office with Explore Edmonton, with Edmonton Global, and these are three organizations that focus on marketing, works of promotion, attraction, and all that, right? So the challenge we're giving you, Andre, is to really look into streamlining service review and all that, right? Have we looked at, how do we kind of, have we applied that kind of lens, or do we need three different organizations? Do we need, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I would say, Mayor, that in specifically with these three, we do. They're quite distinct pieces, I would say, with distinct expertise. Having said all that, of course, as you know, we are kind of reviewing some of the ABCs, but
okay.
But I'm very comfortable with these three in particular right now, and that they may. There's not duplication across those lines, and I would argue that if you were to consolidate them, you would still need the people that are the expertise in each of them that are doing. They would just be sort of consolidated. But I think it would be harder to sort of, coordinate that activity. I'm very comfortable with where those three are right now.
Okay, well then let me move to my next question. Maybe consolidation in that sense may not be, but maybe co-location, where there's more interaction with each other, right? And have those kind of efficiencies looked at, like why are they all located in separate buildings, right? Why could they not be located in one building? So there's natural interactions within personnel and
and on that one, I'd say we do that from time to time, especially when leases come up for the different buildings that they're using. Having said that, and we sort of collaborate and work with them on that, but they also have, these are sort of arm's length entities, and they do have their own boards that would normally look at that.
I know.
But I do know that they collaborate, and I often see them working together. And I think we did, just got a chat here, we did specifically look at the overlap when we were setting up Explore in 2019. So that sort of reviewed specifically in 2019.
Yeah, we have like 4 organizations that focus on economic development. There's, Explore Edmonton, Innovation, Edmonton Unlimited now, and the global, right? So I think so that's the reason that I'm asking about those efficiencies of all these organizations. I know they work together. They're great organizations. I'm not anyway saying that they're not doing a good job. They're all doing great work, and we need to support them. We're just looking at some synergies.
The other thing I have to add is that we have very recently, as a group of CEOs, we're having this discussion, we're collaborating, and we're kind of meeting on a routine basis to talk about this kind of thing. So, I wouldn't say we have a project to review it all in place, but we're definitely working on how we work together and integrating and making sure we're not overlapping and duplicating. So things like, and you've seen this before, who's going to Ottawa and why, and do we all need to go to Ottawa or can we go together as a team, that sort of thing. We're really continuing to enhance those protocols.
That's good, that coordination happening. I know we're going to be talking about it later on the Jerry Forbes Center, but that's nonprofit. There's a model that they have 19 organizations within one building sharing, human resources services, accounting services, and all that, right? So that's those kind of ideas are kind of coming out loud in my mind.
Yeah, for sure. We can look at that, and I would say our mechanism to do that is through our funding agreements with them.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, that is all I have. I will take the chair back and.
Sorry to
Clerk?
interrupt. Can I just confirm with Councillor Paquette that what we have up there matches your intent for that friendly amendment?
Looks good.
Thank you.
Okay, now to speak. Oh, sorry, Councillor Rice, you have questions? Just speak.
I have a quick question.
Go ahead.
The quick question is about, instead of this funding from the tax levy, is there any other type of grant our city and we have to support the business, support industrial, like this specific development? And then what type of grants are available, and then we can just leverage?
I'm not sure if there's another funding source. Stacy might need to weigh in on that.
I think this is your only funding source at this point in time that could be ongoing.
So I'm not specific talk about funding source. I'm looking at it strategically and from spending perspective. Do we have the grants program in place to support business?
Oh,
And
yes.
then organization can apply for the grant. And because right now, based on what I'm reading here,
Councillor Rice, yes, we do have grants that are direct business supports as part of our business retention and expansion program in Business Friendly Edmonton. However, they're not to the tune of $1.2 million. $1.2 million is used to actually stand up the Edmonton Screen Organization, and we're their primary funder. The city is their primary funder.
So this is increase for the operating.
1.2 million actually would probably be considered a decrease to their operating. It's what they received in the last 4-year budget per year, but it doesn't include anything like increases in salaries or inflationary pressures that they have also been experiencing.
So this is not increase on the top of base budget. So
it's status quo. They do not have a base budget into the next 4-year budget cycle, but this is what they received in the last 4-year budget cycle per year.
Per year is $1.2 million.
That's correct.
And so for next 4 years.
That's correct.
So for next 4 years, that means it's like $4.8 million, and it will be increase in tax levy.
Yes.
But wait, sorry, we increased the tax levy once for the $1.2 million in year one, and then it's in their base. So they get $4.8 million over the 4 years, but you only need to increase the levy once.
Okay. So then what is a maximum grant we issued to the applicant?
This is not a grant application. This is the amount of, or a maximum grant that we give to a business. It really, I'm trying to think through the downtown construction grant program would have had some of our maximum grant amounts because that was 5 years tax deferral for a number of developers. I don't have that number. It was 10 projects and $20 million.
10 projects, $20 million. So for that grant.
And it had a leverage ratio that was quite large, at 20-1.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that information.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Now to speak.
No, Councillor Knapp.
Oh, Councillor, questions? Speak.
Oh, it's already on?
Yeah.
Just,
Okay.
just a procedural note, and I think you may all know this, but we do need to have the vote on 44.2 happen first because it has more of an impact.
Just hold on. Okay, so 44.2 is so we'll vote on that first. And then 44, right?
Yes.
All right. And, but so who will close then? Karen will, because she moved the amendment, right? Even though it's a lower amount. Okay, okay, good, okay. Okay, now to speak. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was right out of the gate. I will say I hope that folks vote for Councillor Knack's amendment. I made an amendment in the other motion or the amendment, just as a safety, just in case Councillor Knack's failed, but I hope it doesn't. So this is a request for a nominal increase with a very significant potential impact on the health of our screen industries. As we just heard from Ms. McCabe, Alberta's film industry is booming right now. In 2021, Alberta's overall production volume doubled from 2020 and is continuing to grow again this year. And we know that the majority of that economic activity is going to Calgary right now because Calgary has been consistently investing in their film industry and their film commission for decades. But we can be the beneficiaries of this economic activity if we stay the course. We're relatively new at this. ESIO was only created in 2017, spooled out from when we used to actually have a conglomeration. But we separated it because of the distinct and separate needs that each organization had. Look at what we've seen already. Just last month, I was invited to speak at the closing ceremonies for IAVE, an equity-seeking mentorship program specifically geared towards uplifting BIPOC producers in Canada to become distinct storytelling voices in the global marketplace. These creators were matched with faculty and organizers from all over the world. It was an event to celebrate the hard work of the producers and creators participating in the workshops over the last year and to help facilitate connections between producers from across the country and local contacts in the industry and fellow producers. It basically makes our local industry stronger. Not only does film production directly employ a wide swath of artists like film, crew, actors, musical composers, and visual effects professionals, but it also supports other areas of the local economy. As Councillor Knack mentioned, back last year when HBO shot parts of The Last of Us in Edmonton, they all stayed in hotels. They ate at local restaurants and shopped at local businesses. They took cabs. They rented equipment and vehicles from local companies. All of this is really, really good for our city. In fact, a rough estimate, every dollar spent by film producers in the Alberta economy generates $3.50 in local economic activity. If we can continue to build a local production scene and attract major productions to Edmonton, we will continue to see this uplift. ESIO has presented us with a very reasonable request for an increase over 4 years and ongoing, if this motion passes, to expand their capacity and continue to grow in an industry that is growing so fast in Alberta that we can barely keep up. We have such an opportunity right now to grow our local economy in a time when conditions are very good for growth in the screen industries, and these jobs and this economic uplift is much, much needed. We're a major city. Major cities have competitive film offices because they know the economic multiplier that a healthy screen industry can drive. Think about all of the talented creators in Edmonton that are watching right now or who will be watching later to see if we are going to continue to support them or if they should move down to Calgary or over to Vancouver where there are greater supports and opportunities. If we want our talented, creative industries professionals to choose to stay in Edmonton, and we do, we need to show them that we're serious about helping their industries like other cities do. This is an ongoing investment to make sure that when opportunity comes knocking, Edmonton can answer. So I would strongly urge Council's support on Councillor Knack's amendment in order to drive this economic activity for such a nominal ask. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and want to just thank Councillor Wright, Councillor Tang. We all had the same thing we wanted to do, which is make sure we're supporting Edmonton Screen Industries Office. The reason I left the amendment I had for the higher amount on here is because this is about economic development. I know, like, we've talked a lot about different economic development pieces, but this one clearly is about allowing them to grow and expand. And so just to piggyback a little bit off Councillor Paquette, just a reminder, when they did The Last of Us for 4 days, that was 1,078 hotel nights were booked for $182,000 for hoteliers, just from one 4-day shoot of one show. The estimated total of spend for just that 4 days was $1.2 million. We're talking about a potential $1.5 million budget. And we won't be Calgary, and I think they've admitted that. Calgary's really leaned into this. They're doing a lot of great things, but there's a lot of spillover that we get. When the Calgary is attracting as much as they are, and that region's attracting as much as they are, there are other filmmakers and television producers who are, you know, like with HBO and The Last of Us, using Edmonton for certain times. We're able to attract other types of filmmakers and producers because the talent is now able to set up here a little bit more. And there's a bit more of a permanency that we didn't have before. And so I'd like to make sure this organization has the resources to grow what they've been able to do. And of course, you know I have to talk about gaming because I'm a gaming nerd. But you heard them in their conversation. One of the reasons they're looking for this is so that they can actually get out to things like the Game Developers Conference, get out to these actual locations to get game development companies to set up shop. And you might say, well, do they really need money to go and, you know, try to bring people over? Well, the story I'll leave you with as to why I think they need this is that a few years back, one of the bigger gaming development companies, Ubisoft, had no Canadian headquarters, had no Canadian studios at all. And the Montreal mayor at the time had called their CEO and say, hey, we want you to think about setting up here. And then it took a joint sort of mission, if you will, between their economic development agencies, their mayor, and they went out to France to engage. And ultimately, Ubisoft Montreal set up in Montreal, and Montreal has now become one of the single biggest gaming hubs in Canada for the development community. Subsequently, we've seen that happen in Toronto. We've seen that happen in Vancouver. Edmonton, we have some really big names, one, BioWare being the big one, but we have the capacity to match what's happening in those other cities. And with both now the UCP and the NDP finally agreeing that the interactive digital media tax credit is necessary and will likely be built into their next provincial budget and continued even if there's a change in government, that will finally provide the opportunity that a lot of gaming development companies have been looking for to take that leap and set up permanent shop in Alberta. So I know in a tight budget, all of this, yes, tight budget, we're going to state out on everything. This is an extra $300,000 in the higher amendment that we'll vote on, but I think it's going to help produce far, 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 far more value because we're seeing that now. So just, again, thanks to Councillor Wright, Councillor Tang, we're all going for the same thing. We need to do something. It should be ongoing. I think we should give them the extra amount because they've actually proven that they've been able to be successful with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohia. I will be very brief. And so I fully agree with my colleagues, Councillor Percat and Councillor Nack, speak about that economic development piece, how important for our city. And I just want to emphasize one point to add to their comments, their good points, is from financial perspective and how we can support the industrial business area development and actually to generate economic revenue to offset the tax increase that matters to our Edmontonians. And because with tax increase that will impact so many families and so many Edmontonians, if our city able to find a different solution to generate economic revenue and use that revenue to offset our tax increase, and then to ensure we can provide even more better quality services and more efficient and meet the needs from Edmontonians, I think the support and in our city and from financial perspective and also from policy perspective to demonstrate as a capital city, yes, we are in a place to move to the direction. We want to support the business. We want to support the different industrial development and to make sure and we have that economic development and mindset in our decision-making process. So I'm really looking forward to Councillor Nack's amendment, and thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tang to close.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I think other than Last of Us, I would like to maybe cite a few other evidence of the growth of this community. In the last few years, we've seen an increasing number of unique opportunities beyond mainstream, kind of what we think of typically for whether it's film or industry or video games, but that are found nowhere else in the country, like the Oscars International Film Festival, which flew in so many visitors from around the country and the world, or the 4 Youth by Youth esports tournaments that draw young people in from all around the province. ESIO plays a role in all of this. I appreciate all the comments that have been said about the potential for economic growth, economic development. I would love for us to really land on some of those ROI indicators to really demonstrate impact. I know that that's continuing work. And so similarly, you know, I believe that growing this particular industry can bring a lot of impact and return to the city and help to diversify our economy. And you know, and again, you know, it's beyond the local screen and digital media, the AR, VR, and the relevant tourism sector. And sure, film industry may not be what we typically think of Edmonton as, but I think there is certainly such a, you know, and then the community is so big in terms of the editing, the production, and not only that, a growing community in video games, digital media, and e-sport. I mean, I'll note that they are one of the key leaders who helped to shape the recently released provincial e-sport strategy, which, quite frankly, wouldn't mean very much to Edmonton if we don't have the office here to steward it. And I will say that if this is an area of interest and we do continue to pursue that, I do think with the growth in the space, it needs to be matched by ESIO leadership, including at the board of governor level. And through this fund, through this investment, I think they'll continue to be able to grow in the space and promoting Edmonton on the national and international stage. And I think on top of all this, they also execute the Edmonton Screen Media Fund, which offers grants, which itself is a grant program or a funding program to creators, including emerging creators of diverse backgrounds, getting all kinds of people and the necessary representation in this industry. And so I appreciate the intent to fund the service package as is, so the organization can grow. I know it's a matter of a few hundreds of thousands of dollars. I think this small team can do quite a bit, as they've demonstrated. I am simply mindful of how many service packages that have come forward that are also in the realm of that difference, that delta, a few hundred thousands of dollars. And so I do intend to. Well, obviously depends on what happens. I do intend to support my own amendment here, being mindful that, you know, as with many service packages, there's an opportunity during the next few years, especially during supplemental adjustment period, to further support this office as need be. And so for all the great reasons my colleagues have outlined, and I think just on a personal level, seeing this office grow quite significantly especially in the last year or two, it's been impressive, and I hope they can continue on that path. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I just need to understand this. Okay. We will vote first on the Councillor Nax, which is 1.508, and then Councillor Tang, which is 1.2. Okay, got it. Councillor Nax first. Please vote.
No. Jans, no.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. Now we go to Councillor Tangs.
No.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. All right. Let's see. Chugging along.
Point of order.
Sorry, Councillor.
I voted wrong.
Oh, you want to recall the vote?
Yep.
You can.
I can move to reconsider.
Please.
Second.
Reconsider the vote. And now.
Sorry, can I just confirm it was Councillor Tang's amendment that The vote is being
Councillor
reconsidered on?
Tynes?
Yeah, the
Yes.
last one, yeah. Okay, reconsider, please vote to reconsider.
Just to confirm, it does have Councillor Tang's amendment up there, but this is the vote to reconsider.
Yeah, this is the vote to reconsider, yeah. Okay.
No.
Not
Thank you,
reconsider?
Councillor Jans. We have,
This is to
Sorry.
reconsider, yeah.
Yes to reconsider.
Okay.
thank you,
I know
Councillor
it's been a
Jans.
long day, a long week. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay, it is, reconsideration is approved. Now please vote on Councillor Tang's motion, amendment, which is, okay, go ahead, 1.2. Please vote. Michael?
Still no, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. There was Councillor Tang. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be bringing number 51 forward with some restatement, which is that the community was, sorry. Yeah, okay. That the Community Recreation and Culture 2023 to 2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $75,000 in 2023 on a multi-year basis ending after 2026 to fund one archivist to work through the LGBTQ2S+ materials held with city archives with funding from council contingency.
This was seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Can you please make the introduction, Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a really exciting opportunity for us to support the history and storytelling of our community. Something I love about serving on this council is that we are so focused on inclusivity, and I think this is a great opportunity to do exactly that. So as a bit of context, the LGBTQ2S+ community in Edmonton has a very long history in our community and is tightly woven into the fabric of our city. Over the years, they've collected a range of resources which they have generously donated to City of Edmonton archives. They have been so generous in their donations that the City Archives hasn't had the capacity to process these materials. And what that means is that with those materials not being processed, individuals of the public aren't able to access those materials. So we've lost a bit of our history in trying to preserve it. This is an opportunity to reverse that, to properly catalog and document this wealth of material in our community and allow historians to access that and strengthen our understanding of our own past. I think there have been some phenomenal initiatives recently that have really highlighted the critical role that the LGBTQ2S+ community has played in our city, and I would really welcome my colleagues' support to continue that work.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Questions? Questions, seeing none.
I guess to the mover then, so this is a one time, so it's 1 year to our, sorry.
It's multi-year, so it would be $75,000 every year until the end of this budget cycle, and then it would be done.
75,000 every year.
Yeah, so the original request was for $600,000 over the 4 years. This would make it $150,000 over 4 years. 300, sorry. Thank you, sorry. I don't even know what number I just said.
And so each year it comes out of the council contingency at the 75.
Yes, I have confirmed we aren't able to use council contingency for ongoing funding, but it is appropriate for multi-year funding.
And have you spoken with the community about just the scope of the project? I mean, is it a 4-year project?
Yeah, so what I've confirmed today is that they will certainly be able to make great progress with one archivist. They're happy to proceed on that basis, and it will still allow a meaningful amount of the materials to be cataloged. I think, yeah, you know, I don't want to preclude that it may mean it may need to extend past 4 years, but I also just want to flag as well that because it is held by city archives, volunteers aren't able to do this work. It needs to be a certified archivist who comes in to do the work with the city. So that's another constraint in terms of there's a very willing community, they want to provide this, but we just need the funding to be able to hire someone to do it.
So it will be an internal position out of community services.
That is my understanding.
Roger, can you weigh in, please?
Right. Yes. Right. It was in Rogers, and currently that there's no team.
Well, Council, we do have a team of archivists. We think we're meeting our responsibilities to providing records from different communities of interest and cultures. We do have a backlog in many areas. With the LGBTQ community, we have made about 69 banker boxes of records available, so they're accessible. But we do have a significant backlog of other materials for this community and many other communities.
I mean, I guess, like, I hate to suggest this, but I think about the efforts underway with OP12 in terms of adjustment or like organizational needs, because this isn't just a need of one particular community, and I don't know if something like that could help to meet some of the general need. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think that's an excellent point. And I think, you know, as Mr. Jevney flagged, this is beyond one community. I think one piece that I would flag is that many of the members who have the oral histories that accompany the materials are aging. And so there is a bit of a time
sensitivity to
sensitivity.
This. Hence the contingency as a source. Sure.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. So that concludes the questions to speak. Councillor Stevenson to close, or introduction was good? Good. All right, please vote.
I'm no.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Round 5. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I'm OP 64.
OP 64.
So I'll read it in again, that the TELUS World of Science 2023 to 2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $100,000 in 2023, $78,000 in 2024, $81,000 in 2025, and $82,000 in 2026 on an ongoing basis to fund the Edmonton Space and Science Foundation 2023 to 2026 service packages outlined on page 230 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01394 with funding from the tax levy.
Okay, this was seconded by Councillor Knack. Can you please make the introduction, Councillor Rutherford?
Sure. So, you know, the TELUS World of Science is a great partner with the city, and they've done great work in expansion. But, you know, when I talked to them and mentioned that I was likely not going to move this, they highlighted a few things for me that they didn't get to say when they were here, because I don't think they realized that, you know, this wouldn't be moved. And so I just wanted to give the opportunity to highlight those. So there are 3 areas of operations that are at risk with no change to funding. One that's really of important and note is that they're taking on activation of the Queen Elizabeth Planetarium. And so this funding directly helps with activating that space. It says that they say that the operating of the Queen Elizabeth Planetarium comes with $60,000 in capital investment and an annual operating expense of $50,000 per year for the foundation. And they deeply believe in the importance of that as a heritage resource and want to celebrate and activate it. They also talk about the major investments in the Coronation Park and that they've done a lot of role in making sure that that space is also activated and would have to consider those activations under this. And then in the last thing that they wanted me to highlight is that in 2022, the TELUS World of Science provided 48,000 of free admissions and programming to Edmonton schools, community service groups, and Indigenous guests. Such as, you know, free play for kids, Little Warriors, Métis Children's Services, and so they want to make sure that the access to the Science Center stays as accessible as possible. So despite a difficult past 3 years, the TELUS World of Science has continued to serve Edmontonians and even expand. But there is rising inflation costs that they're experiencing, as well as they're not fully rebounded from COVID-19. So I will leave it at that for my introduction.
Okay, that's the introduction. Any questions, please? No questions. Are we ready to go to vote, Councillor Rutherford? Good, please vote.
We don't have it. Sorry, Councillor Jones.
I thought I fixed it. Okay, it's not. Oh, hey, it's.
We have all the votes.
Sorry, display the votes, please.
Do you need us to leave it up, Mayor? Okay.
Got it. Okay. What is next?
None.
Councillor Wright?
Yes, I do have one for Jerry Forbes. I just need to get the number. OP 60.0. And amend the funding source as I go along here. So that the Social Development Branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $200,000 beginning in 2023 and ending in 2026 on a multi-year basis to fund the Jerry Forbes Center with funding from, oh, actually, I don't have to amend it, with funding from Community and Safety Wellbeing. I just think the Jerry Forbes Center is a great model of bringing different organizations together and using the joint resources and basically collaborating, working together. I would love to see other organizations come together like this as well. And they were in and wanted to, you know, have this as a backstop. So if anybody wants to consider holding it maybe in abeyance, that's fine with me as well. but I just think this is a great opportunity. As far as using community and safety well-being funds, I think with all the communities that these 25 organizations serve, I think it more than well fits in our community and safety well-being.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair. Oh, no.
Sorry,
I can't.
Councillor
Sorry.
Councillor Hamilton.
Chair.
What do we need to do to amend this to make sure that if they can fundraise, right? Because they specifically mentioned that they would like to have this support, but the goal is to fundraise and self-sustain. That could there possibly be a backstop, right? Looking for a backstop. How would you do that what is required? How do I need to amend this?
So we
or would you
don't
negotiate?
generally backstop, I
Okay.
would say. So what you would do is you would approve the funding, but in the funding agreement, we would write it in a way that you only provided for the shortfall in the fundraising.
Okay.
And would maybe just caution that once organizations know they have a backstop, the fundraising efforts can be different.
Yeah, I know the more yeah, okay, I hear you what you're saying, but this would be up to the city manager to negotiate that into the agreement, right?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Mayor. Understanding that, we can take that back, and if this is approved, we'll make sure, and then we can report back to council in a memo as to how that goes.
Got it. Okay, that's all. I'll take the chair back.
Return the chair.
Any questions? Any more questions? Councillor Rice.
No more to say except to support. Oh,
Councillor Rice.
So this is not in the budget book, right? This is a new ad.
yes, this was as a result of the public hearings that we held.
So this is a totally new addition. So I would like to ask a similar question I asked before. Instead of give this certain organization, because our city has so many ABCs, instead of give certain organizations stand alone increase, is there any grant in place, and we can ensure everybody have the opportunity and then to apply for that grant, and then from their expansion perspective and from their capacity building perspective. So I just want to ensure that fairness and across all the ABCs.
So maybe, sorry, I'm not sure, maybe that
So
was to the administration.
I was just going to say that was one thing that I was suggesting when we talked about kids' cottages. Maybe that's what the OP12 can look at doing, is consolidating that. But please go ahead.
So I would just say, we have over time had various grant agreements, grant programs. Generally, grant programs are written from a specific perspective to achieve something where there's an outcome. And so, provided that there's funding available, we can do those grant programs. What I would just say, though, is where we can't have a grant program necessarily for everything, and where there isn't a grant program that matches, you still tend to see those types of things come forward to public hearing. And so I'm not sure we would have had a grant program to match this anyway.
Because this is used like community safety and well-being grant, and then just from my understanding and by looking at this request, is actually under our city manager's authority, and then if they could just apply for the grant and then to get the funding, and from that CSWB, I just try to figure out what's the difference, and is there any way, and from that fairness perspective, to ensure all the organizations and actually doing the great work and have the opportunity and to receive the city supports in this similar way.
Yeah, Counselor, I would say it's not a authority to spend issue for the city manager. It's like about making sure we have the right funding sources. And I think CSWB is a strategy approved by council. When it was first approved, we were also told to go put a bunch of grants out, which we did. But I think this would be over and above that, and I think it's important that it come up in this way, unless in the future council so decides to give me a grant package to start doing it and delegating it, and then we get it out. So it's being clear on the funding source.
So this will be under that $240 million translation to direct the city council priorities?
No, what's the funding source for this one?
So
CSWB, yeah.
Yeah, so the funding source in the motion is CSWB. I think, are you asking if we would consider grant programs as part of 240? I guess I'm unclear.
I'm asking for that review and the service review perspective. Is there any component in that review to look at all this type of needs and from organization to review to allocate the funding to them?
We haven't determined the full scope of it, but we can certainly consider that as we put the plans together. I have heard a few times throughout the budget process that it would be good that we're not debating the smaller amounts of 100, 200,000. So I think it's fair to say that we should probably come back with some recommendations of the review that council can consider for going forward with that.
I think I'd rather say it that way, and then we can just support some more organizations.
It is.
Yeah, thank you.
5 o'clock. All right, we'll be back at 6. Until then, we are on recess.
If I may ask / remind council, if you can log out of eScribe and close the browser that you're using for eScribe during the dinner break, it might just help a tiny bit this evening. Thank you.
Now live from Council.
Okay, are we ready? Clerk Ward?
We are ready.
Okay, let's get back to work. I will do the roll call. Call the meeting to order. And I will do the roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good evening.
Councillor Knack.
Good evening.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good evening.
Councillor Paquette.
Good evening.
Councillor Tang.
Hello.
And Councillor Hamilton.
Hello.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good evening.
Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good evening.
Councillor Rice.
Good evening.
Councillor Jans.
Good evening.
Okay, which we were on the Jerry Forbes. And Councillor Rice had concluded her questions, right? And was there anyone else on the board?
We cleared the list, but I do believe there was 2 names, but they'd removed themselves before that time. So
Okay, can Councillor Hamilton take the chair?
the chair.
Thank you. I want to raise this with the administration. I want to get the perspective. I have a serious concern about the funding source being from the community and safety well-being. I admire the work that Jerry Forbes Center does, and I'm very familiar with their work. Their work does touch on well-being in a broad way, but it's my understanding of the community and safety well-being fund was that we will be focusing those on areas that will reduce pressure on policing, and broadly speaking.
Yeah, certainly that certainly was clear in the motion that was approved to establish that strategy.
So we are looking for that accountability and the linkage, right? That investing in these areas should reduce pressure on policing. So I don't know if there's a direct relationship here that investing in Jerry Forbes to support these organizations reduces that pressure on policing.
I would say, Mayor, that there's varying degrees of what all these funding pieces do to the policing piece. I would also say that we've got a lot of work to do in sort of, following all those sort of deductions, I would say.
Yeah.
And I think what we're seeing is we want to, I guess what I would say is we want to be focused in CSWB and really focus on the outcomes for each of the pillars. I think all of these good projects and grants get get there to an extent. I think.
They do, but my
But
concern.
what council has to weigh is,
My concern is that
which
it's
one?
so broad sometimes that you can link recreation to well-being, right?
It can be very broad, yeah.
You can link libraries to well-being. So that's my concern, right? So
Yeah, and I would say the more broad we get
Yeah.
with the application of
Yeah.
the strategy and the grants that are funded through it,
Yeah.
the less able we will be to be real focused on those outcomes, I would say.
Yeah.
Generally.
Do we have money left in the council contingency?
Yes, we do. We
I would-
have, I can give you an exact amount here. We have in year one, wrong spreadsheet, hold tight. There's 625 plus the 126 carry forward. And then for years 3, 4, and 5, you have 625.
Okay, I would like to amend it. I would like to reduce the amount to 100,000, because that way there's incentive on the organizations to continue to push for fundraising and sustainability, and make the funding source to be the council contingency. So $100,000 beginning in 2023 and ending in 2026 each year, and the funding source be the council contingency.
Second.
Okay, so we have a amendment to the amendment on the floor.
That's all. Yeah.
And and then the original motion. So, is that all your questions, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, and I'll take the chair back.
Okay, I return the chair.
I can, right, even though I have an amendment, right? Okay, because we says, okay. Councillor Wright.
Actually, I was on the list and then I got taken off and now I'm back, but you've already covered it, so that's perfect. Thank you.
Got it, okay. Councillor Rice?
I do have concern to use our council contingency because we only have 600,000 left, right? So if that is the case, even if we reduce the funds to the 100 and for 4 years, and we will use up to 400,000. We only have the 200,000 left, and then if this for the entire 2023, and if we have something we need to use that money, I think we need to leave that contingency, and as a.
To me? Okay.
So, what do you think about if we use it all up?
It's kind of awkward because I'm chairing, so
so
maybe administration could answer
The
that
council
question.
contingency is $700 a year, and we're just looking at taking 100 per year. So that would leave 600 per year, or but there was another 75 that was already allocated from there.
So I still want to go to my earlier points and to that fairness perspective, because there are so many similar community organizations doing those type of work. And from the grant perspective, and we could provide the equal opportunity for each organizations to apply for the grant instead of we just give money to the one organization. So And
again, it's one organization that encompasses 25 organizations, and they're using the same facilities, and they're making those connections and collaborations there. So it touches more than just, I mean, the Jerry Forbes Center is a group of organizations, and I love it. It's a perfect model, I think, that could be expanded in different areas of the city as well, and with different organizations.
I feel more comfortable if we go back just to use community safety and well-being funding instead of council contingency.
I think the guidance that we've received from administration that it's not appropriate for the community safety and well-being.
Then do we have specific, very clear definition to build that criteria? What type of service or project we could use the council contingency?
From my understanding, it's at council's discretion. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely, Councillor. The whole idea of council contingency is that it doesn't have, strict parameters and gives you 100% flexibility as a council. Yeah.
Okay, that's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Okay, so we have, that concludes the questions. Anyone to speak? So we will vote on the larger amount first, then the smallest amount second, if the first one fails. Please vote. Sorry, Councillor Wright, do you want to close?
I just encourage my colleagues to support Mayor Sohi's amendment.
Okay. Okay.
Point of order.
Yes.
Has community safety wellbeing funds been removed as a funding source, or is that still included as the first?
I think it's still included in the first.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're voting on that one first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Please vote. Yes? No. On. Yeah. Yeah. We're voting on $200,000 with community safety wellbeing funding source. Okay.
We're waiting on 2 votes.
Can I just check, Clerk Tara Ward, are we on the correct amendment?
So the vote, or the amendment that was displayed was 60.1, but we understood we were voting on 60, which is the higher amount. We could recast the vote, though, to clarify.
So you want to recall the vote, do it again, or is it okay?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's do that. So we will be voting on $200,000 amount per year till 2026, the funding source being the community safety wellbeing. Councillor Wright's motion. That's what we will vote on first. Okay, clear? Okay, please vote.
We're just waiting on 1 vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please.
So we're having issues with displaying the screen, but it is 211.
So defeated, right?
That's correct.
Now we vote on $100,000 and funding source being council contingency. Right? Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Just wanted to flag that I voted incorrectly earlier on the TELUS item, and I would, if one of my colleagues was willing to move a motion to reconsider that item, I would like to correct the record. Usually I wouldn't ask for that, but because it's a budget matter.
So Councillor Tang moved to reconsider the vote. Which one was that? No, can you number?
The last item prior to the break when I was having the e-scribe troubles.
64.
My apologies.
Okay, that was 64. TELUS World of Science. We are, Councillor Tang moved to reconsider. Who seconded that?
Second.
Just give us a moment. It has to be somebody from the prevailing side, so just let me confirm that vote first.
So should I withdraw my move then?
Yes, Councillor Tang, you
Okay,
voted
sorry.
against and the prevailing side carried the
Right.
motion.
Okay, so I'll withdraw.
I can move.
Yeah, Councillor Rice moves that we reconsider.
Is there a seconder?
Seconded by Councillor Knack. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, can we bring forward the, bring that amendment back? Here we go. It is back on the screen. Please vote. No.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. That is carried. Okay. Sorry, who's next?
I have Councillor Rice as next.
Councillor Wright was last. Councillor Rice?
No further.
Okay, Councillor Salvador?
No, but I can withdraw one of them. Yeah, so do you like me to read it in?
Which one?
So it's 080.
OP 80. You withdrawing it?
Yep.
So we don't have to read it in if you're withdrawing it, just the, yeah, withdrawn, 80.
Yep, and I'll have a subsequent, so thanks.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope.
Okay. Councillor Tang?
Thank you. I'll start with some withdrawals as well. OP 42. This is the River Valley Trail Strategy.
OP 42, yeah. You withdrawing
As
that?
well, yeah, as well as OP 45. This is
Just
the
hold on. The OP 42 is withdrawn, right? Then OP 45
Yes.
is withdrawn as well. Okay.
So for 43, I realize there's an amendment to the amendment. So if I withdraw that one, does that mean the amendment to amendment is also automatically dropped or no?
That's a good question. Clerk Ward? That is 43 and 4310.
I just need to confirm 4310 was originally read in as a separate amendment? Is that correct?
Right, right.
I don't think that automatically drops
Okay,
it.
so it was read as, it was made as a separate motion, then it doesn't have to be. Okay, so you withdrawing yours, Councillor?
Yeah, so I'm going to withdraw that one.
Okay,
Okay, I am gonna put 85 though. I welcome a discussion about this. And if there's any better solutions, I will welcome that as well. This is OP 85. That the Community Recreation and Culture Branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by 2.051 million in 2023, 500,500 in 2024, and 500,500 in 2025 on an ongoing basis to partially fund the Recreation Partnership and Facility Investment Program service package as referenced on page 234 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394.
Okay, this was seconded by Councillor Paquette, right?
Yeah,
And
sorry, just if I can just finish that last part of the funding source from the tax levy. I know there's some suggestions on the community safety and well-being as a source, which I can ask some questions about. So I think for now I might leave it at tax levy, but I welcome people to challenge that. Would you like me to introduce?
yeah, make the introduction, please.
Okay. So this is a program where, community groups can access for various recreation facility infrastructure projects. And generally, groups will leverage municipal funding for whether it's private fundraising or various levels of government funding. There's certainly the city continues to grow, and city alone cannot be able to achieve all of the recreation, especially as we move towards smaller neighborhood level amenity. And the city alone cannot build all of that. So this offers a different pathway, and also, I imagine many of my colleagues have been receiving a lot of one-off requests and proposals. And so this also helps to streamline the process a little bit, offers a more equitable way to fund different groups. There's a response in the operating budget Q&A, and the return on investment for a program like this is typically 1 to 4. So, I'm also looking at this opportunity through that lens as well to open up more opportunity to leverage further funding. Yeah, I understand there's some interest in the community safety and well-being as a source. However, I have a bit of a concern, similar to what the mayor said earlier, just in terms of the outcomes and whatnot. And so I am, it's not lost on me that certainly recreation libraries are indeed contributing to community safety and well-being, but we can't also boil the ocean. However, I will say back in the May CSWB discussion, library program was very much funded. So this is a bit similar to that, but it's at the bill level and not ready for people to attend and participate. So those are just some thoughts on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Cartmill?
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry, I was skimming the budget sheet here. But can you just describe, just in very brief terms, what the sort of the intake process and the selection process is for this? Or has that been determined yet?
Is that for me?
Well, if you know, for sure.
Oh,
If not, then it's for someone who does.
Councillor Roger Jevney here. I think our intention would be we would mirror the former Community Partner Capital Grant Program that was in place for several years, with a sort of prescribed set of criteria, priorities that would be put in place prior to each grant cycle, a review, and then recommendations brought back to council for approval.
And so, Mr. Jevney, you'd have to set all that up, I suppose. Do you have a sense of how long that would take, or would you be able to build off the previous program?
Yeah, we would build up the previous program. I think we may want to look at the scope of the program with limited budget dollars and be clear on sort of the intention. The previous program included arts facilities, heritage facilities, multicultural, social service. So we may want to bring back the policy with some refinements to the scope. But I think we would do that review and then come back with recommendations on how to proceed.
And that, if this passes, that policy work would come back to council and before anything kind of goes forward?
Yeah, we have an existing policy. The former grant program, I mean, the bones of it are still in place. So that we would mirror any new program on the procedures that we used previously.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, just to get my head wrapped around this one. We canceled the other grant program, because we are starting to just do that work as part of our work. Is that correct? Like the building of playground structures?
No, this never was for playgrounds. This grant program was cut as a budget measure in the 19 to 22 budget. The social development branch had had a target it needed to reach on reductions, so that's why it was eliminated.
What was the original amount of this grant program? So was it the same grant program, or this is a different program?
This would be a very similar program. Previously, it was at $5 million a year, and that was sort of based on the one-offs that council had been receiving and funding on an annual basis. So that we built the scope of the program sort of around the number of requests that were coming in, the size and scale of those community recreation projects.
Was that the one that was like called something with council in it? Like there was actually council in the name of the program?
No,
So
it was
like
a community facility partner grant program.
Because what was the one that had like park benches and stuff, like garbage cans for like counselors to do? Am I delirious?
I'm not sure the specifics on that. I think there was a time when councilors had a small budget for within their ward to do things like park benches or some minor enhancements to neighborhood parks.
Okay, but this is not that.
This is not that, no. This
So
is
is it
really to
bringing
fund
back-
those
bringing-
community projects like the ski club that have come forward, or the mountain bike skills park that you heard in the public hearing. It'd be projects like that as they come forward. So what it does is give some rigor to evaluating the business cases that come in, making some good investments, and then bringing them to council in a more orderly fashion than as one-offs.
But I could see that 2 million. And eventually it looks like it builds up to 2.5 million, getting eaten pretty fast with the demands we have now. Or do you think this is a good amount for the demand that we're seeing in kind of these interested community groups?
Yeah, I think our recommendation was to come back to around 5 million again. But the more, even at this level, it takes some of it out. It does allow us to leverage those community investments in the infrastructure. So the more we have, the more we could leverage. But we also understand that the money's tight, and this would provide some opportunity for those groups to move forward.
Okay, so just to clarify though, this cut, the cessation of this program previously in the last budget cycle was not a result of the pandemic. It was a result of finding those budget efficiencies in the budgeting process?
That's right.
Okay, so this isn't just recouping pre-pandemic. Okay, no, that helps. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Tang, questions?
Yes, just a couple. So the original service package is what is currently this amendment is 50% of what's in the service package, which is around then 6 million. Is that right, Roger, or is it 5 million? If you can remind me.
Yeah, this would be about 50% of what was there.
Right. Okay. And then in the previous years, when this older program was in place, was it fully maximized?
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. Can you name some of the projects perhaps well known in the city? You might know.
Yeah, certainly the dome at Edmonton Scottish was one of them. I have a list here somewhere. Let me. Some enhancements at Snow Valley Ski Park, the aerial park that went in there, the West Soccer Center expansion, I mentioned Edmonton Scottish. There's some rehab at the Shamrock Curling Club, Snow Valley Ski Club. There's a minor investment in the Theatre Network Society. So that.
Yeah. So it's quite
quite
widespread throughout the city. And then what would you say is from like intake to like giving out the check? Like what's the timeline for that?
We did on an annual basis. So we would do intake at a certain point early in the year, and then bring the recommendations to council within that same calendar year, and then get the funding out.
Right. Versus the alternative now, since that program was cut, it's a bit on a one-off process, and there's a lot of uncertainty, and it's a lot longer timeline, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I'm not sure if the timeline's longer, but certainly the groups are coming directly to council at various times in the year looking for funding and support for their projects.
And it lacks that streamlined process and due diligence.
Yeah, the other thing it allowed us to do was some multi-year funding. So based on the
Oh.
cash flow of the projects, we could give the approvals and spread the funding out over 2 or 3 years.
Right. Okay. Great. That's pretty much. I was going to ask about indicators of success from the previous projects, but I think some of the ones you have mentioned are quite well known in the city and highly used. Anyways, if you have anything else you want to add in that area in terms of indicators of success, I appreciate it.
I don't have the data, but certainly we're able to leverage those community dollars to invest in the public infrastructure. They all are public facilities. That's certainly a requirement of the previous program. So it was a way to stretch those investments and to get more other smaller scale facilities done.
And that ROI of 4-to-1 is based on kind of those intake of projects that you had kind of listed. Is that right?
Yeah, and Councillor, there was an amendment made to the policy. There was at one point where the city was in for 25%, assuming matching grants from the federal and provincial government, and then about 25% equity from the group. And that policy was changed to be a third. Many of the groups are struggling to come up with that much cash. So it went back to a third, so less leveraging of community dollars, but it allowed more projects to go forward.
Right. And then so moving forward, would that apply to this one then, that 30%?
Yeah, I think our recommendation would be we would stick with that. So it'd be a 3-to-1 return.
Because you find that 30%, there's a higher success rate with the groups securing those funds.
That's right.
This is the deal following through. Okay, great. That's all. Thank you.
I think we're going so much into the criteria, the policy, and the matching, and when we need to focus on the budget allocation, I will caution. I know these are questions that not been answered or not because this was not program existence for 4 years, right? These are not I'm not saying these questions are not important questions, right? These are important questions, but we need to focus on the item. Otherwise, we will be here for a while. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So, Mr. Coble, and from city administration perspective, do we have that grant list? And for all the grant under the community services, and to provide it to the different organization?
So we would have that for CIOG, and we would have it for any other grant program. I don't have it with me at the moment.
And they are all publicly listed on our website under each of the grant programs. So for example, the one that we were just referencing, the Community Facility Partner Capital Grant, that if you go online, you can see from 2012 on a list of all the recipients.
I know I can go online, but what I'm looking for is just one sheet to list all the grants and with the dollar amount, and then also intake process, criteria, everything. And by that way, and then we can look at the saving spot and to avoid overlap. And because like I heard, and we have so many organizations come back to ask the funding and to do certain things, why we cannot just have that very clearly and in front of us, and then we can make decision.
So on the website, they are by year, by list.
So then my next question and is why this is unfunded and is not recommended. So I should say this way.
Yeah, I think I would say it's unfunded. I wouldn't say it's not recommended. I would say it was unfunded, and it comes back. I'll answer the same question I've done before, which is to say that we had levels of things we all wanted to do. All these were worthwhile. They wouldn't be in the budget, unfunded or funded, if they weren't worthwhile. But we had to draw a line, and all the other things that are funded, we felt that were more important than this. But this is still worthy.
Specific based on the profile is provided here, and the key achievements or key impact for this grant, and is talk about mental well-being, physical, and individual health. And so I cannot say very clear outcome and then or direction this grant will make significant difference from other grant. And so I'm not 100% sure why we stop the CIOG and then have this, and then but with not very clear the outcome for these budgets we want to do.
Yeah, I would say that the grant was stopped at a time because of fiscal constraint. And I think the outcomes of the grant are very positive, and they're getting very positive results, and some of them were described. But the reason it was stopped is because of a fiscal constraint.
So in the last budget cycle?
In the last budget cycle,
So
yeah.
that
And I believe it was around the time that we were looking at a 0% increase or something.
Yeah, and Councillor, it was part of the funding source was photo radar revenues, and there was a decision made to divert those to other purposes. So it left a gap in the funding source.
So I do see the needs here, and from different organizations. If this is under the recreation and culture, I do see some like different athletic groups, and then for them to have the opportunity to access to certain funding. But I cannot say very clear outcome we want to achieve and from this, and then how this dislinkage between this grant and with different grant. So this is something I'm struggling right now.
So, Councillor, maybe I can help. This is for capital projects.
Yeah.
The community investment operating is just for operating funding. So this was our funding source to partner with Edmonton Catholic Schools to build the Dr. Ann Anderson Community Center. And I think you're familiar with the benefits that we're seeing from a facility like that being constructed under this program.
But this program right now, based on the funding and then including this amendment, I don't think it will benefit to even like some small capital projects, because small capital project, this total funding and may not meet the needs. And you mentioned Dr. Annie Anderson, and for that we cost, I recall, if my memory is right, is over $5 or $6 million to build that.
Yeah, it was 5.5 million, and we spread the funding over several years.
Okay,
so this could have been a funding source for the Edmonton Ski Club if the program was in place and used the budgeted dollars to fund a project like that.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
My time is out.
Okay,
Thank you.
before I go to Councillor Wright, can you give us an update on the numbers? Just want to get a sense on the spread here, just to.
Stand by. Just gotta get to my right tab. Okay, so we are at 5.19% for 2023, 5.14% for 2024, 4.47% for 2025, 4.28% for 2026.
Okay.
As far as individuals that we're tracking, you have no more funding left in EPCOR dividend, no more funding left in Rabbit Housing. The financial stabilization reserve is fully committed. For community safety and well-being, you have $2.9 million in 2023, 1.955 in 2024, $4.7 million in 2025 and 2026. For council contingency, you have a total of $651,000 in 2023, $525,000 in 24, 25, and 26.
Okay. Thank you so much. Councillor Wright?
Yes, I was just wondering if these grants, what's sort of the average amount that has gone out in the similar grants in the past? Like, is it for substantial projects or is it for smaller?
It's been a range, Councillor. I'm just looking, the most were in the several hundreds of thousands, 400,000, 500,000, 600,000, some in the 2 million range, 3 million. As I said, there was ability to do some of them that released the funding over multiple years. So over the 4-year program, there would be 12 million available to match against community dollars.
Okay, and then so the funding is just provided directly to the organization. They do all their design, delivery, and and all that? Or is it done in conjunction like with the playgrounds with the city?
It depends. It does go as a grant to the organization to manage as part of their project. If it is being built on parkland then or city land, then we would have a role on that end of it.
Okay.
If it was on their own land, then they would fully be responsible to deliver.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question. I'm trying to get an understanding as to why it is an unfunded service package. If it was eliminated in the last budget cycle, why are we seeing it again?
I would offer it's because since its elimination, we have seen a number of organizations come to us seeking a vehicle through which to get funding, finding none, going around. It's almost like when you put a rock in a river, the water will find its way around it. And so to earlier comments that the mayor had made about there's got to be a better way than council looking at one-offs of this and that and the other in no disciplined or rigorous way. This is an example of a vehicle that could support community coming in a sequenced way that I guess could allow for maybe a more thoughtful review.
Okay, I see. And so that was something that was brought forward by administration, not because I don't recall council bringing this forward. Is that correct? That was like administration recommendation for it to be an unfunded service package?
Yeah, correct, Councillor. It's Andre here. And I guess I would say that while the decision was made to unfund it, I think it was, stop the program earlier. I think that was a direct response to a fiscal restraint requirement that we had not a lot of time to figure out. We have heard since, and we have seen since within the administration how the difficulties that causes by not having a grant like that. So we wanted to put it on the table because it was a potential way it could be brought back. And of course, this concept of bringing it back at 50% sort of eases our way into it, I suppose, and we could try again. But whether the decision at the time was right or not, it was probably right for the fiscal reasons, but the community, I would say, did not like the decision and are trying to find other ways of getting some support.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you. So maybe just to clear that up a little bit, my recollection is that this was part of the TASER. This was part of the photo radar fund.
That's correct. It was a part of the Traffic Safety Automated Enforcement Reserve, and when the revenue started declining there, this was one of the first items that dropped out of that.
Well, I think two things happened. One was what was left in 2 or 3 years of funding went to the Bolton Community Center at Dr. Ann Anderson, and that depleted the fund. And then with photo radar fading, it died. Is that reasonable, Harm? I think that's what happened.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. So without that, now this is about capital. This is about maybe not capital, but infrastructure. It's about physical bits and pieces. CIOG is about operating, right? It's about $10,000-$15,000 grants to a whole slew of communities so that they can, everything from scout groups to hockey teams, we're accessing that CIOG. This was sort of just a small collection of infrastructure type pieces. Fair to say?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say.
And maybe I should be speaking to this, but it just seems that we had quite a number of people come forward during the public hearing that could use a little bit of funds to support their infrastructure goals, and this program would fit into that and maybe not have people come to the public hearing and instead go to the grant program.
Yeah, I think that's fair, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. So I'm quite supportive of this. I'm wondering about a change in the profile though, because it's kind of front end heavy. So if we were to ease into this a little bit, maybe we reduce that first amount to to $750,000 and spread it out 2023 and 2024. Was there any magic to these, maybe to the mover, to these amounts?
No, I just took whatever is in the current service package and halved it. So I would, if there's a easier way to do this, I would definitely welcome that.
Well, the numbers have gone out of my head, but it just feels like that there's the front end of our challenge here is there's more in the out years, potentially.
Yeah, Counselor, I think that's entirely possible. We would have to reinstate the program. It would take some time to get up and running again. So ramping it up over the 4 years, I think would be, achievable for sure.
So I'm just quick math. The total here is 3,052,000? Or 3,151?
That's what I have too.
3,151, so I'm just gonna pick numbers out of the air. 750 and something in the neighborhood of 1,650 in 2024 and 2025. Does that more or less add up? I can't quite do the math in my head that fast anymore.
Why don't we just, sorry,
I can do want me to do the math? I can do that.
no, why don't we just flip the numbers, 5,050, 2023, and just
Well, I'm not
reverse.
sure 500 is
Not-
enough right away.
Even
that's
for,
all.
even they need some time to set it up, or?
Well, I just think that only does maybe one thing,
Okay. Okay.
or only a couple of things.
I'll,
that's all.
I'll leave it to you to figure the numbers then.
Articulate what your intention is.
$750,000 in the first year, and the balance split between the second and third year.
And you're trying to get to 1/2 of the total amount
Right.
being built up.
Right, which I believe is 3,151,000.
And also, we don't have like a list of projects ready to go, so I think this
I
is,
do.
this is,
I
I stand corrected.
Sorry, Jen, but there's 2 or 3 emails here that are like, hey, if this passes, so yeah,
I guess project readiness, Councillor Cartmel, is a consideration.
100%.
If we were to apply the PDDM lens to community, I just question if they've got everything in place that would, understood, I think it still needs a level of review, so just adding,
yeah.
adding sort of our approach from project management perspective to
Bit of a slow
community.
your roll process. Well, yeah, I absolutely want to respect the process for sure, Mr. Laughlin, to make, because it's a good process. We should make sure we use it here too, for sure.
Yeah, Councillor, in this program historically too, we may approve the funds, but we wouldn't release them until all the matching funds were in place and all the permits and project manager rigor were done. So, but it does give the groups some certainty that the funding will be there and can continue with their project.
And maybe to Mr. Laughlin's point that we verified that the numbers are real numbers too.
That's right.
So we don't get caught, yeah. It's just our version of the Jeopardy music.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Wright?
Hi, could I just maybe suggest, rather than shifting amounts around, it looks like 2024, we've got the lowest so far. So can we just shift it to keep the dollar amount the same and just starting in 2024? So 2,051,000 in 2024, 525, and then 526?
So shift, starting in.
And then that gives them time to get the program back up and running?
Push it out a year?
Yeah.
So if you were to do 750 in the first year, 800 in the next, add another 800, add another 800, add another 800, at the end of year 4, you'd have 315.
Close enough.
Sorry, 3.15 million built into the base for this program.
I like that.
Friendly? I don't know.
Friendly? Yeah?
Yeah, it's friendly. Yeah, it's friendly.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought we want to keep money out of, I thought we wanted to keep this year's taxes down the lowest, so.
Yeah,
If you
does,
wanna
it does
back-
bring, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, back-end loading, you would then do 1.5 million in 2024 and another 1.515 million.
Yeah, it's just a matter of first 2 years are heavy on.
Yeah.
So is it, I know there's a need for this program, but is it okay to push it back 1 year?
Yeah, I hear that. I don't like it, but I can live with it. It's
Yeah.
better than nothing.
Yeah, is it okay, folks?
It's Councillor Tang's motion.
Yeah, you okay?
Friendly?
Okay, good. So push it back 1 year, please. So same amount as you stated earlier, right? but push it back 1 year.
Yes.
So that's gonna get you 2.35 million in year 3, or sorry, in year 4. So, because you're saying 0 in year 1, is that what you're asking for?
So 0 in 2023, then 750.
Are you
What
still,
would-
are you still trying to get to 3.15?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, we can do more in the 2026, right? So.
Just to confirm, you want this ongoing, not multi-year?
Ongoing.
Okay.
Makes our public hearings 1 day shorter, so we'll get it all back.
Councillor Rice, you have questions? Go ahead.
Thank you. I do have a few follow-up questions. So for the funding source, we still use tax levy, right? And for this over $3 million in past, so that will impact our tax for how? So we still get the number calculated there. That's my first question. So my second question, if this recreation partnership and the facility and investment programs is more nature of the capital instead of operating, and is there any other type of funding source, or is there any other way we can look at and under capital budget instead of under operating?
No, we can't,
budget?
Councillor Rice, because again, it's not city-owned facilities. These are going to people who, well, they're going outside the city, and therefore it's not our capital, so it can't be in a capital. It's got to be an operational grant that is being used for somebody else's capital.
Okay. So for the scope of this program could cover, and then I want to give the few example, like a community ice rink. Is that
Historically, community leagues were not eligible for the program. There are community league programs for infrastructure that are separate and distinct.
So that's a separate one, and including like water parks, like spree parks.
That's right. Community leagues would not be eligible to apply.
Okay.
They would apply under the community league programs for infrastructure.
If there is no community league, in the neighborhoods, but they for the community they still want to build some like small capital like facility, and what is this covered or not?
Yeah, depending on the project, they could be eligible to apply.
And I think we would take some time, Councillor Rice, to build the parameters of the program and bring it back to council to ensure that it meets the needs that you're thinking through.
So right now we just started like small amount, and then instead of original ask is original ask is almost $5 million. Right now we just scale down to like $3.051 million.
Yeah, that's what the amendment is on the table. Yeah.
So if that is the case, I would like to keep original request in the profile. And if we're going to say this needs is really in the community, And because for any facility, capacity or building capacity needs more money. So I'm still a little bit struggling here. Maybe I just leave as Councillor Catamel get this done first.
Yeah, let's get the numbers. Yeah. Stacy?
So if you're starting in year 2, 750,000, another 1 million, and then 1.4 million, and that at the end of that final year, you'll have 3.15 million in the base.
Okay. That seems reasonable. Yeah. Can those, because that's friendly, can those numbers be changed there?
Yep.
Please?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Any more questions?
We're just getting the wording
Yeah,
on
just,
that.
oh, wait, to get the numbers on. So there'll be 750 in 2024, right? And 1 million in 2025?
Correct?
And 1.4 million in 2026.
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah. Here we go, sorry. Okay, we got the numbers right. Okay. Okay, I don't see any more questions. Anyone to speak? Why don't just go to Councillor, okay, anyone to speak? Councillor Tang, you want to close?
Yeah, I do.
Get 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Oh, sorry?
2 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, appreciate the bit of a scramble here, but I think this is a good approach. I've been fairly vocal about my frustration with a lot of the one-offs in this budget. Whatever the topic is, I just, lots of merits there, but I do find it quite challenging to navigate, and I don't necessarily think it's equitable. And this is actually the kind of approach that I would like to see. Not only does it open up a more equitable, accessible way for communities to access resources, but it also helps us as council members to navigate a very challenging, complex process. I can think of, hang on, I can think of, at least 3 or 4 projects in my ward. I'm sure everybody around the table raise their hand. Oh, am I back at 5 minutes? Great, thanks. Hang on one. One, okay. I think about the policy in terms of neighborhood level local amenities. And thinking about moving our city towards 15-minute neighborhoods, I certainly welcome more opportunities for community-led projects. I think city cannot do it alone. I don't think city should do it alone. Because we have such a massive inventory already that we're struggling to upkeep. And so I think this approach, I think it's good. It's, it's gradual and allows us opportunity to evaluate. And I'm particularly impressed with some of the past projects that leverage $1 for every 3 or 4. And this opens up that opportunity, which I think is excellent. I think this is all I have to say, and just I know this is a challenging one on the tax levy, but I hope through some of the last minute shifting, it will help to alleviate some of that burden. In the absence of this, I think, just being mindful, in the absence of this, we will continue to be flooded with proposals and have to steward each one through, and it will just make it incredibly onerous, not only for the community, but also for our staff members and for our offices. So thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, yeah.
Great. I will be bringing forward number 49, which I believe is my last motion, slightly restated, that the Community Standards and Neighborhoods 2023 to 2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $1,578,600 in 2023 on an ongoing basis to fund resources for enforcing excessive vehicle noise, as provided in the November 21st, 2022 Community Services Report CS01456, with funding from Community Safety and Wellbeing Strategy. So to briefly introduce this, I think that there is rationale to put this in the Community Safety and Wellbeing Fund. It will, I believe, reduce pressure on EPS by providing an alternative enforcement mechanism for traffic violations. I also think there's a strong connection to the general idea of the safety pillar, which looks at creating safe places, including transportation. There's a strong correlation between excessive noise and speed. And there's also a connection to wellness. Urban noise pollution creates some very negative impacts. All of that justification aside, this isn't the type of project that I want us to necessarily be prioritizing in community safety and well-being. But my intent in doing it in this way is to avoid impacts to the tax levy in this first year. And my expectation is that the fine revenue that's generated from these operations will make it a self-funding program in the long run. So my intent would be to fund it out of community safety and well-being for the first year, and then have a touch point a year from now where we review the revenue, whether it is financially sustainable, and if so, we would just shift that out into the tax levy where it would have a neutral impact. So that's the explanation around the funding sources. But in terms of why I think this is important, I think we often think of excessive vehicle noise being an issue in the central neighborhoods, but I've heard from each of you around the table that it impacts your neighborhoods as well. It's incredibly disruptive. It means noisy summer nights, not being able to leave windows open. For those who live very close to main racing drags, it's maddening. It's very frustrating to deal with. These are bylaws that we have on the books, and this just provides us an opportunity to enforce those. So look forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Knack, questions?
Yes, thanks, Mayor Sohi. And I think who's here today? Is it Mr. Jones or is it Mr. Scott or?
Yeah, David's on the line.
So, Mr. Jones, you weren't here for this, but 9 years ago, we approved the commercial vehicle enforcement team that was actually a recommendation of city administration as a self-funded package through the fines that were produced in that. that felt less, I mean, like, which was wonderful because there really wasn't a debate other than approving it. I'm really struggling why this team wouldn't be self-funding, quite frankly, based off, we know the sheer volume of it and the fines that I think have been set out. And so I'm wondering why we couldn't do that for this one.
Thanks very much for that question. I think the commercial vehicle unit was intended to be self-funding. Some of the fines that we see assigned to some of those vehicles that are pulled off the road are in the tens of thousands. Despite the initial sort of influx of revenue, even now the commercial vehicle unit isn't self-funding because we're at a point where, you know, the folks that are running these commercial vehicles know that that team is out and about and are actually adhering to, you know, the standards that we have for vehicles on a road. And so while we might see a bit of an influx, I don't think we would get to a point where this would be self-funding just because of the value of the tickets as compared to the ones that we're pulling in off of commercial vehicles.
What did we change the fine to? What's 1,000, right? $1,000?
I would have to go back. I know that there was.
I see the counselor who I think moved it saying yes, it's 1,000. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess the question is, can this one be closely monitored? Because, you know, essentially, I would echo what Councillor Stevenson said, is that I would be surprised if this doesn't generate a lot of cost recovery, which I am fine with because I don't need to editorialize when I'm asking questions. So, but I'll ask the question of, are we able to closely track? I mean, I imagine we do on every ticket we issue, every type of ticket, so we would be able to see quite clearly how much would be coming in from that. Is that correct?
I'm sure we can put in that kind of a tracking mechanism. I'm not sure if Nancy Jacobson's on the line, but I know that once those tickets go to the court process, it becomes a little bit harder for us to track.
Sure.
But we could probably figure something out.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Okay, well then, yeah, no, I appreciate your caution on that. So I just wanted to ask about that as a potential funding source. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. So to continue on that, so you've done the numbers and you think that this will actually do something to, well, let me put it this way. Will people notice a decrease in noisy vehicles?
I think that a similar response would be, do people still speed? Because there's tickets for that too. So I just maybe want to manage expectations that the amount of enforcement that we could do for this offense might not generate as much revenue or as much compliance as maybe you might hope for. But I'll pass it over to David.
No, I think that sums it up well. I wouldn't want to promise that we could ever get this to a self-funding position, and I'm not sure. I mean, there are people who will quite willingly take those tickets on and contest them in court rather than change the behavior that we're hoping to change through this, both the bylaw and the enforcement efforts. This is just the state of the world that we're in, I'm afraid.
Okay, so this is my concern. It's $1.578 million, right? And we spend the money. We enforce in a sort of, I mean, I don't know how you would do it besides a whack-a-mole approach. You're not going to catch them all. And residents will not actually notice a difference in the noise. But we just paid $1.5 million to prove it.
I guess you could always say some enforcement is better than no enforcement. But to your point about would there be a demonstrable difference in behavior and what neighbors might experience, I can't make any assurances.
Anyone else? No? Okay. Oh, okay. So And I get it. The appearance of doing something is great. But if people are not noticing a difference in their community, and we go back to them and we say, well, we spent $1.5 million, so you know we did something, even though you haven't noticed a difference. I mean, we did give out more tickets. I just don't know if that's really an effective means of tackling the issue. Any thoughts, Mr. Jones?
Well, I think we know that there are certain hotspots. We know that this happens all over the city, but we know that there are certain hotspots that report more often than other locations. That's how we target our current enforcement, which is, a shared effort between us and the Edmonton Police Service. We're doing what we can with our general duty resources. So there's been no resources assigned to this, but we have folks who are trained in it and work with the EPS. But I can't say as though we've seen with that enforcement, I can't say as though we've seen a reduction in complaints. That said, it's early days. We've been at this in a joint enforcement capacity just for a couple of seasons, and so I think that's what we're going to watch, is if there's a trend downward of complaints over the next couple of years.
Okay, this is a really tough one. Honestly, spending $1.5 million for a maybe on a very movable problem seems like a little bit of a fiscal risk right now, but I get that there's frustration there. I just don't know if the frustration is worth $1.5 million on something that we actually have absolutely no idea will be effective or not. Do we have studies from or any information from our previous efforts that indicate that this will actually make a material and substantial difference?
Again, we haven't dedicated full-time resources to this, so it's off the side of other enforcement duties. It is a shared line of work between us and the EPS. But I can't say as though I have anything more concrete to offer at this point to kind of prove that concept.
Yeah. Last question. This is traffic. Why isn't this an EPS issue? Why?
They're the lead partner on it. They receive all the noisy vehicle complaints. Sorry?
But why? I'm not a fan.
Okay, Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. To Mr. Corbold, I remember the catalyst for the community safety and well-being framework kind of came out of last fall supplemental budget adjustment in the concern around it kind of being seen as a bit of that community safety and well-being fund being seen as a little bit of almost discretionary council spending. And can you speak to the thought and the process that went into that community safety and well-being framework and to be intentional about the funding?
Yeah, certainly, Councillor, and this has come up a couple of times today, and I understand that people are trying to find funding sources, but I've kind of dug out some of the key principles we recently reviewed as we were looking at CSWB grants, and some of the really ones we really focused on were the principles of equity-based, trauma-informed, community-led, person-centered, and those are some of the real key ones that drove CSWB grants that we put out recently. And while I think we're hearing some arguments of how it ties to the pillars, I do worry about the focus of that strategy in that grant if we start to expand different pieces. You can absolutely, I think, present an argument that ties it to pillars, but I think the question is what kind of focus do we want in each one of those pillars? And so, yeah, that's where I'm challenged. But in the end, council's going to have to decide.
Yeah, I guess, and then just if the decline in the need for the commercial vehicles team is, if that's like, if there's not as many infractions on that side, could not some of that team be focused on like noisy vehicle stings, if you will.
Yeah, and sorry if I misspoke. I'm not suggesting that there isn't an ongoing need for the commercial vehicle unit. I'm just suggesting that the number of infractions that we're seeing, they're just not as serious in the same way. So those folks are still out. They're still routinely inspecting vehicles, making sure that they're roadworthy, making sure they're in the right places. You know, they could be, they could add this to some of their work. I know some of them, you know, some of these enforcement operations that we do with the EPS are run at overtime hours because it takes them outside of their regular course of duties. But you know, we could look at that idea. Certainly, they're out and doing traffic enforcement. So I'm not going to say that none of them have ever written a vehicle noise ticket as they're out doing commercial vehicle unit enforcement practices. I just don't have that information on me.
Yeah, okay. And I guess the other thing that I take a little bit of concern with is the ongoing basis in the amendment. When I feel like it's kind of, you know, we've got OP12, but that OP12 is saying, hey, city manager, please go and do this work. And now we're kind of, if we say, well, it's going to be ongoing with the expectation, does that, we're just continually limiting the city manager's ability, wouldn't you say, Mr. Corporal?
Yes, Councillor, I would, because every increase that's approved in this budget automatically will go in what I recommend to be out of scope for that review when in January. And we'll list all these things, you'll see them all. And so we start from a point where I'm starting that exercise with $10 billion over 4 years. After I list all those out of scope things, we'll be starting that exercise at whatever deduction that starts at. And we'll lay that out in January so you can see it.
But we talked yesterday, if it's not approved, you would still consider that. But if it's approved, then you take that as a mandate.
Yeah, if it's approved by council in December, I'm not going to recommend it as.
But if it's not approved, you may consider it.
We can certainly consider it in the fall. But again, we get back to the budget decision made 1 year, you know.
Yeah, well, and what I was thinking about even like snow removal, like we only did 20%. But for example, you might come back and say, you know, we can actually find ways to make the frontline workers to redeploy, transition, whatever it is, right?
Yeah,
so
absolutely. And,
okay.
And again, the reason I'm looking for focus was forget it. That's another question. Thank you.
That's okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
If I can, just to clarify, I got in touch with my team, and the commercial vehicle unit is doing noise infraction violations as well.
Thank you.
Okay, before I go to Councillor Jans, can I go to Councillor Stevenson to see if you'll be willing to withdraw this and we can have this conversation as part of the service review, and Andre can figure that out at that time, because I'll be like adding more positions at this time and so many kind of questions we're hearing from the administration about the effectiveness, right? So, and we only have 8 hours left to complete the budget, right? So there's 4 people on the list, and this may carry on. Just want to see, I'll come to you, Michael, in a minute, if there's a desire to have this conversation as part of that broader conversation.
Well, there's 2 reasons I hesitate. The first is just the seasonality of it and the fact that we are going to be back into very loud vehicle season soon. And then Mr. Corbell, maybe, is it realistic that we would be able to find those additional enforcement resources for this work?
I can't answer that question. I mean, the motion was just passed 2 days ago. I haven't started the work in that review, so there's so much work.
Yeah, I mean, I think just through our other budget conversations, I think peace officer capacity has come up as a significant constraint in a number of cases. So these are very specialized roles that have legislative authorities that I don't think are sort of as flexible for being shuffled around as other positions that may be subject to the review.
Okay.
If that's a fair understanding?
I don't think so, Councillor, simply because depending on what things we find in the review, and I think we talked about this during the debate of OP12 about, you know, that review wouldn't necessarily lead to specific things being done in the first year. A lot of those things, especially in the transitioning, the 240 million, it could take several years to transition stuff, especially with depending on the impacts of what we're going to stop doing and then start doing. So, you know, I envision that some of those solutions will be, you know, 2-year transitions, 3-year transitions. So we'll see.
Okay, that's fine then. Okay. I'll go to Councillor Jens.
Thank you. I'd like to move an amendment to reduce the amount from 1.6 million to 800,000. So I'd like to cut that amount in half.
And that's friendly.
Okay, that's friendly. It's good.
And if I may speak to it, or not speak to it, can I ask questions still? Okay, so I guess my question is, I just want to hear Mr. Jones quickly. This is, the package was designed not just for the people, but also to buy equipment. Is that not right?
That's correct, yes.
And also part of the goal is of the fines and the increases in this work was also a deterrence, correct?
That's one of the goals of any fine or any penalty. Yep.
And there's like a well-documented link between speeding and dangerous driving and stunting and those kinds of automotive behavior that are a problem in the community. Am I right?
Yes, that's correct.
So yeah, I would certainly think then that this would fit under the CSWB funding. And if, you know, we were so successful in this that we needed these officers for other work, there always is a consideration to retrain and move bylaw staff around to other projects, right?
We have to adhere to some of the collective bargaining agreement standards, but certainly there's some flexibility, for instance, with the support that we put into the efforts in Chinatown over the summer. We reallocated some of our general duty peace officers into the downtown core. So there's always some flexibility in the way that we're deploying our frontline resources, yeah.
And if I recall, the fine is set at $1,000 and it's doubling per infraction. So I think certainly even if it wasn't cost recovery, it could make a fair dent, I would imagine. I don't know if that's a consideration for council, but.
Councillor Jans, it's Nancy Jacobson with Legal Services. I just want to point out that we are still working through some of that, and fine revenue should not go directly back to the program costs. It's not a good practice to count on fine revenue to fund a program such as this.
Duly noted. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to clarify what other powers that the peace officers would have. So, because knowing that some deal with parking, some deal with transit, some deal with animal care and control. So if a noisy vehicle is speeding down the white mud, can they be ticketed by the one officer for a noisy vehicle and for speeding? Or because they're speeding down the white mud, would they just call police?
It really depends. We have some of our units that have moving radar, so like speed testing capacity, but that's limited to, I think, mainly our commercial vehicle unit. So not every peace officer vehicle would be able to do that moving enforcement. Some of the teams are limited in what they can and can't enforce with respect to moving vehicle violations. That's something that we can explore, knowing that there's an interest in increasing our traffic enforcement. That's something that we could explore. Certainly, under the peace officer legislation, there is that room. But again, the Edmonton Police Service is kind of the lead law enforcement agency with respect to traffic enforcement in the city.
Okay, so they would, I'm assuming then, they're not going to be that mobile? They would sort of set up in a location and wait for the noisy vehicle to come by?
Well, the Operation Tensor projects, that's the shared work that we do with the EPS. A lot of it revolves around a static deployment where we are sitting waiting in some of those hotspots for noisy vehicles to come through. They take the lead on the excessive motorcycle noise, and all of that needs to be set up with a lot of equipment and that sort of thing to do all of the noise testing. But there is a certain component that is done with, moving enforcement teams as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So the question to the administration. So our enforcement and for any bylaw or anything in our city that is under operating budget, operating expenditures.
Correct.
So for the financial strategies here, the funding source, do we have the information about like what's available room?
There's no more available room in financial strategies because you applied what was available to the houseless or homelessness and I can't remember the name of the service package, but the $12.5 million a year.
So
sorry, community safety well-being or financial strategies?
Financial strategy.
Yeah, so no. There's
no
nothing
available
left there right now.
So that means even though the money reducted to the half, 50%, but we don't have the room and for this.
Not in financial strategies.
Not in financial strategy.
That is not what the amendment is. The amendment is for using CSWB, as I understand it.
So with from CSWB
Sorry,
hold.
I know what you're. I think I see the issue.
Yeah.
Like we hold community safety and well-being funds in financial strategy.
Yes.
So there is nothing. So there is money left in community safety and well-being, but there is nothing left unallocated in financial strategies other than community safety and well-being.
Yeah, so that is why I want to get that clarification. Thank you for that, because right now this is CSWB funding holding within financial strategy. So I just want to understand the current state for our city's enforcement regarding this noise vehicle. And because this is not the new issue and is ongoing issue and from past years to now, and right now it's even getting worse in the newer neighborhoods. So where we are right now for that enforcement?
I think when you say where are we?
Are
you talking about? What do you want to? I want to understand. Do you want to know the number of infractions, the number of people that are, like, when you say where are we at?
So I would like to know the capacity city has currently, and what expenditures under operating. Is there any gap, and in the source, in the capacity and city has to implement this report? Because I saw this is new, is not in the budget book at all. This is a new request, right? It's not in the budget book.
I think that's correct. We have not put forward
in the budget
a service package
in the
for noise.
Yes, that is why I would like to understand the current state and for what is our capacity and what is expenditure, and based on the current state, we are doing this work.
Yeah, do you have that, David? Or would that be a piece of work we'd have to come back with?
I mean, for specific numbers, I could take that away. What we're using right now is our commercial vehicle unit and our general duty peace officers, and then partnering them with the traffic enforcement team from the Edmonton Police Service to do those tensor, kind of those targeted enforcement pieces. So we don't have any dedicated resources apart from commercial vehicle unit. We don't have any dedicated peace officer resources that go solely for traffic enforcement. But we do have general duty peace officers who, on top of all of their other duties, have some capacity to do that.
But this
Especially with some overtime, you know, when we do it outside of their regular duties.
I do hope to see the work move forward. I just try to think about the solution, how we can address the funding source and how we can really get this work put forward. So I may come back, but I'm still thinking. That's why I asked that question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. To David Jones, did I hear you right that this cannot generate enough revenue to be sustained on an ongoing annual basis, and just using the revenue from funding from the community safety and well-being for 1 year?
I think if we had a team that was solely dedicated to vehicle noise, I don't think our anticipated results wouldn't be that it would be self-funding. No, I don't think we get there.
Okay. Because I have a concern with the funding source being community safety and well-being funding, but I was open to being used that as for 1 year, then paid back into the fund, right? But if it's not going to be self-sustaining, then I'm going to amend the motion to be funded by tax levy, because that will be the fair source, because then it becomes then we're not drawing money, even though I have huge concerns for using that, because it's turning to a kind of a slush fund for various things, right? So I'll make that amendment.
And Mayor, if I can just add, that I know Andre's articulated the principles of CSWB, but the strategy behind CSWB is really around community development, harm reduction. There is, from the center of emergency response to risk intervention to prevention to community development, we're trying to be really thoughtful in advancing the strategy that is, I'm not sure that this is necessarily in the spirit of which CSWB was conceived.
I absolutely agree with you, and I hope that you can prepare a memo really focusing on that, and maybe even looking into the policy sometime next year, so being laser focused on things that you talked about, Jennifer, then it's very clear to all of us what the intent is.
But I would say, Mayor, that is super clear in the strategy that was approved unanimously by council.
Just to reinforce
the
that.
Outcomes, the logic models, we walked through all that piece. We're certainly going to review it this coming winter, but I think there's a lot of clarity there.
Okay, good. Okay, all right, so I'm going to change it to tax levy.
And I consider that friendly.
Okay, all right, that's friendly, got it. Okay, then I will take the chair back, and again, please, we only have 6 hours tomorrow and 2 hours today. And we have a lot of work to do yet. Focus your questions on the budget. I know we're going into so much other policy areas, operational issues and all that, right? Please, I will ask each and every one of you to use your own judgment on that, please. Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Oh, that must have been there from before, some
Okay.
other time that I tried getting on.
Okay, Councillor Stevenson's question or to speak?
Very briefly, questions. I agree that we need to be really judicious with what we're spending money on, and we want to be able to see results. And I guess I'm just a bit confused by the suggestion that enforcement doesn't lead to changed behaviors. I think we've heard with the commercial vehicle team, for example, that you are seeing higher rates of compliance. Mr. Jones, is that correct?
That's correct. Yep. I think if I could expand on my comments, I'm assuming that's what you're looking for. Would just say that this is a new body of work that we've taken on in a directed way, and so yes, there is that theory of change that would suggest that if we target this, the behavior will change. I just don't want to stand here and make any promises that in 2 years I'm regretting because we haven't been able to have the effect that you're really looking for. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, and that's very fair. And I think you're right that communities have to have realistic expectations. But again, I think even just in our fine revenue for speed enforcement has also been declining, which is a positive thing because it shows, I think, that enforcement does change behavior. So I'll maybe leave it at that. And I'll just speak to it when the time is right. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much. So that concludes the questions. Now to speak. Okay. Clear the deck, please. No one is signing on to speak. Councillor Stevenson to close.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate the discussion. Yeah, just to wrap up to say, I think this is a really worthwhile investment. I think that it will have a vast. There's an opportunity for it to have a positive impact on our community safety and the well-being of all Edmontonians. I think that there is also the ability for this to decrease pressure on EPS. Right now, they are the lead agency for enforcing these issues. If our peace officers can take on more of that, I think that frees up EPS resources for more important work that only they can do. I'll leave it there. I'm sorry. It's late at night, and you probably all don't want to hear too much more anyway. So thank you. I encourage you to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Please vote. Oh, I got to refresh my session.
If it's not refreshing, we can always take your vote verbally. Yes.
Nope.
Thank you, Mayor Stokey.
No from me.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. And was there anybody else who voted with voice? No. Okay, we have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That has failed. Okay. What is next? Let's see. Councillor Paquette. No. Councillor Principe, no. Right? Councillor Knack.
I think I'll withdraw the last one, wherever it is.
I believe it was 4310.
4310 for the sidewalk strategy. We'll have to come back to that at the appropriate soon, hopefully, but not today. I think that's all I had, so yeah, thank you.
Okay, now we are on to round 6, and I'll go through again. Councillor Hamilton doesn't have anything. Councillor Cartmel? No. Councillor Wright?
No.
Councillor Rice?
No.
Councillor Salvador?
No.
Councillor Tang?
None.
Councillor Stevenson?
Only just to formally withdraw OP 53, which was dealt with through an amendment to another motion.
OP 53. Fort Edmonton, okay, yep. Councillor Paquette? Councillor Principe? No, right? Councillor
No,
Principe,
none
yep.
for me.
Councillor Knack? No. Councillor Rutherford?
No.
Councillor Jans? Councillor Jans?
Nope.
Good, okay. Now we have few other amendments. Don't think we're done yet with amendments.
Yeah, is this the point where I move to reconsider?
Let's go through the other, that's few of the other amendments that we have. Okay, I don't know what those are, Clerk Ward. Is there?
So I'm not sure which amendments you're referring to.
I know Aileen, when she was here earlier, she
Oh,
said.
yeah, there we go.
Hi. Hi, Aileen.
Hi, hello, good evening. So I'm not sure if Clerk Ward has handed out the yellow sheets of paper yet, but we have them printed as well as in the Google chat from earlier this afternoon. We provided you with a document.
Yeah.
And in that document, it's got a couple of things that need to be taken care of. And if now's the time, that would be great. So there are 8 operating impacts of capital, and those are straight amendments. Since I provided this earlier today, I am hoping that all 8 of these amendments could be voted on as one multi-part amendment.
Okay.
Yeah, and then let's do that, and then when we're done that, we'll come to the next part if that's okay.
So operating impact of capital amendments, C7, 10, 14, 15, 38, 41, 26, 1, 47.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Can we just have 10 minutes?
Oh, sure.
To double check the numbers before you do this vote?
Oh, of course, of course.
Yeah, we're trying to figure something out.
No, let's take
Yeah.
a recess for 10 minutes.
Okay.
Sorry, break for 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
members.
Oh, why am I in a different window? Okay, I would like to call this meeting back to order and do a roll call. Councillor Wright,
Good evening.
Councillor Knack,
Good evening.
Councillor Principe,
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson,
Hi there.
Councillor Paquette,
Good evening.
Councillor Tang,
Good evening.
Councillor Hamilton,
Hello.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello to my kiddos.
Oh, really? Oh, it's cool. Councillor Salvador,
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel,
Hello.
Councillor Rice,
Here.
and Councillor Jans. Okay, so Clerk Ward, we'll go slowly. There is some desire among council members to revisit some of the amendments that we have passed. And is it okay if I start with which one first?
Yes, do you
One
want me
by
to walk
one?
you through the process for that?
Sure,
just to-
please, yeah.
To remind everybody?
Yeah.
So yes, council can reconsider previously passed amendments as long as no irrevocable action has been taken. The person that moves the reconsideration has to have been on the prevailing side.
Okay.
So if the motion passed, which I'm assuming it did, it's somebody from that side that needs to move it.
Got it. Okay, so we will start with Amendment 19.
Capital?
Capital, yeah, capital, sorry.
I'll
They're- They're all, just hold on. They're all capital. CM 3017, natural area acquisition. The total amount approved was 3.5 million. Someone on the prevailing side would have to move to reconsider.
I can move to reconsider.
Thank you,
Second.
Council. And Councilor Wright?
Council Wright seconded it. And please let me know when we are ready for vote. Oh, sorry.
We're ready when you are.
You just hold on.
Sorry, the question is if you've moved a motion, do you have to vote yes? Yeah. I'm going to ask the city clerk just to confirm. I believe you don't have to vote yes, but I would like to confirm that. Is Clerk Giesbrecht on the
Yeah,
line?
I'm here. I can't hear if there's a question, Clerk Ward, that's being asked to you. I can't hear.
Yeah, sorry, I apologize. There's a question. Oh,
I'll go to Councillor Rutherford to ask that question.
Yeah, I think I recall at this late hour, just to confirm, if I'm the mover,
of the original amendment, I can still vote no to it. I just can't speak against it, correct?
That's correct, because that would defeat the whole purpose of putting the motion on the floor. But throughout any conversation, throughout any debate, the mover of the main motion could be persuaded to vote in a different direction, but you're 100% right, Councillor Rutherford.
Okay, thank you. That was my clarification. Thank you.
Okay. So the, what has been moved now?
So we had a motion to reconsider Capital Amendment 19. It was moved by Councillor Rutherford and seconded by Councillor Wright.
Okay, please vote. So, just I hope I'm doing this right. Sorry for this, too late. So at this time, we are voting to reconsider.
Yeah, so it's
Then
reopening debate on
So next step
Capital
will
Amendment
be
19.
to actually vote on that amendment. Okay, got it. So please vote to reconsider. Yeah. Which, yes.
We're just awaiting one vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now, who can move the actual?
So the motion is on, the amendment is now on the floor.
Yeah.
I don't know what the change.
So amendment is back on the floor.
The amendment is back on the floor.
Okay. Okay. Okay, please vote.
Oh, can you just give us just 1 minute? We're just
Oh, yeah,
trying to
take your
pull
time.
that up again.
Take your time.
So just for council's awareness, for ease of voting, we're just going to name on the screen Capital Amendment 19, but the amendment in your tracker is correct. Capital Amendment 19.
Got it. Are we ready?
I think we just need 1 more minute. Just to confirm, that's the same mover and seconder for Capital Amendment 19?
It has to be Clerk Ward. It can no longer be changed.
Thank you.
Okay, that was Councillor Rutherford, and who was the seconder?
I think it was myself.
Okay, got it.
Councillor Principe.
Councillor Principe. Okay, now we can vote.
We're just awaiting 1 vote. Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. It is defeated. Next one is Amendment 41.
And just to confirm, that's Capital Amendment 41?
Capital Amendment 41.
Thank you.
Nature-based climate solutions. The amendment was approved with $4 million attached to it. I need someone to, on the prevailing side, to move to reconsider.
I'll move to reconsider.
Need a seconder.
Second.
Councillor Wright. Please vote. Yes.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now I will go to Councillor Tang.
Sorry, you want me to read the amendment?
You are the only one who can do that because someone.
No, Mayor Sohi, it's back on the floor. You don't need to introduce it. You've voted to reconsider. It's passed unanimously. You just now vote.
So vote on the amendment, right?
That's correct.
Okay, vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. Next one. Okay, let me know when we're ready to go, Clerk Ward.
We're ready.
Next one is Capital Amendment 45, Infrastructure Delivery Growth, Edmonton Coliseum Demolition. 17.5. Can someone move to reconsider?
I will move to reconsider.
Thank you, Council Salvador. Second by Councillor Wright. Please vote yes. Vote to reconsider.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And in this case, would I move an amendment?
Yeah, this will be little complicated, right? Sorry.
It's already on the floor by Councillor Salvador and Councillor Wright.
Yeah.
So, Councillor Salvador, are you wanting to restate your original amendment?
Yes.
Yes.
I can just restate it. I have the numbers.
Is that agreeable to the chair?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, so I will restate it. Just bear with me here. The capital profile CM 999000 infrastructure delivery growth as per page 669 of Appendix E be increased by 35 million planning, design, and delivery of the Edmonton Coliseum demolition as follows. So 15,750,000 in 2025, 2,250,000 in 2026, 7,200,000 in 2027, and
Sorry,
yeah.
the first number is
The first number is the sum.
Yeah, and then
Apologies.
the next four is your years.
Yeah, and then it would be 5,400,000 in 2027, and then 900,000 in 2028 from pay as you go.
Okay.
Second bullet is 19,250,000, and that would be 2,750,000 in 2025. 8,800,000 in 2026, 6,600,000 in 2027, 1,100,000 in 2028, interim financed from land enterprise retained earnings, and the administration return in the spring 2023 supplemental capital budget adjustment with a plan to repay land enterprise retained earnings over a period not to exceed 5 years.
Okay. Thank you. Can you quickly introduce the changes?
Yes. So the primary change here is just the ratio of funding source. So removing some of the funding from pay-as-you-go and placing that on land enterprise retained earnings.
Good. Please vote. Sorry, just hold on.
Can we get a copy of, can we please get the information that council's voting on?
Yeah, sorry, Aileen, I'm just sending it. Hold on.
Yeah, then Mary, if you could just give us just the teeny tiniest bit of time to make sure that we're capturing this correctly, that would be super.
Oh, absolutely. Take your time. Here we have it on the screen. Okay. Ready? Okay. We are ready to vote. Everyone ready? Please vote.
Just to be clear, this is a
Oh,
restated
yes,
motion.
yes, okay, yeah.
Yeah, restated amendment. So we have all of the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. It is carried. Okay, one more. Capital Amendment 62.1. Transportation Planning and Design Growth in the amount of $1.3 million. I need someone to move to reconsider.
I will move to reconsider.
Okay, need a seconder. Seconder
Second.
to Councillor Rutherford to reconsider. Please vote to reconsider.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay.
Excuse me, point of order. Can you tell me which name or the name of the profile that we're on right now, that we're discussing?
62.1 Transportation Planning Design Growth Intersection Improvements.
Great, thank you.
Got it. Okay. Are we ready to vote? No. Now vote on.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please.
So we're having issues with displaying the vote, but the vote is 2 to 11.
I mean, defeated, right? 211. Okay. That's it. And now you need about 15 minutes, right? Okay, we're going to take recess for 15 minutes. Okay. Councillor Knack,
Good evening.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good evening. I think, and Councillor Principe?
oh, sorry, Councillor
Hello,
Principe,
I'm here.
yeah, right, Councillor Principe,
It's a late
Councillor,
night, that's okay.
who's after you, Councillor Stevenson? Councillor Paquette, right? Yeah,
Good evening.
Councillor Paquette. And Councillor Tang. And then me, Councillor Hamilton,
Hello.
Councillor Rutherford,
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel.
Hello.
Councillor Rice.
Here.
And Councillor Jans.
Here.
All right. Okay, over to our administration.
So with all of the amendments that have passed, plus the ones that you are about to read in, because we'll take those into consideration as well.
Yeah.
You will be at 4.96% in 2023, 4.96% in 2024, 4.95% in 2025, and 4.39% in 2026. You will also have funds remaining in the Community Safety and Wellbeing Fund of $2.904 million in 2023, $1.955 million in 2024, $4.709 million in 2025, $4.702 million in 2026, and you will still have a total of $651,000 available in council contingency for 2023 and $525,000 available in 2024, 2025, and 2026.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for doing the update so quickly. Really appreciate that. Okay. Okay. Yeah, these numbers are included. Yeah. Yeah. The impact of capital it is included. Okay, now Clerk Ward, now we can start voting on these operating impacts of capital amendments?
Yes, that is correct. And there isn't, the Google Doc that was shared with council is updated based on the numbers that were just read out.
It's in the, I think it's in the chat.
Budgeted,
I can reshare it again.
okay. Here we go. Okay. All right. Clerk Ward, we can proceed? I'll go to Councillor Knack. I'll go to Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I will move these operating impacts of capital amendments ideally as one, but then I think there will be a request to split each of them, but I'll move it as one so we don't have to have 8 movers and 8 seconders. But I guess I have to read them out. Oh, goodness. All right. So I'll move that the integrated service package for operating impacts for the bike plan implementation acceleration CM 20-0330 approach 3 be funded as follows. Parks and Road Services operating expenditure be increased by $432,000 in 2023, $315,000 in 2024, $550,000 in 2025, and $499,000 in 2026. And Fleet and Facility Services operating expenditure budget be increased by $111,000 in 2026 on an ongoing basis as shown on pages 905 to 906 of attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding from the tax levy. Next, that.
I apologize, Councillor Knack, are you reading from the hard copy or the Google document?
Oh,
Because the
sorry.
Google document has been updated.
My apologies.
That one read the same, but I just want to be clear.
Perfect. You're catching me just in time. Thank you. Let's go here for the Google Doc. Next, that the Parks and Roads Services Branch operating expenditure budget be increased by $30,000 in 2024, $64,000 in 2025, and $97,000 in 2026 on an ongoing basis, with funding from the tax levy to fund operating impacts of capital of the missing and enhanced sidewalk connections project. Next, for C14, that the Parks and Road Services Branch operating expenditure budget be increased by $131,000 in 2026 on an ongoing basis, with funding from the tax levy for operating impacts of capital of the 137th Avenue Anthony Henday Drive ramps project. C15, Chinatown infrastructure improvements, that the Parks and Road Services Branch operating expenditure budget be increased by $106,000 in 2023, $151,000 in 2024, and $26,000 in 2025 on an ongoing basis, with funding from the tax levy for operating impacts of capital of the Chinatown infrastructure improvements capital profile. C38, Baldwin Belvedere revitalization, that the Parks and Road Services Branch operating expenditure budget be increased by $165,000 in 2026 on an ongoing basis, with funding from the tax levy for operating impacts of capital of the Baldwin Belvedere revitalization capital profile. C26.1, Nature's Wild Backyard Phase 2 project unfunded, that the operating budget be reduced as follows. Community, Recreation, and Culture operating expenditure budget be reduced by $94,000 in 2023, $1,000 in 2024, $758,000 in 2025, and $559,000 in 2026, and revenue budget be reduced by $575,000 in 2026. And Fleet and Facility Services operating budget expenditure be reduced by $510,000 in 2026 on an ongoing basis to remove funding for the Valley Zoo Nature's Wild Backyard Phase 2 integrated service packages outlined on pages 164 to 165 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01394, with funding released to the tax levy. C47, Train to Wayside project unfunded, that the Edmonton Transit Services Branch operating expenditure budget be reduced by $122,000 in 2025 and $122,000 in 2026 on an ongoing basis to remove funding for the Train to Wayside Technology Service Package as shown on page 143 of attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01394, with funding released to the tax levy. And debt servicing, that the corporate expenditures and revenue 2023 through 2026 tax supported operating budget expenditures be increased by $278,500 in 2023, $2,059,100 in 2024, $4,746,900 in 2025, and $4,877,000 in 2026 on an ongoing basis as a direct result of increased debt servicing costs related to capital budget amendments approved through the 2023 through 2026 capital budget adjustment process, with funding from the tax levy. Pay-as-you-go, that the corporate expenditures budget and revenue 2023 through 2026 tax-supported operating budget expenditures be increased by $345,300 in 2023, $345,300 in 2024, $13,121,400 in 2025, and $5,870,100 in 2026 on a multi-year basis ending in 2026 as a result of additional pay-as-you-go funding required related to capital budget amendments approved through the 2023 through 2026 capital budget adjustment process, with funding from the tax levy. And
second?
Yes, there we go. I think we're there. Or do I do that? No, that's a standalone motion, it says in that doc. So.
Cool. Need a seconder? Oh,
Councillor Principe, I believe.
Oh, Councillor Principe seconded that. Okay. Cool. All right.
Sorry, but that's okay.
I'm sorry, Councillor Stevenson?
I had seconded it, but that's just fine either way.
No, that's okay. Councillor Stevenson can second it. That's fine.
Councillor Stevenson seconded it. Okay. Yeah, Councillor Paquette thirded it. Is thirded the right word? Thirded not right word, right? No. Seconded, thirded, fourth, third. Right, so fifth did it. Okay, let's vote on C7. C7.
I'm still thinking about that. We're just waiting for one vote. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried. C10. Vote on C10, please.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. C14.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. C15.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. C38. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. C41.
I apologize, Mr. Mayor. In the new version, there is no C41.
Oh,
So
sorry.
it's C20.
Maybe I'll follow the.
Yeah. C38 would be the next.
Okay, I'll
vote.
just go back here. C38. We done C38, right?
Yes, C38.
Okay, and next is C41.
In the new version that I have, there is no C41.
Huh, why do I have it here? That's what I'm looking at. Maybe I'm looking at the here. Okay, please C26.1.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And C47.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. That's it, right, on those amendments?
There's
One-
debt servicing and pay-as-you-go as well.
Okay. Debt servicing and pay-as-you-go, please.
Those are two separate amendments. I
so-
apologize.
so-
Debt servicing would be the first one.
Okay. Debt servicing, please vote. Oh, here you are.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now pay as you go. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we have the capital budget main recommendation as restated.
Not at this time.
Okay.
That would be for tomorrow, I believe. But
That'll
I'll
be for
have Clerk Giesbrecht confirm that.
Yeah, hi, or good evening, Mayor Sohi. So there's a couple other in that document, and I'm not sure, Mayor Sohi, if you have a paper copy, but there's a housekeeping motion, not an amendment. So it will require a little bit of flexibility in the rules. And it's just with regards to an adjustment for the 2022 capital budget. So normally I would say this is not good practice, but it is as a result of a previous council decision. It's in the document. I'm happy to read it out. I'm not sure. Apologies if you all have it. It's in the shared document. I can see a couple of councillors. Perhaps they would want to put this on the floor at this time.
Okay, who has that?
I'll move.
All of the councillors.
I'll move that capital profile 22-12-9007, Valley Zoo, Nature's Wild Backyard, Phase 2, as per page 235 of Appendix A of the October 31, 2022 Finance Report, be decreased by $2.5 million in 2022 with funding from tax-supported debt, and increased by $800,000 in 2022 with funding from pay-as-you-go as a result of Capital Amendment 26.1, carried on December 9th, 2022.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Rutherford, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, what is next?
Hi again. There's a
Yeah.
couple. There's a couple of more in that document, Mayor Sohi.
Yeah.
And they're related to the decision that was made later towards last night.
Yeah.
So there's a financial motion that needs to be made. Sorry, excuse my language. There's an amendment that needs to be passed. It's also in the document.
Okay.
And it's regarding funding that needs to be allocated from the FSR.
Yeah.
And once that passes, then there's two motions that need to be passed, which would also be in order after that additional motion passes.
Okay, can someone move, please?
I'll read in, but then I think I will need to look to admin for guidance on this. EMTC withdrawal, the budget adjustment required that the Edmonton Transit Service Branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased in 2023 on a one-time basis by $13 million to address the potential costs of withdrawal from the Edmonton Metropolitan Transit Commission with funding from the Financial Stabilization Reserve.
Okay, need a seconder.
Second.
Okay, what direction do you need?
My understanding is that the Financial Stabilization Reserve is tapped out. Any alternatives?
So I think that because we don't know if this is the actual amount and the payment isn't imminent, you let the FSR draw negative and hopefully it's back up above positive at the year-end surplus. But at least we have it appropriated if necessary.
Okay, thank you very much.
That allows me to do the conversations I need to have as well as part of that negotiation.
Okay, got it. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please.